that is not the same thing as talking about the original writing. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, the printing
So
press was first attributed to the German. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had printing in West Africa. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they
Listen.
destroy if they
I'm
if
just
they.
making I'm just making a point that that Bible that you're talking about was compiled by someone who clearly did not look like you and I. So there's nothing wrong with saying that, and it's clearly been tampered with because when you go back into the original writings, there's a lot of discrepancies. I would think I'm not well studied, but I would think there's some discrepancies.
No, it's actually not.
I would think that there would be. If not, then
Yeah.
if not, I don't care. I'm simply saying the book was definitely compiled by what we would consider a European
Okay. See, you can't
or
run a stop
Caucasian.
sign. That's another sign of bad methodology.
King James didn't look
And
like you.
that's
Point blank.
that's
End of
that's no.
discussion.
You run it. You like no. You can't do that. You said yeah. All right, bro. Go ahead, bro.
No, that's it. King James was
Yeah.
a white man. At the
Yeah. Nah. He
best,
was.
at the best, you could say he might have been mixed somewhere down the line with some black, maybe a couple generations before.
Well, he only
But you're
Yeah.
not
authorized.
gonna,
He
but you're
only
not gonna
Yeah.
authorized
Nah.
put up
interpretation.
nothing
He didn't do it himself. So
relating to African. I'm not accepting that. That's mad people thinking. I'm not
Yeah.
accepting that.
But yeah. But the Commission hated the Nubian man and the Cushite, rather the Cushite. Yeah. They didn't like them, bro. They didn't really like them at all.
That's not expressly true.
Nah. That's
They
true.
had beef
Now.
with them, but those were their bigger brothers. The
Nah.
culture came from the south. These are the ones who founded the culture. Narmer was from southern, quote unquote, Kemet, Egypt, or whatever the name of the land was at the time. He was
Not
not a foreign
necessarily true
invader.
though.
He was
I've
not.
heard that it says he's a foreigner, but it doesn't specifically say the South. I would
It
have to
does
see that.
not say. No, historians don't
I would have
call
to see
Narmer
that.
a foreigner. They do not. They say he's from the south. They think he came from
I
the
would have to
south.
see that. They say that on a normal palette.
His no historians have come to the conclusion that based on
Okay.
whatever
All
information
right.
they have,
Say that. Right.
he is from the south. But your boy,
Then-
I think it's KOT did a whole video calling the man a colonizer. That is foolishness. He didn't come from nowhere. Talking about he was doing all this
Well, he did unite the lands, and he was the power over
he,
the land.
he
So,
can't.
in a
But
sense, he did.
colonizers are foreigners. That's not the same thing. Uniting didn't make him a foreigner because
Well,
when he
the
came,
normal palette doesn't say as such. We can just go by
bro,
what it shows us.
the normal
And it has
palette
a lot of
shows
Eastern, Near Eastern, symbolism
foolishness.
in it.
The normal palette has Medu Nature on it.
And
His
again,
name
and
is
again,
Medu Nature.
and again, this is why I say that like the conscious community is like y'all give so much reverence to Kemet, but the true power is Kush. Because
They
really,
are not separate people.
when you
They
say
are
yes, they
separate
are.
people.
Yes, they are separate
No,
people.
they are
So
not.
when you say Narma and when you say he's coming from Near East, you're
That's
really
not.
saying he's
I didn't
coming
say
from
Near East. You
Mesopotamia,
said that.
which is
You
hold
said
on,
that.
which
I didn't say
when,
that, Gideon.
and when you
I said
say
he
that,
came
you
from
see
southern Egypt.
he's coming from Sumer,
You
which is a
said that. I
Cushitic
never said that.
kingdom.
I didn't
So
say that. You
you
said that.
guys be fixated on Egypt, but the true African king is Cush. So Cush was in Babylon, he was in Sumer, he
No,
was in
brother.
Turkey, so he was in all those places.
No. If you look it up, they would tell you that Kush, they think Kush was Sudan. And Sudan is right, and Sudan is literally south of Egypt. They don't take that nowhere near Sumer. I think Kush is Ethiopia, but when I looked it up, it said Sudan. Sudan is right under. That's what they mean when they're talking about Kush. Academically, I would think.
Sumer was
Sumer
ruled
is
by a line of Cushitic kings, my brother.
No,
That's not
no,
true. Stop.
no. They have a word called Kish that they confuse with Kush. But as I said, if you look it up, it will tell you Kush is modern Sudan, which is south of modern Egypt. And when you look at the Namur palette, when he came in to unite, there's Medu Necher on it, and he came with 4 people standing in front of him. 2 were the Horu Falcon. 1 was either Set or Anpu, and the last one was a placenta. All of that is what we would call ancient Kemetic imagery. Those are not
Kush,
foreign symbols.
Kush
Those
was
are not.
was
Stop,
more
stop,
allied with Semitics than they were with
stop
Egyptians.
stop
Looking at the whole history,
foolishness, bro.
yes,
Stop the foolishness.
definitely.
That's garbage. That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
When the Kushites were giving that work to Amos and Kamos, it was the Hikakasu that was their allies, or one of the people groups. One of the people groups in the Hikakasu were their allies.
Yes, when you read the
is-
autobiography of Amos, son of Ibana, it says yes, they use the word Nubians. Yes, it says that.
Yeah.
But you didn't hear what I said. They are traditional enemies, but they also have they also were allies as well. But genetically, when they do
That's
genetic
the
testing,
now scholarship, bro.
they are not
That's
genetically.
the now scholarship.
You know what? You need to. You're giving me a headache. You're giving me
It
a
is,
headache.
bro. Because you're
No, it's
saying
not.
what's good for it's good for Egypt and Kush, but when Israel and Egypt have it, Israel is the damn devil. Like, it's crazy.
No. I didn't
Like
say that, bro.
that's
I
like
didn't say
that's
that. I didn't say that.
scholarly, like juvenile. Like, that's what
I
you're
didn't
saying.
say that.
You said
If you
you specifically sat here and
I
said
did not say that.
Egypt is you said Israel is a traditional enemy of
You never heard me say that.
of
I didn't say
Kemet
that.
based
I
on the
didn't say that.
Mercantile Stella,
I didn't say
but
that.
you did,
I didn't
man.
say that. That's not what I
You,
said. I didn't say that. I said the quote unquote Nubians did fight with the
go ahead, you
Amu.
can have the last word. I'm gonna
I
fall back
did say
and just
that. I did
listen.
say that. But they also fought with the people of Kemet. Those were their bigger brothers. Anytime they got in trouble, they ran to the south to get the to get the Kushites to help them. If you read primary text, you'll know that. If you read primary text, you'll know that they said the Amu
Help them
were
against who? Give me a specific instance.
They said the Amu were untrustworthy people. They did not respect them. They did not like them.
Right.
If you read the Camo Stele, they are talking about how much he couldn't stand them, and how much he wanted to destroy them for destroying his homeland of Kemet. They murdered his father, and they have the remains to prove that his father was murdered by the Heka Kasu or the Amu. They were considered scumbags who the Kemetic people did not trust. They hated them. They hated their guts, and they said that they did not view the Kushites with that with that high level of contempt in that.
You won't find that. You won't find that in the archaeological record, that hate for the Kushites, but you'll find it for the Nubian.
The Kushites are considered Nubians. They are
they are, but I'm saying specifically as far as what we find in the archaeological record. Like, they really call them vile, like verbatim. They call the Nubian vile. That's like the worst. That's the worst thing you can call a person.
Okay, and I am okay, and I am with you. But you know, when you look into the text corpus, they call the Asiatics vile a lot more.
But see, now that's denial scholarship. Now you're going somewhere else.
Not denial scholarship.
To point it out, but I'm presenting it to you.
We actually counted that they call the Asiatics vile more. in the text for
Okay,
all I
yeah,
can tell.
right. I wouldn't disagree with that. But let's deal with them calling the Nubian vile.
They did.
So we continue to see a record
It's in the
of the
text.
of the Egyptians once they formed their ethnogenesis, or once they had their ethnogenesis, they totally disliked the Nubian and the Cushite. We see
That's
this.
foolishness. That's not true. There
So
was
when
not a
y'all make
total
those
dislike.
accusations
There
against the
was not a
Bible,
total dislike.
hold
Where you
on.
see
So
that
when
at?
y'all make that accusation against the Bible and try to put the Bible outside of the realm of being African based on that argument, when you groan about it, you see that the Egyptians did the same thing to the Cushites and the Nubian
Where do you
Mind
see that
Bangladesh.
at?
and the Libyan.
Where do
So
you
I
see?
mean, what are y'all saying?
I'm gonna
And the
say.
Egyptians
Can I tell you what I'm saying?
were the most intermingled and the
That's foolishness.
most cosmopolitan
That's
place in
foolishness.
Africa. They
Where
had
That's
do
the
you?
most
foolishness.
Europeans in it out of anybody.
But where do you see
So
No,
that
that's
at?
man,
not
y'all
true.
crazy, bro.
Where you? Where
Y'all
you getting
really
the
don't
information from?
understand, bro.
Where you getting the information from?
I get my
The Bible,
information
because you
from
never read
Ptolemy
perfectly.
coming up in
Like,
there and bringing all them Greeks up in there. That's where I get my information from. I get my information from how the Egyptians was the cultural uh New York of its time. And
can
that's
I ask
all
you a
you see in
question,
New
Gideon?
York is colors
Hold
and
on.
different
Hold
nationalities.
on. Let me ask them a question. How many actual primary texts have you read from ancient Kemet? The
Okay, I read
writings.
the one about them eating lettuce with all that other stuff on it. I seen the one about Geb
Where
doing
did
the
you read
biggest
it from?
smalls.
Where did you get it from?
I read the one about
Where did
Sekhmet
you get
about the
it from?
killer world.
Where did you
You
get it
know,
from? Where did you get it from?
huh? It's just different places I grabbed it from.
Where? Right. So now let me ask you a question. Have you looked at the Medu Neter on those, or are you just straight English translations?
What profit would it have me to know the Medu? Like for real, I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be facetious or anything.
Okay, then you know what? Then you know what, Gideon? You should probably stop talking because you cannot tell anyone who studies and listens to people who read the Medu Neter what the text say because you don't really know. You can't read it for yourself. So you're going by other
To
people's
me,
opinion.
bro, to me,
And you're doing, no,
and
hold on,
this is
hold on,
just
hold on,
me.
hold on. I'm gonna let you rap, but let me land my plane. You're doing the same thing you accuse other people of. You're reading European translations and rocking with Europeans as opposed to trying to learn the language yourself because you see no value. And if you're doing that, then you shouldn't be talking to me or anyone else who actually makes an attempt to learn the language and read the text and doesn't have a biased view of their own ancestors. So
Hey, bro, to be for real,
you can't talk to me about
if I
anything about the
really
text
wanted to
because you
learn the
can't read it.
Medu
You
and be
don't
for
know.
real, I would have to read the Rosetta Stone, bro, because I can't put that much faith in Champollion, bro. You know, his launching point is dubious. So I mean, you know, but hey, man,
Right.
if y'all like it, bro, I love it, bro. Y'all can
But
continue to
you're not.
read that. You know, I'm
But you
quite
have to
sure he makes a
you have to
revision every
realize something.
year that y'all
Gideon, hold on.
buy. You
Gideon,
know,
every
so
day,
hey, man, more power
Gideon,
to
every
him.
day on here, you talk to people who read the Medu Neter, who took courses and took time to learn the Medu Neter. And then you're going to disrespect and discount people's work and time because you have never done it. You are
Nah,
Hebrew.
bro,
So you're
bro,
supposed to be able to translate Hebrew. If you
bro.
can't
They
translate
got,
Medu Neter, then you don't know what they're saying. So
bro,
stop arguing with people
bro,
until you learn the Medu Neter.
bro.
Don't know
They
what you're
got people,
talking
bro,
about.
who are fans of Star Trek and they know Klingon, bro. Word for word, bro. Like that's an
See, now you're making
undertaking, bro.
asinine child. You see, now you're
No,
making
I'm saying
asinine.
that's an undertaking,
Now
bro.
you're making
Like
asinine. Right,
no,
right.
that's like nothing.
Just
That's
say no,
nothing
no, no,
light.
no,
So
no.
I'm not
Just
going.
say
I'm not going like like them dudes put time into learning what Faulkner and Budge taught them. Like they put time into that. You know
and
what I'm
guess
saying?
what?
So
You can say, but hold on, get it. You can say what you want to say, but if you're not going to take the time to learn the language, don't quote text to me or people who are trying to take the time to learn the language because you're insulting people's intelligence and you're insulting people's effort to actually learn from their ancestors. You can't
bro,
do that.
all I'm saying
Stick
the
to the
same way.
Bible and quote the
Right.
Bible. Stick to the Hebrew that you know. Stick to your ancestors and do not make an attempt ever to come and talk about something that you don't value. Throw it if you're gonna throw it in the garbage, throw it in the garbage. Don't have any conversations about it because you don't value it. You're trying to use it conveniently and cherry pick things that make no sense in history. And I'm
So
not
what
gonna
you?
like to come on here and insult me with your
But
halfway cherry
I did
pick
not
ideology.
disrespect you, Jose. I would never, bro.
You just did because you're
What, by
trying to quote
saying the
something to me that
European
you
is the
don't know.
father of your translation and your interpretation, for
I
that
didn't.
matter?
No,
That's
brother.
disrespectful.
No, brother. There are people who look like you and I who are considered respected in the Egyptological community, who
Bro,
write
I'm not
books,
talking
who
about,
write
okay,
papers, and you don't know that because you don't read and look into the community to know what I'm talking about.
look,
You're
okay, bro.
gonna read the same European that you told me not to read, and then quote him to me.
Listen, hold on,
You've
Jose.
never read a black author in your life, clearly.
I'm
You've
not
never done
talking
that.
about, the Africans who do work on the middle meta. Okay, so I'm speaking as
You
far as
don't
like,
know what I'm
I'm
talking
speaking
about. You don't
lineage
know
wise.
virgin
When I
lineage.
say the father, I'm talking about he's the one who started it. So are you saying we and us and white people are the same? And like I
I'm
said, I'm not a
saying,
racist.
I'm
Are we the
saying,
same? No, I'm
can I
asking Jose,
answer?
are we
Can
the
I answer what
same?
I'm saying? Let me answer what
I'm
I'm saying.
asking, are we the same? That's a yes or no, because I'm talking.
Hold on.
So obviously we're
So
not.
what
Are you gonna
context?
let me
Are we
talk?
the
Are you
same
gonna
in
We're
what
let me talk?
context?
Are you
In
gonna
what
let me talk?
So
context are we the
if
same?
Are you gonna let me talk?
if Wallace Budge and Champollion is the father, that means our African brothers and sisters who are also disseminating the Medunetta and they got it from him. Since we are not the same, they would be stepchildren.
Now, can I answer what you just said?
So yeah, we got plenty of
Can I
stepchildren
answer
who
what you
are
just
telling
said?
us about the Medunetta.
Okay, let
But
me
the
answer.
fact is the father is Champollion.
Can
He's
I
the
answer?
champion of the
Let
Medunetta
me
for y'all. Go
let
ahead.
me answer you. Do you know that Burge's work is considered outdated and incorrect, and no one uses his translations? Every time they quote Burge, they correct Burge. Do you know that? No, you don't. Do you know that the major authority on these things is not Burge anymore? No. Burge's work was outdated a long time ago.
So he
Yes,
started, and I think it's his brother-in-law who finished it, right? But that is the basis of the Medunetta. That's where it comes from.
no. What it
As
does
Walk
is
Crazy,
no.
and peace
He
to the
was the
brother, he
one.
did not break down the Rosetta Stone for himself. It's no African scholar that got the Rosetta Stone
You're not
because
hearing what I said.
it's under the care of
Gideon,
Europeans. Nobody
Gideon,
got it and broke it down. So y'all
Gideon,
relying on the
Gideon. You're
European.
not
I'm just stating
listening. You're
facts,
not
bro. I'm
listening
just
to me.
stating
You're not
facts. But go
listening to
ahead.
me. You're not listening to me. I
Go
said
ahead, bro. Finish with
yes,
romantic.
that was initial, but those things are considered outdated. We have moved on, and there are plenty of black scholars and black people who have conventions with only black people and break these things down
Right.
and are
All right.
respected in
Right.
Egyptological community with degrees and qualifications. But when you don't study and you just want to white
Hold on,
everything,
Jose, because that's
you
not the
cannot
point we
talk
was
to me.
talking about. Because that's not the point. The only point I was saying was because
I
I
said
agree with all.
I
I agree with
addressed
all
your
that.
point.
What I'm
I
saying is
addressed
the
your point.
father of the
I
Medunetta
addressed your point.
is
I said,
Champollion in them. That's
we
all I'm
no longer
saying, bro. Now we can move on and talk about the great
But
stepchildren of the
did you hear what I
Medunetta.
said?
That's go ahead.
You didn't hear what I said. I said we have moved past that, and they are
Right,
no longer
exactly.
considered
Go
authorities.
ahead. Right.
So stop. So don't repeat it a 15 times. I told you
Man, I'm
we
talking
have moved past
scientifically
that.
according to the data, bro. I'm speaking not emotion
No
and
one
we
is
taking
disagreeing
moral
with you.
victories and all
We're
that.
moving
That's we
on
can't
from that.
quantify that, bro.
No one is
Come on,
disagreeing with
bro.
you. I'm moving on from that to tell you that now in 2026, they have a lot of people who are making inroads into Egyptology and getting degrees, and who are actually in charge of these same people who you are talking about, and actually put together these exhibits. That's what they do. People like Solange Ashby are a member of the Nile Valley Collective. She's in charge of putting together these things. She's high level in Egyptology. But you don't know that because you don't study. You don't know that. These are the ones who put together exhibits and deal
Right.
with these curators. You don't know that because you don't listen.
Somebody got an
Right.
echo.
And I gotta add, and I want to add, hold up, I gotta add that when you say it's the same argument you hear that these FBA people be making about black people, the black history people, scholars and stuff, got their knowledge from white people, as if that as if we don't understand the reason why white people have all this knowledge.
I'm not saying that, man, sir.
The reason
I'm
why,
saying the meta-letters translation
hold up, I know, but hold up.
specifically.
But the same thing that Budge, whatever they did, we know why they was able to do that, why they had the opportunity to do that, and why black people didn't have the opportunity to do the study and research that we could have done. Now that we do have the opportunity to do it, we are correcting the BS that they've been putting out there. And we've been doing that for the past 40, 60 years. They've been out here correcting the misinformation that they've been giving us. And y'all still want to down them for correcting it. It's like, come on, man, we got to stop that.
I didn't down them, bro. I just said
we got a lot of black scholars. We got a lot of black scholars that's no longer dependent on the translations that white people have made. There's no need to depend on them no more because we have black people that can read the language, that can speak the language, that live over there, that's talking to the people, that's doing the research, and coming back and saying that, hey, this means this and this, not this. So we don't have to listen to what white people are saying anymore.
I got you, bro. Yeah. But yeah, that's all I was saying, man. That's dependent on something. And that's what I like about the Bible, man. It's independent, independent. But what's that on your what's that avatar, Jose? What is that saying? Like, who is that?
Jose, did you hear?
Repeat what he said. I was doing something just now. What he said?
No, I was asking you, who is that on your avatar? What is that? Metal Netta or something? Or that's a symbol?
Yes, that's King Tutankhamun. King Tutankhamun.
Oh, you got a picture of his sandals?
Yes, it has Medunecho on it.
Yeah, it got ninjas on it too.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it do. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all gotta stop, bro. That's that denial scholarship, man. Shout out to
you see any ninjas on that? You see ninjas on that? Are you crazy?
On his sandals. You heard what I said, his sandals.
Bro.
On his sandals. He got Nubian on his sandals, man. Come on, bro. Knock it off, bro.
Bro, he also had a cane with an Amu on one end, a Nubian on the other end. Yes, we understand.
He also had a 5-pound gold helmet, bro, but we not talking about that, bro. I'm talking about the sandals, bro. I mean, like, bro, the now scholarship, bro. That's crazy, bro. Like,
there is no. I have no issue.
You should have just said, yeah, bro. He did. You should have just said, yeah, bro. He do, bro.
No. You didn't listen.
Well, y'all just make it feel worse when you deny it, bro.
Gideon, I never said they didn't have beef with the Nubians. I said, yes, he had beef with the Nubian tradition.
We're not talking about that. I was talking about the sandals.
Hold on, let me finish.
Now you're going back to other stuff.
I never denied that. I said, but they also had friendly relationships with them and the relationship with Noahs. It wasn't just beef all the time. Because when they had to fight, they went to get their big brothers from the South.
Bruh, we talk.
You're not gonna.
Bruh, I was trying to change the subject because we talked about that for too long. So you went to talking. I asked you about the thing. You said it was two. You said it was King Tut.
Brought up the Nubian on the sandals because you.
So I asked you, do you got the picture of the ninjas on his sandal? And you was like, he don't have that. You went to talking about a sticky guy. Bro.
In this particular.
All right, bro. I'm just gonna let y'all say anything.
Hold on. In this particular
That's my fault. Proceed, bro. Go ahead, man. So y'all say anything now.
I don't think this would be the one. This wouldn't be the one because he's not wearing any sandals in the picture. So that's
Oh,
not
okay.
that's not it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But they also but they also show you they had that same imagery for the Amu as well, of them being
Right.
bound on a cane,
Right.
of actual floor paintings with all of them and
Right.
him walking all over them. So there's
I
no
ask you where you're going. You
disagreement.
tell me where you've
There's
been.
no
Right.
disagreement with that,
Okay.
bro. I'm not gonna disagree with that. But
Okay.
they did not see the Nubians the same as the Amu. Those were their bigger brothers. They were not
Right.
foreigners. The Amus were Asiatics.
Bro, you know you've been saying that like those 4 or 5 words verbatim, like 3 times. That's indoctrination, bro.
Because you trying to make it seem like they was warring with each other. And, you know what I'm saying? They
Because
hated
I
each
am
other.
correct. I am correct. I read the text to know that they didn't always have beef. They ran to the south to get their bigger brothers, and their bigger brothers ran.
No, they ran to the south to get slaves.
And they were acting crazy.
They ran to the south to get slaves.
Now that's completely
Now
incorrect.
during Hatshepsut time,
They did not practice any type of slavery in ancient Kemet. Now you gotta show me that.
Oh yeah, they ran. Say, bro, listen, bro, they ran the Nubians so far down south. The ones that couldn't keep up, they slaved them. And then y'all say it was only when they went to war, but they went to war just to go get slaves.
No, they did not, man.
So damn if you do, damn if you don't. Like,
you gotta
Hold
show
on,
me that. Where
Hercules.
you get that from? Yeah.
Hold on, Hercules. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna challenge you to put together a presentation, or you can get anyone in your group, the New Torah movement, to put together a presentation on slavery using primary sources, and bring it on this platform, or do it on whatever platform you want to do it on, and show me what you said in the primary text. And then when you do that,
what did I say? I said a lot of stuff.
Listen, anything that you said, whether it's be slavery, whether it be they hated the Nubians, put together a presentation on one or all of those things, bring it to this platform.
What I said specifically about
Jesus Christ platform, whatever platform, and put that information out there to be critiqued. And when you do that now, once you get critiqued, you cannot complain anymore because you put together a proper presentation and people looked at it and either agreed or said it's garbage. So let's do that. And
well, that's no problem at all.
So we can critique your scholarship and say that is garbage.
And you can be the first one up to critique it. How about
so this
we
way
can do it like that?
So this way now, when we do that, you can't say I'm talking out of my backside. I'm hating on you.
I can show you how.
I can respond to what you said, and I can bring up some other sources to combat what you said if I think that you're wrong. So once we do that, the argument is done. The argument is done.
I can show you how Egypt withheld salvation or the afterlife from the regular man. It was only for the Pharaoh at first. Then they afforded it to the everyday man. I could show you that too.
No, there's no primary text that says anything about salvation only being for people.
It's more known in Egyptian spirituality as the afterlife.
Right,
as in the Duat. Only the Pharaoh was allowed in the Duat in the beginning.
Gideon, there's nothing in ancient Kemet in their spiritual system that mentions anything about anyone's status as far as them having an afterlife, or because I'm poor I can't have an afterlife. It doesn't say that anywhere. What it does say is that
I can show you how the Pharaohs was killing all his servants to serve him there.
What it does say is that when you look at what you call in the Pharaoh or the Nasut, he was not held to the same standard of necessarily being judged, because he was already considered a living incarnation of a nature. So he was not the same. He didn't have to be judged. He held a higher spiritual and political position in the country. He was actually considered the highest of high priest.
Well, he was the representation of Heru. He was
But he didn't
actually
have to
God
be
on earth.
judged. He didn't have to be judged. He was considered
Right,
he
right.
was an incarnation of all of them. He was compared to several of them, not just Haru. He was compared to Haru. He was compared to Asar. He was compared to Anpu. He was compared to several of them.
And Jose, what's crazy is y'all purport the laws of Ma'at to be some type of constitution like the Torah, which is not.
Nobody said that.
In reality, what it is if you had enough money to buy the spells and you can maneuver in a duat. If you didn't have no money to buy them, if you didn't have money to buy those spells, that's in the Book of the Dead, because that's what it's referring to, dead
That's
people. You
absolute
know what I'm saying?
foolishness.
If you didn't have the money to buy that, you was just, you know what I'm saying, you just was stuck.
Gideon,
If you didn't have a spell to get around snakes and through all type of, like, you was done.
Gideon, you're being
Come
ridiculous.
on, bro. Like, generally, that's what it is, right? Come on, bro. Don't have me bring it out, bro. Stop.
Yeah, you need to bring that out.
Stop the
Bring it
denial
out.
scholarship, bro.
What is no Gideon?
You making up scholarship.
He is because what it says in the text is when you go into the hall of Ma'ati and your heart is weighed, if your heart is lighter than the feather, you get to go into the afterlife and become
right. But
hold on.
You got a whole path to go before you even get there, and that's what the spells are for.
Bro, they didn't pay for the spells.
And then when you get in front of that lizard, alligator, lion, all that mixed into one, then that's when you profess the law of Ma'at, if I'm not mistaken.
Listen,
and if your heart is lighter than the feather, you don't get ate by the Nile crocodile. So
Gideon, you are conflating so much and you are so confused. What you're talking about is, yes, when people died, they did have something called the Pert Emheru and Gear, which is what they call the Book of the Dead. But yes, they did have that. But when you're talking about other texts such as the coffin texts, which are written on coffins, or the pyramid texts, which are written in pyramids, if you go into some of these tombs, from floor to ceiling, all you see is these texts. So all of these texts, you didn't have to buy books to get the text. They were taught these things from children. It is their culture. Yes, they
those are spells on there, though. Those are spells on the walls in the tombs. So to get those spells, you would have to have the priest put that there. You had to pay for that.
No, that's foolish.
You had to have a certain elite. It was a social stratification in Egypt that would afford you to get that.
You show me in any primary spiritual text where they said you had to have any social stratification or classification. It does not say that. It says if your heart was light in the feather, you'd be able to get in. And yes, there was a process to get there. But it says if your soul was found wanting, you would be eaten by Ahmed, which is the creature you're talking about. There's no social status involved in any primary text.
People and then if you're a servant,
no.
If you're a servant of the Pharaoh, when he died, you gotta die because you gotta serve him in the afterlife.
Listen, yes, they would say that they think that there was a such thing as retainer sacrifice, and people were killed to follow the Pharaoh into the afterlife. Yes, they. I actually read a paper about that. So all right, there's some whatever to that. But if that happened, that only happened during the first dynasty. There's nothing out that practice was not prominent after the first dynasty. It was not prominent. Even if you saw it, it was not prominent.
And don't get it twisted, Jose. I'm not being nuanced. I'm just speaking in like real, like in generalities.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying. But for the most part, what I'm saying is, yeah, I'm just being real general, like.
And that's not good. We don't do generalities.
But it's still true though. It's all still true though.
No. What happened was initially when they found these texts, they only found elite texts and important people's texts. Those were the texts that they initially found. So they made an assumption. Then later on, they started finding common texts and other texts. And they made that up because there's nothing in any of the Kemetic system that says you have to have money to get into an afterlife. It says if you're not balanced, your soul will be eaten. If you are balanced, you can become a Sar. There's nothing in there about anybody's social status. The only one who is exempt would have been the Sud Bidi, or what you call it, the Pharaoh, because he was already divine and above everyone else as far as his divinity and his status. So he never had to be judged. Anyone else would have had to have been judged and found wanting, or whatever the situation might be. So you cannot compare the leader of ancient Kemet to anyone else, because he was considered divine already. He was one who acted out what you call the myths and the iconography of the deities. And if you see that, you know, all of those accoutrements that he had were things that appeared in the text and in what we call the mythology long before. He adopted those things. The Heka, all of those things come from their spiritual tradition. It didn't appear out of nowhere. When you look at pharaohs like Unas was described as consuming the nature and becoming more powerful in the afterlife. Those are descriptions that you don't get with regular people who are not rulers. So that's where you're getting it wrong. He had a different status in this life and the next life. He wasn't like you and I. That's where you're getting it wrong. And they have no purpose to prove that the afterlife was restricted because of people's social status.
Y'all romanticizing the culture, man.
That's intellectual dishonesty. There's no primary source for that.
Y'all romanticizing the culture, bro. Like, real talk, man. I can understand if y'all like Tahuti. I feel like I said, I always go back to Tahuti because he speaks on it as it originally was, at least the best of his knowledge. Tahuti who be having the spiders and all that on them and stuff. Like
how do you know that?
Stuff.
How do you know that?
You know what?
How do you know he has the original understanding? How do you know that?
Because I know the original Egyptians looked at the Netters as real individuals.
No, you don't know that.
Yes, I do.
Know that. You don't know that.
I definitely know that.
No, you gotta prove that, man. That is not true. You keep making stuff up. Or you getting misinformation, man. You getting misinformation.
Right. See, that's the romanticism, and that gives y'all license to form in abstract and you know, like that's crazy, man.
If you say so.
That's real crazy.
We know that it was symbolism because of the way they put it. We know that.
Yeah.
If you don't know that, that's on you.
You would have to say it's symbolism to look at it in any type of credible way. If they look at it as real. That's why I say shout out to Unc, man. He know all that. And I'm just using these terms like because this is how we know him. Like I knew that stuff was fake, man.
Listen,
it wasn't real, bro. We got to be real with ourselves, bro. We too grown, bro. We the first man, bro.
Same thing you say about the Bible. A lot of that shit is fake, and you can't prove.
Nah, that's real, bro.
Where's the body? Where's the bodies of Noah? Where's Noah's body at? Where's Abraham's body? Where's Jacob? Where their tombs at?
See, you looking for the wrong thing, and I guess that's why
Well, you said they real. You said they real. We could prove our ancestors Kemet were real people. We got the tools. We got their bodies. How come you ain't got no bodies of some of the people in the Bible? I don't understand that.
That's what I'm saying, but you're fascinated with materialistic things.
Yeah, exactly.
You ain't gonna find it. Exactly. Egypt got a lot of that, bro.
You can't answer that joint.
No, I just answered it.
Oh man, you right. You ain't gonna find it, but yet we could find bodies for other people for 4,000, 7,000 years ago. But the people, who they wasn't even around. Y'all stories just came around. What 600 BC? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. Look. Watch. The Avengers coming in, Bakwash coming to help you.
He said the Avengers.
Bakwash. I'm going to call Bakwash the Hebrew Avenger, yes?
Shalom to everybody on the panel.
Peace,
Shalom,
brother.
brother.
How you feeling?
What's up, Elder Bakwash, the Hebrew Avenger? He
I got
coming
a
to help you.
I got
He
a
coming to
question
help
though.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Elder, we listening to you. Help your brother out because he
I got a question.
got jumped in the alley.
If you don't mind me asking a question.
Yes, brother. Yes, Elder.
I heard the brother mention about Kemet this and associating us or black people as Kemet. How do you substantiate proof that you're Kemet as far as the majority of us in this country or wherever? How do you establish fact and proof that your lineage stem from Kemet and that you should be practicing any form of Kemet customs and ways?
That your lineage don't come from Kemet. You
I'm
know,
sorry?
and my lineage come from Africa. It comes from the continent on West Africa. That's where my lineage come from. And the thing is that people you do hear brothers ask this question about why we reverence Kemet and all this stuff. It's the same with every people. The white people, their foundation is Greece. And they always study in Greece, and they build up off the knowledge that they have. That's where they have this world from. It's from the knowledge of Greece. And so we should be studying our ancestors as well. And the zenith of African civilization was Kemet. The Chinese do it. The Indian people, they do it as well. Everybody do it. But except for when we start to do it and we recognize the zenith of African civilization, we have black people who don't understand this, want to push back and say, yo, why y'all trying to relate to Kemet? We don't come from Kemet. You can't prove you to Kemet. It's not about proving. It's about having a foundation. And every group of people have a foundation. Western foundation is Greece. And we all know that. And we know, and you could go to the average white person on the street and they won't know, or the white person who has a degree in philosophy, they can't prove their lineage back to Greece or Rome. But you damn sure will. They gonna stand on Plato. They gonna stand on Aristotle. They gonna stand on that. So why we can't stand on our ancestors and their philosophy?
But let's hit him with this. Ask him how much of what we know in the West comes from ancient Kemet. Ask him how much of what the Greeks know come from ancient Kemet. And when you answer that question, then you're going to stop asking me, why do I respect ancient Kemet? Because the same people you're talking about respected ancient Kemet. The Greeks did. The same individuals you say are your ancestors started in ancient Kemet. Everything of value that you have historically comes from ancient Kemet. So maybe you should think about that before you ask me that question. Because if ancient Kemet didn't exist, a lot of things that are validated right now about who you call your people wouldn't be here. A lot of first references to people that you say your ancestors come from ancient Kemet. So be thankful that ancient Kemet wrote down some things, or else you would have nothing to talk about right now.
Well, I don't doubt that ancient Kemet contributed a lot of things to the world. I'm not saying that. And most white people don't look toward Greece when they're searching out their ancestry. They don't. Most white people don't even. 90% of white people don't even do that, I would say. But you say that you come from Africa, but how do you substantiate us as the majority of us in America, black people in America? What part of Africa do we come from? Are we Ethiopians? Are we Kemet? Are we South Africans?
West Africa.
West Africa.
Okay,
the
but
majority of
the
majority of the black people, not just in America, but the majority of black people on the West, in the Western Hemisphere, North and South Central America, come from West Africa. We know this.
What tribe? What nation?
I don't think that's important.
You
Just
don't
like
think
you
that's
said,
important?
wait, hold up, because I never said that white people would search out their lineage. That's not what I said. I said they stand on Plato and they stand on their Greek philosophy. They don't try to trace their lineage back to that because they don't care. Their foundation of their worldview comes from out of Greek.
That's Christianity.
What percentage? I'm sorry. What percentage of white people actually even quote Plato or Socrates? What very few. That's the point I was making. And secondly, if the majority of us come from West Africa. You said it's not important, but to know your culture and your foundation and your origin and what your forefathers really worship and what God they worship, you have to have some source of where they came from and who they are. And what I'm saying is, or what I believe is, the majority of Black people in America who come from West Africa, like you said, they don't know this. They just go, they run right to Kemet, anything rather than West Africa. So I'm just saying, if you are
that's the beautiful thing about being a Black American. That's the beautiful thing. We are a mixture. You ain't got to know which one. You could just go to one. I've been to Ghana. I've been around the Akan. I've been around the Elway and Hausa people. I've been around all of them. I hung out with them. I ain't got to like, man, which one of y'all my family, man? I need to know which one of my. You learn the culture from all of them. And you can adapt their culture and learn their philosophy, because once you realize that the African culture is basically one culture, and it's been proven that no matter if it's west, south, north, east, or west, it's all one culture. They just have different languages, different words, but fundamentally it's all one culture, because they see them, they know that they're all one people. Just like we talk about Western culture. Nobody says, "Hey man, which Western culture you talking about? You talk about the French, the Slavics, you talk about the British, you talk about the." I mean, nobody says that.
So are you saying that the South African culture is the same as the Ethiopian culture, and the Ethiopian culture is the same as the Egyptian culture? Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying all African culture is the same. And if the answer is yes, how do you have some proof to substantiate that?
They all
you gotta venerate
That's not me. That's somebody.
No, I ain't said you was the quad. I said that was Manson.
You talking about the reverb and echo?
Yeah, that's Manson.
Everybody's echoing right now. Everybody's echoing right now.
No, they not. Not no more.
Right.
Okay.
But did you hear my question?
Yes.
How do you substantiate that all the cultures are the same? The Ethiopian culture is the same as the Egyptian culture?
Because they are.
What proof do you have of that?
All of them venerate their ancestors in one way or another. That's
what
it.
proof do you have that they all the same culture, like you said earlier? Whoever that was.
I just said they all venerate their ancestors.
No,
hold up. What the proof is? There's several books. Scholars have already done their history on this, and they've proven it and shown it. That's the proof. We got people like Jahi Johns. You have Kami. Dr. Fukuyao, you have Obinga. Chekin Diop did a whole book on cultural unity in Africa. You got Dr. Kamalu. You have people there's so many people that's already talked about this and shown it in their work. So if you actually really want to know about it, you would actually look it up and try to read about it and study it and know about it. You know what I'm saying? So the proof is there if you want it. So I gave you my references of who is saying it. Now, do you want me to actually pull up the books to show you it? Because I could do that right now.
You can quote how, for example, the Egyptians, if they follow the sun god Ra, is it a possibility that the South Africans or the Ethiopians followed the sun god Ra or Horus?
Yes.
Really?
They have shown you in West Africa where they have scholars have shown you in West Africa where yes, they have Amun. When they're talking about the female rulers of Nubia, a lot of their names have Amun in it, Amani-Renas. So yes, they show you that a lot of these cultures do deal with Amun that you consider outside of Egypt. Yes, they do. They have images. People who have gone to the country have seen images. They have a story in Ghana about a Kemetic priest running from Kemet after the fall of Kemet and leaving tablets and knowledge within Ghana. So yes, they do. They do. They have a connection. If you read the scholars, black, white, green, and yellow, they will tell you there's a connection. They will tell you that they have found artifacts in West Africa, I think even as far as South Africa, in terms of making these connections. They found certain artifacts within the Kemetic tombs that they say come from West Africa. You go to West Africa, the West Africans tell you that they come from Kemet, they acknowledge Kemet. So yes, the culture and the people do say that they are one and the same.
Who says that?
Scholars do say that they are one and the same.
Who says that? Can you give me?
My brother just named several scholars.
Okay, no, I didn't hear. That's why I'm asking who says that.
Yes, he named about 4 or 5 scholars that did say it. He did that.
That says what?
He did name 4 or 5 scholars.
That says what?
That makes the connection between West Africa and ancient Kemet.
Okay, so what's the example that the scholars give that links West African traditions to?
You have to ask the brother who made the statement. I didn't make the statement.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm not going to
wild.
They gave the example, like he said, they gave the example of the spiritual beliefs, the cultural beliefs, and family beliefs. Everything from West to East Africa is basically the same culture, is one culture. And the person I said was Jahiz Johns in his book Muntu. He said it. The brother Dr. Kamalu in his book Personal Divinity and Nature. He said it. Cheikh Diop in his book Culture Unity of Africa. He said it. Theophilo Benga in his book African, Ancient Egypt and Black Africa. He said it. So yeah, we have people who've done the work, and like I said, if you want to if you really wanted to know, you would just look the stuff up and read the books that they write, or even the articles. There's people who's written articles on this as well. What's this guy name? Hold up. There's an article. What's this guy name? Dr. Ada Agada. 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 His brother, this Nigerian, he's a philosopher up in Nigeria. He has an article. I ain't got it in front of me right now. I gotta look it up. He said the same thing. But if you want to be detailed, we put this up right now. Yeah. And I'll read it to you. Yeah. And he says, what page is this? 115. No, philosophy, religion and philosophy.
Are you sharing the screen?
No, I'm just reading it from the book. I'm looking for where he was talking about voodoo. And he was explaining how no matter if it was in Haiti, Benin, whether it was in Kenya, the Congo, all the cultural practices in because that's what he did. He was counting 5 different places, 5 different cultures, different societies, and he was showing you that they were all the same. And that's why they say there's only one African culture, because from the fundamental, they have different words and different language for the creator. They have, you know what I'm saying? But fundamentally, all of it at the bottom, there's only one creator. You have the ancestors, you know what I'm saying? And you have the Orishas, you have the Netters. And that's all over there. That's all of it. And like I said, it's northwest, east, and south. It's all black people over there. That's how they viewed it. And so that's why you say it's all the same.
Is that what it said in the article you was about to pull up? Because you started with voodoo. You sort of expound on that, and that could just be something that they picked up from another group of people or a nation of people. So was that in the article you was about to read, and are you going to still read what you're talking about?
And why do they have to pick up anything? Cultures evolve similarly.
Yeah, but if I have a culture, and
why y'all do this, like trying to connect each culture?
No, listen, that's the point I'm making. If I have a culture and you pick up my culture, initially it wasn't your culture. His statement earlier was that we all, well, I'm not gonna say we, but in Africa, everybody had the same culture. You understand? That was the statement, but that, how do we know what was picked up from other people? As from or attaching yourself to another culture, that wouldn't be the origin of you as a people and your culture. For example, in Rome, a lot of deities and things that people worship in Rome, a lot of people picked up because it was attractive and Rome was a superpower in its time. So I'm saying, how do you know what you're about to read? If he reads it, is not contributed to that understanding that it's just an adaptation from another culture. And initially we weren't all one and had the same culture and had the same ways.
Can I answer that, Bakash?
Yeah, I'm waiting. If he's, I didn't want to cut him off from reading his article as well.
That's not true. That's not true. But go ahead, Jose.
Number one, we understand that when we talk about culture, the oldest culture, the oldest people on the planet are Africans. So we didn't get nothing from no European, no Chinese, none of them. They were not around when we started out on the planet. So we didn't get nothing from none of them. If it's similar, we got it from ourselves. Simple as that. History tells us that. You can't put a square peg in a round hole. If it's similar, Africa is the oldest. Africans are the oldest people on the planet. So if between an African and someone else, the Africans are the ones who would have to take precedent because they are the older ones. They are the parents.
It's fine, but similar does not mean same. So
what
that.
What are the two?
Well, let me use the.
Whoever said they have the same culture.
Well, let me clarify, Ben.
Grossly mistaken.
I'm going to use the word same. It's the same thing throughout Africa, just expressed in different languages. Let me use that word to make you feel better.
No,
it's the same thing.
You're making me feel better.
I'm going to use that word.
It's still a wild accusation. So it's fine.
It's not an accusation. Well, prove me wrong then. What's your basis?
All right, because you're saying culture and you're saying the same, and no culture is the same. And especially throughout Africa, and these people do not even identify themselves as the same. Their culture.
Who told you that?
Their culture developed like all culture around the world. If they are around other people, there may be shared cultural similarities, but these people are developing their own culture out. It's not the same. They may be similar, but it's not the same, and it's not coming from or taken from. It doesn't have to be like that, and I feel like y'all get stuck on that point.
Do you know, for the longest time, the only human, quote unquote, on the planet were Africans?
That's fine.
We are the example of modern humanity. So there was no one else around.
Say that again. Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
I said Africans were the only people on the planet for a long. People that we call Africans were the only people on the planet for a long time. And then other people that developed and came out of Africans.
I don't believe that.
Speaking.
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that. What proof do you have to?
It's not a belief.
What proof? I don't. What proof? What proof do you have to substantiate that? And how far back are you going? And what nation existed during this time to substantiate that?
What I'm saying is people that we call Africans now are the originators of what we are now calling Homo sapien.
I don't believe that either.
Right, because when you talk about Neanderthals are Homo neanderthal. It's not the same species of human.
Are all black people the same? Because all black people would have to be the same. If
all Africans share some genetic affinities, yes. But black people, there are black people in the world who are not quote unquote African, such as East Indians. They are not quote unquote African, but they are black. But we understand in 2026, when you say black, black has become synonymous with African. Because everybody you talk to, the minute you say black, they go to Africa. So we have made black our word now. So yes, according to modern terminology, when you say black, black is now synonymous with African. Yes, it is.
Well, that goes to my original question.
Hold on, I think I'm about to checkmate him.
Hey, bro.
My bad.
You got the floor,
I'll
bro.
share your screen in 1 second.
Nah, y'all gonna keep. You gonna keep talking. I'm
right.
The brother that was just speaking. I think you said you were from Ghana. You from Ghana?
Who, me?
No. The one before you that was talking about we all one and there's one black race. It seemed like he was trying to say. Is he from Ghana?
No.
Where you from?
American.
Nah.
Oh, you Black American?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I
He's
thought I
one
heard
of us. He's one of us, man. He one of us. He come from. Well,
you
well,
speaking right. You speaking now. You're Black American.
yes.
Oh,
I just
really?
been living
Okay.
American.
I hear a slight accent. That's why.
No, because I got married and I've been living in Trinidad for about 21 years now.
So,
you're
so you as a Trinidadian, Trini boy.
I'm not a Trinidadian. My birth
Oh.
certificate comes from America. I'm not a Trinidadian.
You're from
I
South
wasn't born
America.
here. I wasn't born here. No, I was born in Brooklyn.
So I hear such a heavy accent. You don't sound
Because
like
I've
you're
been here for 20 years.
You sound like you're from right up Nostrand Avenue. I hear an accent.
Because
like
I've been here for 20 years. My accent has changed. Clearly.
I've been here all my life. I was born in the Bronx and raised in Flatbush. You don't hear an accent like that on me. Well, I guess it's like your philosophy. You adopt.
Because I've been around.
I'm just playing with you, man.
I'm
just messing with you. I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you.
Right. So my accent, I realize when I hear myself speaking on tape, my accent is definitely different. And it would sound different to people like you. But I can't really hear it unless I hear it on a recording. I have to record it and play it back. Otherwise, I can't really hear the difference.
Well, I'm from Brooklyn and I can hear it.
Oh, you from Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn. Right. That's why I say Trini. So let me ask you. So if a Trinidadian and a Jamaican are standing next to each other, I'm speaking in spirit now, and an African from South Africa approaches them, do they have the same energy and the same spirit?
I would say so. I would think so.
Really?
I would think so.
Okay.
Because remember, no matter where you come from, all black people seem to identify with each other.
But all black people the same.
I explained that in actuality, they have black people who are not Africans. Yes.
No, not East Indians. I'm talking about on the continent of Africa versus Black Americans, or all Africans all throughout the continent of Africa, as well as America. Are we all the same?
On a basic genetic level, yes. but it is a fact that if we're talking about the Yoruba people and other quote unquote tribes, they can definitely see that in their genetics as well. Yes. African Ancestry does these tests and they can point out those particular ethnic groups within genetics. So yes, there is a genetic proof of those particular groups other than just speaking. So there is, yes. But Africans are Africans. That's why they call Africans, because there's a certain phenotype to people who are African. Right? So that's what it gets into because it's really a racial identity. It is. We don't want to say that, but it's really a racial identity. It has become a racial identity, as well as a continental identity. It's not just a continental identity. It's a racial identity as well. And this is where the confusion comes in, that people don't recognize that.
Well,
because Negroid is not Africoid, which means that African has now become a racial identity as well as a continental identity. And sometimes you have to separate the two to understand.
Well, what's the difference? What's the difference of a Negro, with a so-called Negro, and an African?
The difference is Negroid was considered insulting, so they changed it to Africoid.
So in all reality, Africans can be called Negroes.
If you want to be insulting, yes.
Okay. I got a lot of questions. I don't want to eat up your time and be disrespectful, so I'll let people.
You do notice, you do notice, since you're older than me, I did not treat you the same way that I treated Gideon. So just remember, I'm respecting your age.
You talking to me?
In case you didn't recognize that, because I presume you're in your 50s, right?
I'm in my 60s.
Right then. So you are definitely. So I could be your son. I'm 40 years old, so I could be your son. So no, I didn't treat you the same way I treated Gideon. I'm sure you that.
You had an argument prior or something. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I was a little harsh with him, but no, my African culture teaches me I cannot talk to you the same way I spoke to him because you are my elder.
Well, I'm kind of familiar with Gideon from seeing them in
Right.
different pages. And I don't identify as an African. I identify as a Jew.
No. I'm with you, but I'm pointing out to you, due to my African culture, I would not treat you the same way and speak to you the same way I spoke to him because of your status.
That's good. I respect
So I just
that.
wanted to know
Okay,
African culture has taught me something. And that comes from African culture, not to disrespect your elders no matter what. So I'm just pointing that out to you. Since we're on the African culture tip right now.
Well,
I can't talk to you that way.
Our culture tells us the same thing. We believe in the Bible, and our culture tells us the same thing. But it's kind of ironic. What's that?
But that's African. that is an African culture. It is.
If it's an African culture, then why? What are the two main dominant religions in Africa current?
Wait, hold up. Let me play this real quick.
No, you're asking a dangerous question.
Different authors from different motives have
Then he would have to.
Hey, can you hear it?
Yeah, I think it's Kamalu. They all show that the African understanding of spirituality from East, West, and North and South is the same. All right. And in Muncie, he says,
but when the brother just mentioned that Christianity is one of the largest religions in Africa, then are you saying that Christianity is looked at through a African lens?
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's either Christianity or Islam, and at the beginning of his tape, it mentions.
No, we heard it. We heard it.
It's spirituality. You heard it, right?
Hey, A1, real quick. I just added you on that little chess.com thing, so when you want to get it in, let me know.
I saw you.
Okay, for sure.
I request. I added. I accepted it. I'm about to request you that.
And he was talking about I believe Haiti, the Bantu, and I think I forgot. I think it was a South African one, and I want to say Europe. I forgot, but he named them. He was talking about them. I should have wrote them down, but he was showing you, the systems they far apart from each other, but they had the all same stuff in it. They was basically the same. And Dr. Kamalu, he says Africa, all right. And from the Grandmaster teacher, like Marima Ani, she tells us.
I said that their work was not using the African worldview. And they said, what do you mean, what African worldview? Which African worldview? And what that was implying was that, you got all these different languages, all these different groups and so forth, so that we couldn't talk in terms of an African worldview. My work has all been to show that I don't care if you are practicing a Khan, if you are practicing, whatever, or what language you speak or what part of Africa you come from, is that there are certain consistent principles in terms of how we conceive of reality. And that is basic to African culture. So what was happening was, if we go back to colonialism, now we got neo-colonialism, is that the Europeans were coming in and studying African culture. They were defining it and seeing terms of.
So I just wanted to share that, because that's what I was talking about. There's fundamental underlying principles in African culture is why we say that it's one consistent culture and that they're the same. No matter what part of Africa you go to, you can find and you can see that you have the same stuff going on. And I'm just saying, I saw it for myself when I was in Africa. When I was in Ghana, you go to Ghana, to Nigeria, to Togo, it's the same stuff going on. So it's the same cultural practices, even though they speak different languages. It's the same cultural practice, just like in Europe. Nobody questions about Western culture and which Western culture, you referring to which Western philosophy. It's understood when you say Western culture. Everybody understand that. And there's never no issue with that. It's always an issue when we talk about Black people. There's always got to be this issue that we got to have. And we can't come to an understanding that our people are different than Western people. We think different. We act different. Come on, man.
That's nonsense.
Yeah, that's nonsense because there's so much cultural
I'm saying,
diversity within the continent of Africa that even West and North Africans are. It's like it's different.
there are over
You talking about
3,000
Arabs. You're talking
distinct
about
ethnic
Arabs.
groups.
I'm not talking about Arabs. I'm talking about black people only. Don't
What?
include the Arabs. We talk about African culture, black people. That's it. Not the fucking invaders, man. We ain't talking about them.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about Africa. You're talking about over 3,000 different distinct ethnic groups. It's incredibly diverse, and culture varies greatly between regions. All right, North Africa, West Africa traditions could be similar, but they are not the same. And no disrespect to the sister, but I don't understand what she mean by what this underlying continuity of African culture. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't see the evidence. Just like them when they say Israelites are in that or in West Africa, they do the same thing, and y'all fight them over that. Y'all doing the same thing.
Well, we don't believe. I'm gonna speak for myself as an Israelite. I don't believe all dark-skinned people are the same. And then on another level, I don't believe Egyptians are the same, or brothers and sisters with Ethiopians and Ethiopians with South Africans. I don't believe the Creator created us that way, and I don't believe everybody has the same culture. Either you adapted to someone else's culture, or you kept to yourselves and you had your own culture. That doesn't make any sense, because your culture would start at the beginning of your people and change. It might evolve and change here and there, but there's not one culture that everybody was following and they evolved and they just broke off a little bit. That just really doesn't add up. We're not the same. Just like Chinese and Japanese, they're not the same. They're not the same. So I don't think that just doesn't make sense to me. Y'all still there?
Yeah,
we here.
Because it don't make sense to you, don't mean it's not true. I mean, that's fine.
Not true though.
That's true, but you don't have anything to substantiate. You don't have anything to substantiate.
Already substantiated, man. Just because you didn't understand what they was talking about doesn't mean it's not true. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's just because you don't believe it. You know, you could believe what you want to believe. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean that it's not true, and you have to prove it that it's not true.
Well, I was going to ask you that question.
My sources and I gave you the foundation, and just like you said, it's your religious belief that makes you think that way as well, and that's a part of why you're not understanding it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing on that. I asked a question: what are the two dominant religions in Africa right now? It's Islam and then Christianity. Now let's look on the Christianity side. In the book they read, it substantiates what I believe. In the book of Genesis 10 verse 5, the nations are divided into their nations based on their language and their cultures and their lands. In the Islam, it states the same thing. So you have the continent of Africa following two different religions that believe that all nations are not the same, and nor do they have the same culture. So
correct. You're right. You're right on that point. Mm-hmm. I can agree. I would agree with you on that point. But I guess our misstep was, I guess our misinterpretation or our miscommunication was that I thought we was just talking about African people without the influence of the Arabs or the Europeans. That's
what you're saying sounds kind of racist.
Came in at.
What I said, me, or the brother that was just speaking.
No, well, what Master is saying sounds kind of racist. Sound like 18th when you just lump African people all together, or they got the same culture. It's all the same. That sounds kind of racist. Sound like old racist theories, old racist ideas.
You talking about the brother?
And you're negating the nuance of African cultures that don't fit together.
Yeah. He just lumped the Songhai in West Africa with the Swahili in East Africa, with the Bantu people in Central Africa, and the Hausa in South Africa, and the Zulu and the San people all together. It's like they
So,
and
so
they.
you would have to show that they don't have same cultural values.
No, you will have to, just because you
We already showed it.
because you
We
no,
already
because,
showed it.
listen, the book
It went over
says
your
what
head
you
because
said.
it
It
went
doesn't
over your
provide the
head, and you
evidence.
don't understand it. Don't make it not true.
Listen, whatever you posted made the claim. It does not provide the evidence. And do you and I'm gonna ask the question, do you know the type of evidence to look for to make that type of connection?
Prove what you're saying, man.
I'm asking you, do you know that? Okay. So can you show a mode of transmission? Can you do that between African
what
cultures?
you said. Don't ask me questions. Just prove what you said. This is not school, man. Don't ask me questions. We ain't in school.
No, you're saying it like
Make
you
your point.
already made the point. Like your point is facts, and it's not. We're starting baseline. We're starting baseline. So I'm asking you, what is the mode of transmission? Like, right, linguistically, right? We can even just do it linguistically, right? Because it's over what, 1,200, 2,100 different languages in Africa. So how can we show that these people are culturally connected and they are doing the same practices, which they are not doing the same, and they don't identify their culture similar to other cultures? So how can you provide us the evidence that no, this comes from here and it connects to here? You can't just say that.
I said
you can't show a source that just says that.
I said it. I gave you the source. Now you have to prove that the source is wrong. We know that most African cultures, we say that they're same because they have the same value and principles all throughout the mountains, northwest, east, or south. And you can just look at the values and principles of a culture and look at the Yoruba. Let's look at the Yoruba.
I would challenge that with, I would ask about Islam and Islam being spread with the sword of Islam. Wait.
I already said, I'm talking about not the influence of the Arabs or Europeans.
But do you know, Master, that Islamic influence is on West African oral traditions? There are oral traditions right now where people saying that they come from Muhammad.
Oh my God,
they come from the East.
Right.
Those are inserted traditions.
Obviously, you can't understand what I'm saying. You keep bringing Islam up. Don't bring up Islam or
Christianity. But he asked you about basically Berber traditions before that. You know what I'm saying? Because before Islam spread, it was basically Berber in West Africa. So what he asked you the transmission, like what does it look like before Islam comes along?
What does what look like?
What you're talking about, this African spirituality before Islam comes along and imposes it.
Universal African.
The universal system
that he just created.
That's in North and West and East and South Africa and Central Africa at the same. Like, what is it? How does it look like? What does it look like?
They believe in one God. That they believe that the physical world is only existed because of the spiritual world. That they had they believed in their ancestors and they believed in the Orisha, the Netters. They poured libation.
So every culture did
offerings. They made sacrifice. This was a universal thing. All over Africa.
Orisha is universal.
I don't understand. So hold up. I don't understand how you don't see all that all over Africa and every African nation.
It's all over everywhere.
I'm talking about. I ain't talking about everywhere. We talking about Africa, Black people. I don't give a fuck about everybody else.
Once you give examples that's not exclusive to African cultures, it is over.
I'm talking about Black people. We're not talking about nobody else.
Yeah, but you're giving examples that's not exclusive.
Right, because if we can give universal examples, then what you're saying isn't strictly to African. It's a universal principle.
That was never the argument.
They don't have a monopoly on the Orishas, is what we're trying to say. If you're saying that Orishas exist in Africa, we can tell you other.
The argument was that is one culture. You could say that is one culture, and that was the argument.
It's universal.
We say that there is one culture, and African people has a unique culture, and is one.
Okay,
no, there's more than one culture in Africa.
Define culture for us.
You define it for me. So maybe I'm getting culture wrong. So you define it for me.
Listen, culture. Listen, culture is the shared, learned, dynamic system of belief, behaviors, values, practices that define a group's way of life. That's culture, right? So It's what you eat. It could be your religion, right? Could be social habits. That's culture.
Okay.
Can I give an example real quick before Jose jumps in, just to give the distinction? And so when we talk about the cultures, we could talk about the Yoruba in West Africa and their Orisha system. The Igbo in West Africa, they have a different system, Chukwa and Alusi, right? The Dogon in Mali, they have a different system as well. The San and the Khoisan in South Africa, they have a different spiritual system where they have this type of a trance dance where they communicate directly with their ancestors, which is kind of different than the Orisha type of a system. And then we have the Akan spiritual system, the Naomi or Naim, how you would pronounce that, Naomi, and the Abozom in Ghana. So they're all systems are different. So when the brothers say they have one culture and it's all grouped together, like you're just wrong.
You didn't explain how their cultures are different. You just named the systems.
Right. So each one of those systems are different. Do I need to go in deep to explain the differences in the system? Me telling you the difference.
Different is not the same.
Hold up. You just said the names of the system.
It can be the same if you got differences.
Different names, different systems, correct?
No.
No.
That's incorrect.
No.
Incorrect. They can be doing the exact same things.
So if I go through these systems individually and they're in a different function, then that would be correct, right? They would be different, correct?
You're not gonna find anything.
I'm actually looking at them and reading them. So don't say what I'm not going to find when I'm actually looking at them and can tell you. Hold on, brother, and I can tell you the distinctions in each one of them. So I'm sure that you can do that.
So read what it says and tell us what's different.
So do you want to know the difference between the Orisha systems and the Naum systems and the different pantheons? Like, come on, brother. Like, I shouldn't have to go through each one of them. Just say that you're not familiar with it.
Nobody said that.
Because if you were familiar, but hold on, brother, hold on. Because if you were familiar, then you would already know the distinctions, correct?
He didn't say he didn't know the distinctions.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, Jose. I'm talking to you. If you were familiar, then you would know. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me. I'm asking you a question.
I didn't ask you that.
If you were I'm asking you this. If you were familiar, you wouldn't be making an argument because you would be familiar with the distinctions, correct? So basically, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, huh? Go ahead, brother. So you're suggesting that the Igbo, the Dogon, and hold on, brother. You're implying that the Akan, the Dogon, and the Igbo all have the same system.
No, I'm saying it.
You said okay. Well, you'll be okay. Well,
and
then
let me explain to you what I
so
mean.
that's easy to
Can I explain to you what I mean first, and then you can respond. What I'm saying is ancestor worship and ancestor veneration is the only culture that Africans ever had or do have. That is it. That is it. There's no culture that you can point out in Africa that doesn't have that. You can't. You're not gonna be able to show me that.
Okay, Aboriginals venerate their ancestors, so can we lump them in there too? Just because they're similar, or cultures do the same thing, doesn't mean that they come.
Some of those people might say that they're African. I'm not sure, but they might say that. They might say that. I can't speak for them. They might say that they're of African descent.
But when y'all give examples that are so general to any culture around the world, it just doesn't add to the argument. It kind of takes away from the argument.
Okay, I could understand what you're saying, that is not something that's necessarily unique to Africa. I would not argue. I didn't say it was unique to Africa. I didn't say that. I said that is a culture that is definitely African. And it's if you go to every country in Africa, you definitely see that. You can argue if it came from there, if it's unique to there, that's a different argument. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying that culture is the only culture they have in Africa.
Right, but does that mean that?
But then he would be wrong at that as well too. I can name you two off top. Egypt would be one. Pharaonic Egypt would be one, and then we can look at the Himba culture as well. But let's go ahead, because we have to realize, Joey, that the average Egyptian, the average Egyptian, right? It was a state-centered type of a thing. It didn't have anything to do with ancestral type of a worship, right? The ancestor worship was only focused on the pharaoh, right, and the Neteru. So
That is not true. That is not true.
the average person, Egyptian, did not it didn't have anything to do with ancestor worship, brother.
That's totally incorrect.
Let me tell you,
That is correct. That is correct.
Hold on, King J. You can't show me no
You
primary.
know why? Wait, hold up. You know why that don't make sense?
That would never make sense.
You know why it does make? You know why it does make? You know why it does make sense? Because the pharaoh is the only one who was ever buried with the pyramid. What?
No, the people who started Kemet came from South and Central Africa. They came from the South. They didn't come from the North or anywhere.
What does that have? What does that have to do with anything? The direction that they came from, but they actually came from North and South. But go ahead.
Don't even, because
they came from North and South, brother. The Nile Delta is Egypt,
just like the other African people in the South. That means they had the same practices. That means they all were doing.
No, it doesn't,
they
brother.
all understood the
no, it doesn't.
No,
no, it doesn't.
You got
no, it doesn't.
How do you
he
jump
just
that
made
far?
that up?
Yeah, how do you jump that far without any evidence?
They've been doing it before. You think they only came up with spirituality when they founded Kemet?
What
is that? What you think?
You are saying the type of spirituality is universal across Africa. That's what you've been saying, and that is just wild.
Okay, Ben. Let's do this.
Again, I gave my sources. You know, personal divinity.
You didn't give me the sources. You got your own.
Breaks it down.
Okay, let's do it.
You want to learn about it? Look up the book.
Okay.
Read it.
Okay, brothers, let's do this.
Critique his work. Break it down.
Okay.
I mean, damn.
I'm pretty sure a bunch of people already did so.
Okay, Ben.
Nope. I haven't found one yet. You'll be the first one. Go ahead.
Well, Ben, let's do this then.
It's called Personal Divinity and Nature by Camus.
Okay. Well, let's do this then. Let's start small, right? If you talk about Kush, right, and Kemet, they will show you artifacts and different material culture that shows you that they were not different. They were the same culture.
Talking about
one brother. So hold on. Ben, we're starting small here because people are going to try to say Kush and Kemet is not the same culture. I'm showing you that Kush and Kemet is definitely the same culture. We see it in the iconography.
Definitely not.
In that, we definitely see that these are the same people.
You're talking about when you're talking about Kush, you're strictly talking about the South. What about the North? You're acting like the North is not a part of Egypt, and people get that misunderstood. They act like because
we didn't say that.
They act like hold on, brother.
We said the
they
culture
came from. Hold on, brother. No, they did not. They came from Egypt. Listen, Egypt is a combination of the North and the South. It's an admixture. Egypt is not strictly just Kushites. It is an admixture. If you are saying that either, you're alluding. Listen. You're making these statements. Hold on, shut up and listen and let me talk, brother. Brother, shut up and let me talk. You can clarify when I'm. You can clarify when I'm done.
Shut up.
You're alluding to
okay,
it when
come on. We're not about to
shut
start
up
being
what you just said to
disrespectful.
me?
King James,
Yeah,
first
thank
one
you.
telling people to shut up on the panel. We're not about to
I know
start
you
that
didn't say
today.
that.
Okay, let's go. Okay, my bad, but yeah, he was interfering right in the middle of me talking. So all I'm saying is this, brother. When you allude and say that it comes from the South, you are negating the South. It's an admixture of both. Kemet or Egypt, but what you're erroneously calling Egypt, is a combination of Tamehu in the north and Tashemé in the south. We look at the Libyans with that side lock, right? The Euphlock. That's not a southern culture. That's from Libya. That's from the Tahinu. But we see the pharaohs wearing it, brother. So we know that it's an admixture. Guess what? Mayat is not from the south. Mayat is from the north. Go ahead, brother.
Now, number one, no one is saying that there was not two lands that were combined. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when we understand the unification and what we know as dynastic Egypt, that comes from the south.
Brother, unification means both north and south. Unified. You're not making sense. Yes, but makes sense, brother. I'm interjecting because what you just said didn't make no sense.
You didn't want me to interject when you spoke. So let
go
me
ahead,
say
brother. You're right. Go ahead.
Stupid, and then you can tell me that I'm stupid after I finish. when you look at the culture, they acknowledge that Narmer came from the south. And when he came from the south, he came with 4 what they would call gnomes already. 2 falcon, one is either Anpu or the Set Beast, they don't know which one, and the placenta. So that iconography and the Medu Neter on it tells us that he was not a foreigner. He came from somewhere else to unite both of them. The term Nasut Bidi, from my understanding, means one who belongs to the south but is related to the north. And if that is true, they're venerating the fact that the culture comes from the south but is related to the north. Because when you look at those 2 words, there is no word for Upper Lower or Egypt anywhere in there. So it can't mean the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. So now you can say that you think I'm stupid after I finish my statement.
I won't say that you were stupid, brother. That would be just, like the brother said, I'll just say that you were misinformed, right? So you thought that the Naset Biti meant just what?
I said from my understanding, I've heard people say Nasut Bidi means one who belongs to the north but is related. No, one who belongs to the south but is related to the north.
Yeah, you would be incorrect. So Naset Bidi means the sedge in the bee. I'm surprised you didn't know this. We be in the room together all the time, but you be getting beat up. But it's called the sedge in the bee, right? So the sedge will be in reference to the sedge plant in the south, right? And the bee would be the reference to the Nile Delta. So it's a combination of both, right? So when
Accept
you're
the
talking,
challenge, King J.
huh?
Accept the chess challenge. While you
Okay,
talking.
for sure. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna log in on my laptop and I'm gonna play you on my cell phone real quick. But just real quick, when you're talking about Narmer and unification, brother, if he's unifying something, then he's unifying both cultures. He's not just bringing his culture from the south and that's it.
I didn't say that, bro.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I said he came from the south.
We know where Narmer comes from. So what? We know where Narmer comes from. Listen, Jose, where Narmer comes from isn't.
It was a different. Hold on. Let me clarify since you're addressing it. I said he came with what they would call 4 gnomes, and I described the iconography as being Egyptian and them having a quote unquote Egyptian or Kemetic and having Medu Neter.
But Jose,
a different culture.
But Jose, what you're suggesting by even saying that he brought 4 gnomes from the south is suggesting that there weren't already Sapots in the north. There was a pot in the north and the south. That's why it's called unification.
That's not what I said.
What are you saying then? Because you keep saying stuff and then saying that's not what you're saying.
I'm pointing out that when he came, we know he was not a foreigner because the iconography on his palette let us know.
Oh, well, maybe you're confused. We're not suggesting that Narmer is a foreign brother. We're not suggesting Narmer is a foreign brother. That's not the point of contention.
Bro, I didn't say
we're not. Hold on, brother. I'm just clarifying. We're not saying that Narmer is a foreigner. The point is that the culture is not strictly from the south. The culture of the Egyptian culture is a combination. Hold on, brother. Well, I'm just clarifying.
Well, I didn't say
okay. Well, hold on. Hold on. Well, I'm just clarifying because the other brother did. That the culmination is of just from the south. No, it is an admixture of the north and the south. Narmer doesn't just come and just does he with the sword and just implement his culture to the north? No, he doesn't. The word they use is unification, right? And then I gave examples of actual cultures from the north that we see in actually Egyptian culture that we identify as Egyptian. The Sidelot, Mayat. We could talk about the goddess Neith. All of these are northern deities and northern things that we identify as Egyptian. That has nothing to do with the south. So while there was southern pharaohs, there were northern ones as well. The culture is an admixture of both. We see it culminate right there in the middle. What's that? The Badarian area.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
I never said it was a different culture. I said he unified both of them. They were not unified. I never said there was a different culture. I didn't say that.
Well, even then, I would have contention with that because even then, you're saying unified as if they weren't homogenous, right? These were never autonomous city states. They were always homogenous with their own individual temples, their own enzymes, cult fetishes, and standards, right? They have their own gods and everything. They were not autonomous.
But
So
they
you're
were
you're you're
not.
you're you're you're
They
you're,
were.
you're trying to
They
make
were.
it seem as if that that Narmer came and just unified the whole land under, and everybody was happy with it. No, he cut their heads off.
Listen, I never said him.
He
I never
cut
said
their
nothing.
heads off and
Hold,
taxed them. He
let me
made them.
respond.
He
Let me
subjugated
respond.
these
I
people.
never. Hold on, King J. I never
He
said
cut
nothing
them
about.
Arabs' heads off. Yeah. So what?
Listen, no, hold on. I
That's
never
what he
said.
did.
Nah, but hold on. I never said anything about it being good, about it being bad. I never mentioned that. I said
Well,
history.
unification alludes
I
to
said
happiness.
history. History calls it a unification of both of the hemispheres, if you will. I didn't
Of
say
the
it was
Nile
pretty.
Valley.
Kemet was not the whole of the Nile Valley, bro. Sudan and Ethiopia are definitely part of
Brother,
it.
me and you both know that the word Kemet wasn't even in use until 12th century Abyssinia
Whatever.
with the
Whatever.
049 with the 049 determinant. So we know
Whatever. We're not going there. We're not going there.
we're
Let's
not let's
stick it to
don't act
what.
like they even used the word Kemet during Old Kingdom.
All right. Well, I'm using the word Kemet now. Get over it.
Okay.
I never.
They
I'm
didn't.
explaining to you. Historians call it a unification. They don't
Okay.
call it a conqueror, a colonizer, a madman running around killing people.
But what do we
He
know it to
had
be?
a purpose. He had a purpose to
To
You can see
taxate
it how
them.
you want to see
His
it.
purpose was to taxate, to subjugate those people and take over their natural resources in the Nile Delta.
Where does it
And
say
that's
that? Where does it say
the
that?
Narmer Palette.
You made that up.
Are you not reading
You
it,
made that
brother?
up.
Brother,
You made that up. The normal palette don't say nothing about that.
he's holding decapitated heads.
The normal palette doesn't say
What does it
anything about
mean,
natural
brother?
resources on it, bro. It doesn't
Arabs.
say. There's no medunetra on it that says natural
They ain't
resources.
black.
So stop lying. Stop
Brother,
lying. It don't say that
Hey, let me
on
share
there.
my screen real quick. Are you on?
What's wrong with you? It don't say that no on
Brother,
there.
it doesn't have to say it for us to know what happened,
Be
brother.
quiet for a second, please, brother. You're misrepresenting the palette.
You
Doesn't
act
say
as if these
anything about
people,
natural
you act as
resources.
if these people were happy to get their heads
There's
cut
no
off.
medunetra on there that says I want to kill people with natural resources. It don't say that on there. So stop
Wait,
misleading.
hold up,
It
y'all.
doesn't say that.
Hold up. I'm about to go. Hold up. So I typed it in, I didn't feel like, looking for the book. So I wrote Diop wrote a book called Cultural Unity of Black Africa. How do we see a cultural unity when there are so many different African cultures? And AI responds, checking the Diop argument, the cultural unity of Black Africa is that underneath the surface level diversity of thousands of languages and customs, there is a shared cradle of a culture, the Southern Cradle culture, what he called it, that connects the continent. And that's what I was saying. They have a shared culture all throughout the continent, which Diop shows. And AI, the what? I don't want. It's kind of long. It gave me a kind of long answer, but I'll go through it slow for you. I don't feel like reading the whole joint. I'm gonna go down to the conclusion. And where it says, bottom line, Diop isn't saying all Africans are the same. He's saying that they share logic of existence that is distinct from the European, Euro-Asian logic, which again was what I was saying.
Not what you were saying.
That is what I've said. That there's one culture all throughout Africa, and it's not the same as European culture. You know what I'm saying? Even so, I mean, that's what I said. But basically, they showing you that throughout the continent there is a social culture that you could say fundamentally that's the same. And that's why the people say that there's only one African culture. We say this is just one culture. They have the same stuff. That's why they say it. It's, as they do it with most people. But anyway, man, I gotta go. It's late for me. I gotta get up in the morning. But y'all have fun. Y'all have fun with that.
Before you leave. Hey,
I'm gonna stick around.
hold on before you leave. I want to ask you a question real quick. Peace to the panel. Hey, I wanted to ask you, how do you know that those was Arabs that Narmer conquered? Like, do they have what sense?
He didn't say that.
What information do you get that they was Arabs?
I got that from the brother. I got that from brother Cambone, Obadele Cambone. He wrote it. He just got a new book he wrote out, but he showed it. He did a lecture on it. He showed it in his videos where he broke down the stela, and he showed you that they're grabbing them by the hair, and he was explaining that's how you look. You can see the different strands of hair. That's how that's not black people's hair. So he broke down the palette and like that. And so that's where I got that from.
But he didn't say Arab, did he?
So, but yeah. He said
Amu. Black people we got all type of coarse woolly hair. You know what I'm saying?
He was showing you it was the strand hair. It wasn't woolly hair. It was the strand hair. And then that's pseudo. No, you got to look up his work. He demonstrated because he didn't just show it.
Got a YouTube or he wrote it in a book. What is he showing this on? He did a lecture.
Yeah, he did both. He got a YouTube video on it.
Put the link. I want to check it out. Because I got to see this. Because I never seen something that said that they was Arabs. So if they was Arabs, so is he uniting the Arabs with the Kemetic people? Because he united northern and southern Kemet.
Wait a minute. Did he say Arab?
He was killing them. We talking about uniting them.
But did he
no,
use
he
that
said
word Arab?
We just call him Arab today.
Oh yeah, but that's not
no,
Arab.
He said Amu, the Amu.
That's Asiatic. That's not Arab.
Yeah, Amu is Asiatic.
That's Asiatic.
Western Asiatic at that. It's not.
They the same to me. They the same to me. I don't give a fuck.
No.
I gotta go.
No, you got Afro-Asiatic. Where do you think Afro-Asiatics come from?
Not the same. The Amu was indigenous people.
I'm just saying, bro.
Hey, Capone, you ready to get beat up?
Same thing.
Bro, you gotta deal with our Shay first, man.
Capone, hey, me and I stay on the 15. We already set up for that.
I told you pick a hole. I said
Capone,
pick a hole where you want the body.
I'm ready to have this conversation tonight with you. We can just go over, give us a good 15 minutes, and we can just just go over it, hash it out.
You want to have a weigh-in?
Yeah, let's do a little weigh-in just to see where we at with it, brother. Because the more I look at this information, brother, just unbiasedly, brother, I don't see why you still just as a historian or a scholar come to the conclusions you come into. And so I just really want to just see where you at with it.
Brother, you're not ready, brother.
I'm more than ready, brother.
To say Abraham came from the north when the Bible literally says the Chaldees, you're incorrect.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Hold on, the Chaldees was in southern Mesopotamia. Chaldea is in southern Mesopotamia.
Okay, so let's deal with that.
Also,
let's go point for point before you go further, so we won't get just lost in it. Because I want to deal with that.
No, I'm just going to say my 2 points and then.
Well, okay, go ahead. Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
Because I got to take notes if you're doing it like that way. Oh my God, just look at my phone. Is that me froze or you?
3 points right there.
Is you breaking up, brother? Or is that on my end? So
yeah, that was me, bro. I probably need to come in on my other phone.
Okay, so I might jump. Okay,
that's me. I'm finna come in on my other phone.
Okay. But let me see.
I'm listening though.
I'm gonna wait till you come back. I'm trying to jump on A1 with this chest though.
That's the debate I want to see. J and GD.
A1, accept your
Give me like 15-20 minutes. I'm folding these clothes.
Okay, for sure.
Oh, you gonna see it.
But yeah, Capone.
Right, so I gotta come out of here. Go ahead.
So we'll just deal with 1 point at a time. So the word Chaldean, brother, when you're referring to the Chaldeans in 900 BC, the word is Kaldu. Kaldu. We can just stay right there. K-A-D-U. Kaldu. Those are the Chaldeans that appear in southern Iraq 900 BC. The Bible does not mention the word Kaldu. The Bible says Kasdim. Kasdim and Kaldu both can be the Chaldean. The word Chaldean can be used as Kaldu or Kasdim. That's the confusion. So when we say in the Bible, when we see in the Bible Kasdim, they're referring to the children, well, the nephews and the family of Abraham, the descendants of Nahor, the sons of Chesed, which are Kasdim. That's plain to see. Now, when I bring up, I want you to hurry up and get back, because when I bring up Urfa, right, and when I tell you that it's anachronistic to use Chaldean of Ur in referring to the Iraq location, that's correct, because there is no location during that time period, but there is Urfa. Urfa is contemporary with Jebel Tepe, 9,000, 10,000 BC. So that is an actual trading post, location, historical place. So I'll wait for you to come back before so you can unpack it before we, go too far into it. But I just want you to deal with knowing that historically there is a place during that time period that Abraham could have actually been to that was actually called Urfa, right? Which is 16 miles away from Haran, which is another 16 miles away from Nahor. We could assume that this is the geographical location that went in, I believe it's in Genesis 22, when Abraham sends back to, get for Sarah, I believe, he sends him to Padam Aram. Not 600 miles away to Iraq. So I'll just wait till the brother to get back. Hey, one of the brothers in the back, but Capone, remember he said he probably stepped away to do them clothes, so give him a second.
So what's the debate that you guys want to have?
There you go, right there.
The debate that we having is the location of the biblical location of Chaldean of Ur. Is it in Iraq or is it in Turkey?
Yeah, so what you said, so Abraham relatives don't have nothing to do with this. Chesed, his nephews and stuff, that has little to do.
Why wouldn't it?
Because the Bible says because it doesn't. That's before they was born.
What's before what was born? So listen.
Nahor children is before Abraham. When he says Ur the Chaldean is really from Nahor, right?
Right.
I mean Terah. My bad, I said Nahor.
So there's a geographical location in Turkey called Taraki.
Okay, that's
it's a northern location.
Yeah, these are all modern concepts. These are all modern concepts. The authors, the revisers or the redactors, whatever y'all want to call them, they put Chaldee for a reason. It's to identify which it was, because you got Iraq in the north and Iraq, and you have in the south. So it was in
Stay right there, Capone. Let's stay right there. If I stop you when I think you're wrong, we won't even have a further conversation.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, because the time period wise, you say the reason why it's anachronistic is because there is no 9,000 of Chaldean in 9,000 BC.
Oh, really?
That's why it's anachronistic. I mean, but there is an Urfa in the north.
It's not anachronistic.
There's not what?
It's not anachronistic. It's not anachronistic. It's not anachronistic.
If it doesn't exist, how is it not?
Josephus even says it in his writings. It's not anachronistic, right? It's something that you just don't understand. That the Chaldeans, who the Greeks call them Chaldeans. It's in the Greek, so you're going from the Greek Septuagint. Hold on, let me finish, brother. You gotta let me finish.
Go ahead.
The Greek, the word that they use, that the Greeks use for someone that knew astronomy, we'll say astronomy or astrology today.
Games there, brother.
No, it's not. I'm
because
telling
it's
you.
Kasdim. The word is Kasdim.
Oh, bro,
The word that the
listen,
Greeks,
bro,
brother, you
listen,
messing up.
brother. That's where the word came from. So what I'm telling you is
let's
the
identify the
Greeks would
Chasdim.
call them Chaldeans. Listen, brother, I just let you go. The Greeks, allow me 2 minutes. The
Go ahead.
Greeks would have called them Chaldeans. The Bible says Kasdim. Kasdim was
Right.
only used in the 2nd millennium BC.
No. Brother, we've already established that Kasdim means sons of Kased.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it doesn't.
It doesn't. No.
Brother, now you're making it up, brother. Now you make. I can
Talking
I
about
can
it
show you
means
this, brother.
sons of Kased. No,
Yes.
that's not. No, listen.
Brother, what is the plural? What is the brother? Stop, Capone. What is the plural form of the word Kased?
Kasadim.
Okay, so therefore they existed. And who would these people be? They would be the sons of Nahor, correct? That would be alive.
Brother, that's not who.
Answer the question, brother.
Hold on, listen.
Answer my question.
Listen, bro.
Answer
So
my-
listen,
just-
you can't go
just
to the
answer my
listen, brother. Listen, you can't go to the text and then disregard the information from the previous text.
Brother,
You
I'm
can't
asking
do
you a
that. That's
question.
the faulty premise, bro. You can't go to where it says Nahor's children name is Kasdim, but then you rejecting that Abraham and Nahor is before them and Terah, and they all came out of Chaldea. They all came out of a place named Kasdim. You can't go and then run and say, oh, their kids was named Chaldean, so that's why they called them the Chaldean. You can't do that. Now, when you go to the Strong's, it tells you it's for an astrologer or a proverbial or a proverbial of that people, meaning it's a proverb for people that deals with stars, that deals with the stars. This is also in Joshua, where it says that the forefathers, they worship the stars.
I can dig it, brother. So let me just act. Let's do it like this. So I because you have already a preconceived notion, so it's going to be hard to just for you to answer questions, right? So let's just do it like this. Let's erase everything from our head and let's just come to logical conclusions, right? So before 1924, before Leonard Crowley makes the discovery at Tel, whatever the freak we want, I forget the name of, however you pronounce it. Before he makes this discovery in 1924, and trying under the pretense of trying to prove that the biblical origins in Mesopotamia, right? This is what Crowley is out to try to prove: biblical historicity in Mesopotamia, right? He discovers some royal tomb and attributes it to Abraham. Only under the pretense because it said this tomb looked like it could be the tomb of a king. Before Crowley says this, where was the Ur of Chaldeans?
The Chaldees, the land of Chaldea always been southern Mesopotamia, near Babylon.
Brother, it wasn't before 1924, before Leonard Crowley made the discovery.
That's not true.
That's a fact.
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true. Because
yes, it is true, brother. Leonard Crowley
hold on. Look. I'm finna tell you why it's not true. Because Josephus' writings, and we found Josephus' writings before that, by the way. In Josephus' writings, it says, in the city of the Chaldeans called Ur, in southern Mesopotamia, verbatim. So it's no running around it. So it ain't no that they thought that the Ur was in the north. Josephus says it was in Mesopotamia.
Yeah, but Josephus is relying on a biblical text, but
well, it wasn't called the Bible back then. So
obviously,
Josephus is relying on the Tanakh, the Torah.
He's not even relying on that. He's just relying on traditions. So
he's relying on Jewish traditions. That's where you know it from. That's where you know that.
Exactly.
So Josephus is credible in this sense, right? He's more credible than some 1929 excavator. I'll tell you that.
What?
He's more credible than a later excavator who was trying to, whoever he was talking about, he's more credible than that person. Now, you want to have this conversation about Josephus? We can.
No.
You know, well, I heard you. Matter of fact, it's funny that you. It's funny that you take that stance, because I heard you try to use Josephus as a reference, as a source. Talking to Cut Him Up one day.
A source for what?
Bro, you said something, I forgot what it was, but you mentioned him, and you was like, nah, because Josephus said this. And then, but then the next day when I'm using Josephus, oh no, well you getting that all wrong and all this. That's why I said, me and you can have a conversation.
That's why
I know that you subscribe to Josephus.
But you don't can't even remember how I was using Josephus, so I don't really know how to respond to that.
Well, you can recall the moment you was having the.
Josephus says things, that are just, demonstrably not true. He says things that when he's spot on, he's spot on. When he's not, he's not. I mean, you don't just use everything he says as just the end all be all. Oh, because he's a later author. No, you grab it for what you can get out of it. And if it's historically reliable, then it is. If it's not, it's not. But Josephus say some crazy stuff. So.
Like what? Like give an example of one of the
like you trained a 21,000 man army, this magical army that came out of nowhere that he personally trained for the Romans.
And he says this in his writings.
Yes, he does. He says it in his writings.
I know he was a general. He was the general. Know that for sure.
Trying to get beat up, brother.
You finna get beat up. I want this quote. I want this exact quote about this army.
You want the exact quote about this army that he trained? I got you. I'll do it right now.
So being questioned, because when we first initially brought up this conversation, you was on his side of the of the argument, right?
Because from my understanding,
I want to know just from listening to the conversation, information. Have I been?
No, I wasn't on his side, King J. But I'm saying that what the text is saying is referring to Kasdim in the South. But the traditions behind the text might be referring to either one or both at the same time, and just later on gets kind of clumped into one narrative. So. And I told you earlier, King J, I kind of can see your point. I think it's a good point.
Yeah, but just because it's places that's named, that has similar names and stuff, that don't mean that they name those places like that for a reason. Because Terah, when he left, Terah is the one that left the Chaldees. He took his family. Nahor died. So Abraham, Haran, they all went to in Latin. They all went to Haran, which that's why the place is called Haran. Because
where did they leave from?
They left from Chaldea.
Hold on, no, you making that up. Where was Terah at?
They left from Ur.
Wait, hold on. Quit using them words. Just answer my question. Where is Terah at? Where is Terah, the father?
He's in Ur.
He's in Ur.
Yeah, okay,
so hold on, stop. You just said that Terah is in Iraq, correct?
In Ur,
but we have historically Taraki is in Turkey, and it's next to Haran. Right, so Terah is the father, so we have him in the north, not in the south, which is next to Haran, which is next. Huh?
How long was it named Taraki?
That's been the name.
How old does that name go back?
So for instance, like the name Urfa, before it was Urfa, I believe it was named Edessa. I believe it was Edessa. right?
that's
But
right.
it
See,
dates,
see, you
but
making
hold on,
my
but
point.
listen, no, you're not. I'm not making your point. I'm showing
You
you how
making
it's
my
not. Hold
point.
on, listen, brother. I'm showing you how it's not an acronym because these places actually list. Urfa dates back to 10,000 BC.
You know I got that in my
It's
slide, bro.
contemporary. How far is
The
Urfa from
Urfa is
Gobel?
really
So you should
named
know. So
Odessa,
I'm asking,
which
answer my question.
that defeats your
So you know
whole
I'm
northern thing,
familiar. So
though.
I'm familiar. It doesn't damage my argument at all. That
Yes,
being
it
Odessa.
does.
No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does. Hold on. We gonna get Ben Eden take on this. Ben Eden. Now I got this in my slide, ready. That Urfa was later named Urfa. It was really named Odessa, right?
Mhm.
From the damn, I forgot which people. I forgot who named it Odessa, right?
But these Aramaics,
That
Aramean.
hurt. That what I'm saying, that hurt his argument
No,
because
it
he's
don't.
saying that it's Urfa and he's relating Urfa to Go ahead. I want to hear your take on that, Benny.
I don't know what was the question again.
I said that Urfa, right? That's a later name. It was named Odessa before that. And I'm telling him that hurt his argument about saying that the Urfa is talking about
How old is the term Urfa? I mean, I'm not.
It's modern. It's modern.
No, it still predates the 900 BC Chaldean Iraqi date. I still believe it's like in
Well,
the
say how my
8,000, 5,000 BC. It was Urfa. You know what I'm saying? It was originally Odessa 8,000 BC. I think that's kind of like it wasn't. It's not contemporaneous at all. With
That
it
hurt your
doesn't matter.
argument, bro.
But my point that I'm making is that Urfa is contemporaneous with Jebel Tepe. It's like 8 miles away. So these are my point is that these are are major King's Highway is around this area. These are major trading areas. Like so, we would think somebody like Abraham, would be in this area. Tarada is supposed to have some little wealth. So all I'm suggesting is that if we have an empty slate and we adding up everything, okay. His father's name is Terah. We have a Taraki in the north. 10 miles away from his nephew Haran. His brother name is Nahor. We have a Sarid. All these locations are located in the southern area of southern Turkey, which is close to Canaan, which makes it which is a lot closer than the 600 miles that would be from Iraq into the land of Canaan, which there is no Euphrates rivers to cross over to even give them the name of the Hebrew to cross over the Euphrates. Right? So that would cancel that off completely. They wouldn't even be named Hebrews. Also, when I keep going back to Genesis 24, where Abraham sins and goes back to where he's from, and they go to Padan Aram. They go back to in Turkey. None of this has anything to do with Iraq. The only and I asked the brother the question, he never answered it. Before Leonard Crowley's 1920 discovery, where was the Ur of Chaldea?
Well, you gonna get
And he
smoked.
didn't answer it because he would have to give an example because the consensus, even in the Talmud and most historic sources, would tell you, oral traditions would tell you that it was a northern location. They're
You gonna
known as
get
Aramaeans. They're known as Aramaeans. Who's Aram? Who's Aram? All these, so you know what I'm saying? Like all of this is northern Turkey. None of this has anything to do with Mesopotamia. All of this has to do with Leonard Crowley. You're getting that everything
So
that your brother has to do the hinges off of Leonard Crowley's 1920 Mesopotamia discovery, trying to put the Bible in Mesopotamia. That's it.
hold on. So you saying that so is Urfa in Mesopotamia or no?
So during that time period, it would have been called the northern Mesopotamia, yes. But today it's called Turkey.
So it's in Mesopotamia.
It's in Turkey.
Is it I'm saying the map of Mesopotamia during the time that it was called Mesopotamia, right?
It would have been located in northern
Mesopotamia
Mesopotamia.
at one point in
So
time.
to be specifically, it would have been probably located in Yam Hadad.
Is it in Sum? Is it in
Yam Hadad?
No, what I'm saying is
Because we
Urfa
had the kingdom of, we
in
had the kingdom of, we
Mesopotamia,
had.
or is it outside of Mesopotamia?
Brother, I just gave you the exact name. Familiarize yourself with what I'm talking about. The Amorite kingdom of Mari, right, would have been before the Yamahad kingdom. So the Yamahad kingdom would be literally the Hittite kingdom. So just imagine the Hittite kingdom when I'm saying Yam Hadad, right? Basically. So think Hittites.
Yeah, but that ain't what I'm talking about, bro.
That's what I'm talking about. You asked me a question. You asked about the geographical location of where Mesopotamia. It wasn't called It was so it would be considered northern Mesopotamia, but to be exact, the exact kingdom is called Yam Hadad. During that time period, about 2000, 1800 BC, would have been referred to as Yam Hadad. Not northern Mesopotamia.
So it's not in so it's not in Mesopotamia.
Yam Hadad would be considered northern Mesopotamia.
So is it?
Which is today's modern day Turkey.
So is it Mesopotamia or no?
Which time period are you talking about? Are you talking about 2026? It's Turkey. That time period, 2000 BC, it was Yam Hadad.
So that's not
The kingdom. I thought I said it in a good way. That the kingdom of Yam Hadad would be located in northern Mesopotamia.
Yam Hadad.
Look it up, brother. There's an Amorite kingdom.
All that just means is
there's an Amorite kingdom.
The two rivers. All it means is the two rivers.
Right. So brother, follow the conversation. What is Abraham supposed to do? So listen, right. So what does Abraham supposed to do? He's supposed to cross over what?
Bro, why you study going into crossover? That has not. Listen,
brother. I'm just giving you the location, brother. All this. So listen. So listen. This is a northern location.
The crossover part happens when Terah and Abraham, Terah's father, takes his family out of Mesopotamia. That's how they crossed over.
So listen. So is that where you're getting confused at? When they're saying northern Mesopotamia, you're just automatically going south and not knowing that northern Mesopotamia is Turkey. You don't understand that. You don't listen. You don't understand that the Taurus Mountain is in Turkey,
brother. It says Chaldees. That's exactly. Listen, hold on. Listen. This before any archaeology. No. This before anybody did any excavations.
Right.
Before it said Chaldees.
Exactly.
Hold on, bro. Listen.
Exactly. I'm following you,
brother. You have to listen.
I'm following you,
before
brother.
Anybody did any excavations or anything?
Before
the text said Chaldees or it related to Chaldees.
Exactly.
That's an identifier.
So let's stay right there. It's a geographical identifier. Yes. So where do we go to?
Geographical identifier.
Yes. So let's go right there. So let's stay right there. So let's stay right there. There is no southern location to identify during this time period. There's only a northern location. Let's just stay right there. There's only a northern location. So when I keep saying Kasad and the sons of Kasad means Kasdim, during this time period, that's who they are.
You talking about?
Listen, this is who they are.
I want everybody to hear this. What time period are you talking about?
Between 2000 and 1800 BC.
So you saying between hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm trying to say it
straight. So you're saying in 2000, in the second millennium BCE,
yes,
there's no southern location in Ur of the Chaldees. There's no city there.
There's saying
only one in the north. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Urfa.
All right, let me cut you real quick.
Urfa. There is no such thing as a Chaldean, except listen. Now I can say what I'm trying to say. Between the time period of 2000 1850 BC, the word is Kasdim. He's using, or I don't know if he's trying to trick y'all up, or he's just really confused about the word Kaldu. The Greeks are misusing the word Chaldean in reference to the 900 BC Chaldean, who are the Chaldeans that are in the southern area of Iraq. During the 2000 BC period, which would have been the time period of Abraham, the Chaldeans were referred to as the Kasdim, which would have been the sons of Kased. This is what I'm saying, and this is
Oh, so
what
you
makes
saying that
this is
the
what
Greeks
makes
messed
sense.
it up?
And this is the Greeks messed it up. The translators messed it. Yes. Because they had,
You can't make this up.
hold on, brother.
Let's
Listen,
get this straight. So the Chaldeans that the Greeks was talking about, you saying these are Haran's children, correct? That's one thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the. So hold on. If you're asking for clarity, let me clarify. These would be called the Kasdim.
Stay right there for a second.
The Kasdim, the sons of Kased, or not the sons of Nahor, are called Kasdim.
Okay. One of his sons was called Kasad.
Yes. So listen, and these people as a whole are who we're going to be calling later Arameans, brother. Okay.
Oh,
they're
so
going to be called
Arameans.
Yes, they're going to be Arameans, brother. Brother, what is Padam Aram?
I thought they was. Wait, hold on, brother. You jumping
brother
around.
Abraham in 22, and brother, you will die with Abraham in Genesis 24, verse 3 through 4. Brother, Padan Aram means what, brother? Abraham saying he's from he says he's from Padan Aram.
Hey, how long y'all finna be on?
Until he get ready to.
Hey, how long you finna be on? You cutting it short tonight?
No, I ain't cutting it short. Do your thing.
Hey, so I'm finna take an intermission. I'm gonna be back in like 15-20 minutes.
Bet I'll find something to play or something.
Capone, when you come back,
Y'all can play the top of game chess. I'm coming right back though.
I'm over here doing laundry, man. I was listening to y'all. I'm folding all these clothes.
Hey, let's jump on the chest.
I'll be right back. Give me like 15-20 minutes.
I'm over here.
Probably 10. Probably be shorter than that.
You have went to auto abort on the last request.
So he coming back to debate that.
He know he getting beat up on that. He don't have a talking point about that. It's really just a 1920 discovery that he's hinging his whole argument upon, that it's being replaced by the northern theory that I'm talking about. It's just too much archaeology that supports it. But we're humble that I've been looking for him late night. I ain't really been seeing him late night lately.
Shit, we was on here last night.
Y'all was on here last night? I'll be sick there. I'll be missing y'all then. I'll be trying to catch y'all. I'll probably be dozing off.
Yeah, he took the show on the road tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I was over there. My phone died. I had left. I was on the.
What you mean he on the road? What that mean?
He went to go support Super Wavy Channel tonight.
Oh, Wavy, yeah.
We was over there early.
When he want to do stuff like that, he still should do it on this channel. Just stream it.
Yeah, we ain't had time to figure it out. For real, this was already running. He was supposed to come back and do another show. He was supposed to interview somebody at 10 o'clock, but he ain't pulled back up. I wonder if he's still over there.
In that way, Wavy guests could have been, what I'm saying, just joined on this platform too. Maybe one big little. I think Wavy is an atheist.
I'm not sure. Prince
Peace, man. Oh man, I'm feeling good, man. The Creator is kind. What I'm saying, salute to the family. How y'all feeling?
Amazing. Peace.
Good. Peace. What y'all rapping about?
We got a new Owaspy.
I study everything. Owaspy just one of the dopest books I got.
So you like the name Cosmo? You're a child of Cosmo?
Excuse me.
I'm a child of the Creator. But Cosmon is an era that we in currently today. It began 1881, sometime around there. I'm sorry, 1848.
So you deal with the age of procession?
What is that?
Procession. So actually, if you the date you just gave me, if you added to 2,400 years, I believe it's every 2,400 years is the age of procession. We probably about right now, kind of maybe.
Oh, dig, yeah.
You feel me? It's like
Yeah,
a zodiac,
it's definitely a system in
an
order.
age of time. Like
Mhm.
they said, we went into like the age of Pisces now. You feel me? Like
Right. The ages of Aquarius and
Mhm.
the Cosmos era is a similar way of measuring time.
Mhm.
The
increments of how much? What is a unit of time in the Cosmos era?
well, each arc cycle is a roughly 3,000 year period, but there's different blocks of time that are different measurements of time.
Mhm.
So a cycle or an arc cycle
Mhm.
is generally 3,000 years. The Cosmos arc cycle began in 1848, and we're
Mhm.
currently into the 170th year of that 3,000 year arc, which the word cosmon means balance. It actually means right now, today, but it also carries with it the understanding of the coming of balance between spirituality or spiritual things and physical things amongst all of humanity collectively. So the planet, in a sense, right now, our
So
Earth.
it talks about the metaphysical and the physical.
What talks about it?
What you kind of described.
Oh yeah. Well, it's definitely everything is one. You know what I'm saying? Physical and spirituality is really one. Your spirit exists within your physical body, and when your physical body, your mortality sheds, your spirit will continue on. You know what I'm saying?
Is that subjective?
It's practical. There's a practical framework for it,
Mhm.
an objective. See,
Because nobody can never.
I'm an objective spiritualist,
Mhm.
so it's not based on what
Because
I believe.
I can never have win a conversation with a person like that because everything they say would be based upon, like even with the debate I got coming up about African spirituality, I feel as if the brothers, you know, is so for instance, if he attributes everything to a deity, right? Technology or engineering or the pyramids, you may say the pyramids. Well, Africans had science because they built the pyramids. Well, no, that might not be science, if they're attributing the success of that to a particular deity or a god, right?
Well, objectively, the pyramids are a structure. We can see it, so
hmm So is that
we can.
engineering or is that
Right.
okay. hmm
Objectively, as we look at it, we see
hmm
engineering, we see mathematics. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
So, you know what I'm saying? That can't be
But
subjectively.
somebody like you would say that knowledge came from God.
No. Well, in a sense, all knowledge, wisdom, and light in the whole cosmos comes from the Creator, the
See?
source of all knowledge. He's the Creator is the only one that can call himself all knowledge, the one who comprehends all things, past, present, future. There's nothing that the Great Spirit don't know. See what I'm saying?
Is
So
there
anything that we receive,
Mhm.
anytime that you consider a thought and it makes sense to you and you figure it out and you gain that wisdom, that light was turned on by the Great Spirit, the source of all wisdom. You dig what I'm saying? You didn't just
So
come up with that on your own. That it makes sense because the Creator turned the light on in your mind.
well, wisdom and knowledge equals understanding.
Correct. So any and all knowledge, wisdom, understanding, discernment, discretion, all of that comes from the source of it.
Uh-huh.
See what I'm saying?
But I don't attribute that source to a deity.
Me neither. The Creator is not a deity. The Creator, the Great Spirit, the source of all, is not a deity, a God, a Lord. Matter of fact, the reality, the practical way of understanding it is to know that all deities are gods were once mortals like us. A God, Lord God, those are all titles given to angels who are high raised.
So you
in the, in the
anthropomorphize spirits and give them human attributes to better
no, no, no,
understand.
no, 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 no. So the thing about it is, all spirits of the dead
Well, see,
are still alive. Wait, let me finish my statement. Let me let my plan real quick so I can make it clear to you what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
All angels are one-time mortals. Simple and plain, practically speaking. So when you die, you're no longer considered a mortal. You will be called an angel or spirit, right?
So that's unpractical because I've never.
So what is your grandmama? Where's your grandmama? The one, your great grandmama that passed on. Where is she? Where is her spirit residing? What is she doing? Right? What is she doing right now?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying.
Hopefully,
and that's an honest. That's an honest.
Yeah,
That's a very honest answer because the thing is,
looking down on me, but I really don't know. And that's the
of
thing.
course.
Nobody has ever came back and told anybody anything.
Well, the most practical way that I have found in my study of over 20 years is that our spirits and the spirits of our ancestors who passed are still conscious and living, doing things right now today in the atmosphere that wraps around the earth. So when somebody asks me where my grandma,
so you believe in sort of a purgatory sort of a state, right?
It's not a purgatory state. It's just the progression of man after mortality. It's a practical.
When are they going to transition?
They already had. See, the spiritual plane. See, this is what you got to see. The atmosphere that wraps around the earth, we call heaven. Let me ask you this question: do you feel like the heavens that wrap around the earth are just a barren waste place?
Brother, just before we say this, because you believe in the Earth's vortex, I don't.
No. I'm saying
I
the
don't believe in that.
atmosphere. I'm saying the atmosphere that you breathe. the heaven. When you go outside your front door and you look upward in the sky, do you believe that atmosphere, those heavens, are just a barren wasteland and there's nothing there?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I believe there's something outside
unseen.
Yeah.
In the unseen world, the spiritual world. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to explain to you now is that I don't believe that is. I agree with you. I don't believe that is a barren waste either. Matter of fact, I wouldn't say believe, but I damn near could. I know that the spirits of the dead are living in the kingdoms that we can't see in the atmosphere, as above, so below. So just like we on the earth, we have governments, we have schools, we got hospitals, we got places of recreation, we got places to go to study and learn.
So if I wanted,
that's going on right around us in the atmosphere, unseen to mortals.
So if I wanted to describe that spirit as energy, would you be opposed to that?
Are you energy and motion?
Yes.
Okay, so no, I would not be opposed to that. All spirits are energy. All of us are a source of energy that is sparked from the source of all, the great spirit. We're connected directly to source. There is no middleman. There's no God or no savior or no Lord between you and the creator who made you.
You made yourself.
In your spirit, there's a place.
From what you said, you made yourself because.
No, I didn't say that. The creator created all that I see and that I am. All that my body contains came from the creator.
You are the creator. Well, the creator. Wait. Let me say it like this: the creator would be when all of the energies are back to the original source at one. That is the source
of all life. The source of all life.
Which would be masculine and feminine.
Correct.
Energies. Correct. Both combined.
I agree.
To be that.
Correct, 100%. The creator, to double down on what you're saying, the great spirit is all. Simply put, in the most simplest way you can understand it, everything that is a part of the source of all.
Do you have female angels in your doctrine?
Of course. Matter of fact, the highest raised angel to ever come to our particular planet, Earth, was a woman.
Really?
And matter of fact, once you understand what lords, gods, and saviors and all the ranks of angels are, you'll understand that the God of the earth, we don't even have a God of our earth today. We actually have a goddess. The God of our earth today is a female.
Let me ask you some better questions then, because I'm not familiar with your doctrine very well, but so because it sounds like a little like Gnosticism, because it sounds like the person who is reported to start your theology had a divine revelation. Is that correct?
What you do? You just Google some shit real quick.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm rolling up right now. Actually, I'm on top of my head. But
I'm about to roll up right now. As you said that. That's what's up. Yeah,
but
nah. So basically, all
That
spiritual,
explains it.
all spiritual texts on the whole planet. I don't care what spiritual text you're reading: Quran, Kabbalah, Bible, OSP, Ethiopian. Any spiritual text that you read on the planet has been purported to come from an unseen source or an angel in the spiritual world or a God. You see what I'm saying? All the prophets receive revelations from the spiritual plane.
So,
am I lying or is that true?
So could you receive a revelation?
Well, yeah, we do it constantly. Every single person, every day.
Mm-hmm.
But the Creator doesn't teach what the higher light of His truths. He don't teach it over here in America one way and then have it taught differently or the same but differently in another place. All the Creator's logic and understanding and doctrine are all cohesively one. When He say "Thou shalt not kill" in the Bible, He say "Thou shalt not kill" in Quran, "Thou shalt not kill" in Kabbalah. Everything says "Thou shalt not kill." Love your neighbor as yourself. That's the golden rule in every spiritual text.
So is the Owaski a continuation of any other older traditions from the Bible? Is he supposed to be like a prophet after Muhammad?
Nah, the Owaski ain't nothing like Bible, Quran, the Book of Mormon. It ain't like none of that shit. You have to, when you read it, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I'm gonna keep it 100% on some wisdom shit with you. If you want to be wise and smart, just download the PDF version of Owaski online and just start reading it. And you're gonna start to see for yourself what the fuck it's about. Everybody on here want to argue and fuss and fight about this, but I have multiple Owaskis and I've been reading that shit for 4 years straight. And I got big homies like Selah Shalom, Kazman Cal, Malachi Maccabee. Them niggas been studying Owaski 10, 12, 15, 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can tell when they talk too.
You know what I'm talking about?
Like
and
those are the biggest. Those are the biggest idiots on
it's
online,
nothing. See,
bro.
you see how my homie just started talking slanders in an Owaski? It's nothing.
No, I'm not talking slanders.
There's nothing.
There's nothing. The
There's
Owaski is trash, bro.
Wait, hold on.
But
what I'm trying to
it's
tell
the
you,
most trash book you can read.
It is trash, y'all right. But
if
guess
you
what?
haven't read it, if you haven't read it,
wait, y'all right, real
you
quick.
ain't gonna know.
Hold on, because I was just finna say this in your defense. Y'all right. He seems to be different than the other ones. Like he has more of a practical outlook on things. Like he might, if it's some bullshit in there, watch me. He'd be like, "Yeah, bro, I don't agree with that, but I take the
Oh hell yeah, bro! I'm with that with any book.
Yeah, King J.
I'm with that with
see
Bible.
King J.
That's the thing about me, bro. Like,
I appreciate your movement towards unity all the time, bro. But some of this shit, man, you can't synthesize
but
with
I'm gonna keep
logic.
it 100%, man. In the creative gang, you gonna keep it real first. So if I read something in Owaski that's evil, I'm gonna say that shit sounds off. If I read something in Bible that say something off, I'm gonna say that shit off. If I read something in Quran or Mormon, whatever the fuck the book is, you see what I'm saying? I'm a grown
language,
man.
gentlemen, language.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a grown man, bro, and I don't have to lie
So
to myself.
here's the problem with the Owaski and a lot of other things, right? So
What's the problem?
I head more to the Torah. Here's the problem with the Owaski, right? Is that you can clearly see where and how it was constructed, right?
Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
No, it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
We can't
It's
we
horrible.
can clearly see how the Bible.
It's horrible. Because I'm taking from the words of the creator of the Owaski himself.
Sound like you about to start lying on some shit, but go ahead. Man.
Yeah, I'm about to lie on you and everybody else you claim that reads that trash. So the problem with this is, right, is that first it's based and steeped in white supremacy.
Lies.
Now,
You ain't
those
read the
of
text
you who
clearly, man.
adhere to it, watch your mouth, man. Those of
You
you
already
that
lying.
adhere to it,
I don't know who's
those of
talking
you
right
that,
now, but he's lying.
first of all, listen, that's the problem. Those of you that adhere
Please,
to
one
it,
mic, Judah. You did
All
this
right, let me
last
roll this
time you
blunt.
came
I'm
up
gonna
yeah,
mute
here.
my mic.
those
I'm
of
gonna mute
you,
my mic and roll this blunt while you spew these lines. Go ahead. Go ahead. Whoever talking.
yeah, just don't swallow it. So those of you that adhere to it often overlook the fact that it tells you that whites are superior to blacks. It's right in the text. So, and just so you'll know, probably in this community, outside of the clowns you just named, I'm probably the one that has studied the Owaspie more than anyone else. You can actually go on my channel and see the breakdown. So I'm not just up here slandering, right? I'm just telling you what I know about it. So when you deal with Nubral, like he takes parts of Buddhism, he takes parts of Catholicism, he takes parts of Christianity, he takes parts of Zoroastrianism, he takes parts of things that he learned from Madame Blavatsky. He takes things that that he learned from his travels abroad, and so he meshes them together. So it is clear, right? So when he writes things that he claims that he receives this ethereal knowledge of, that at one point Ra or Asar was the god of the world. Then he punches a time card, and then Yahweh takes over, who's ruling the world now. Then at one point it was some other god that was in control of the world. It's a hodgepodge of psychedelic tropes. It has no basis. It starts to, and so what he does is, it's real funny. Uh, he just takes what he already has acquired. Say like the term Jehovah, right? Simply because he changes a vowel in it does not mean he's getting some type of original knowledge. All he's doing is playing games with the text. Nobody even rocks with the here's the problem. The founders of these different types of religions, most of them have found to be either schizophrenic or have some type of mental issue, or involved in some type of pedophilia or child sacrifice. These things are prevalent all in the history of Owaspie. I'm doing a series now on the Nation of Islam. Like these things are prevalent. A lot of these were COINTELPRO programs, whether people understand it or not. They were created to infiltrate black communities. Like you could read the Owaspie today, and I promise you, if you didn't know that it was coming or it was labeled the Owaspie, you think you're reading the Epstein files. That's a fact.
I'm reading now. That sounds crazy. I just want to ask the brother something real quick in regard to his text and see what he agreed in kind of regard to what you just said, Yara. So it says in the Lord's fifth book, chapter 118, it says, "Shall ye not wed with the drooks, the dark people, lest your seed be polluted?" So that's one example I want to give to the brother. And then it says here in Owaspie's Lord's fifth book, chapter 117, it says, "The Lord singled out the purest and married them, giving 2 women to 1 man according to the law. And the heirs of the wisest and most virtuous were wiser than their parents." So I just wanted to ask the brother what he thought about those 2 verses in particular.
All right. Oh man. Yeah. Here we go. All right. So let me say a couple things. I'm gonna answer your questions first and foremost. First of all, the term "druk" in Owaspie has nothing at all to do with skin color or race. Did y'all hear what I said?
I hear you, brother. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so the word "druk" has nothing to do with skin color or race, and it has specifically to do with when it says dark, it's talking about your spirit being dark, your spiritual grade being low, demonic, meaning you're a warrior, a murderer. Those are dark people. A pedophile, that's a dark person. So when you say the word drunk, it's a dangerous spirit or a dangerous mortal. Well, actually, a drunk would be a dangerous mortal, like Donald Trump, like Benjamin Netanyahu. Those are drunks. And they're not black, are they? No, these are white men. So a drunk could be of any race. You got niggas that walk down the streets and shoot a nigga for another brother for having a different color on. That's a drunk. Does that make practical sense to y'all?
No, because that's not what New Bro actually writes and says. He says the exact opposite.
With your spiritual grade. Okay, so if you, and it also has to do with being able, with being incapable of receiving spiritual light, right? So a person like Yara, who's talking to me now, he's incapable of understanding what the hell I just said. A drug don't have nothing to do with skin color, according to Owaski. Matter of fact, the copper-colored people in Owaski are the highest raised spiritual people in the book. The brown-skinned people in Owaski are the actual highest spiritual people in the entire world. If you ever read Owaski for yourself, you would clearly read that. But since y'all just want to talk mess out y'all milly mouths, disingenuous, and shows your lack of understanding, man. It shows y'all are actually acting like drugs.
Yeah, that's fantastic. But New Bro said that the drugs would be equivalent to the Hindu people or the Indians. So those are who you're calling the drugs, and that's because he traveled over in those areas.
You drunk?
He traveled over. Hold on, he traveled in those areas.
Donald Trump is a drunk. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Listen,
Mike Cosmo, let y'all rough.
Hold on, bro. Listen, bro.
All right, go ahead.
Listen,
I'm gonna mute
bro.
my mic.
What
Go
I'm
ahead.
telling you is that the author, the originator, the person who created the term drug and defined it, does not agree with you. He tells us that the copper colored people are the much more higher civilizations of people because he studied for years in India. And that's who he would call the copper.
About? What the
That's
hell
who
are
he
you
called the
Bruh,
copper colored people.
On some real shit. What in the hell are you
Watch
talking
your
about?
language, sir.
I'm talking.
Language and decorum. Prince Cosmo. Hold on.
Language. I respect you.
Prince
I respect you,
Cosmo, man. Let me
A1.
get
You already
in the
know I
corner
respect you, cuz.
like the referee, man. What's
Yeah,
going
that's
on,
what
man?
I'm saying.
Last
Like,
time
You know
we
I respect you. You know I respect you, A1. My
I
bad.
know, but I want you to respect
I'm gonna keep
yourself
it
too
light.
by watching how you respect
Yeah,
yourself.
it's all love, my bro. I just get frustrated when people just come on here and just start lying, bro.
but
They
like I
haven't read
said,
Owaski. Hold on. You haven't read the book for yourself. You Googling stuff.
Wait,
and
no.
you're
It's on y'all right out. It's actually on y'all right to finish. I made him
All right.
stop so that way I can tell you to stop.
All right, go ahead.
yes, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the brother just didn't listen to what I said initially when I came on here. Like, I've done several series. I've even debated against your brothers. So I have several teachings and breakdowns on the Owaspis, the origin of it. You can go on my channel now.
Very good.
On the New Torah movement, and I break down and I talk about New Bro, and the Owaspi. I talk about the Faithist movement. I talk about the people that he, Man of Blavatsky, the people that he gleaned from. I talk
First of
about
all,
the
we do
two.
the same thing, cuz. If y'all follow
That's
our
cool.
channel,
That's
we
cool.
do it.
Listen. I know who
But we
Shalak
bring out
Shalom is. I've been on his
the
channel.
actual truth, and we bring out the actual reality of who John Newbro was. What matter of fact, it's written in Owaski. If you ever read Owaski, John Newbro's statement on how it came to be is plain as day in the introduction. It's not rocket science. Ain't nothing trying to be hidden and no secret. Bro. It's plain.
Okay.
If you learn how to read and just think for yourself, you will be able to clearly understand. If you really searching for the creator, if you're trying to, you know what I'm saying, you can read any book. But the point is, how can you apply these spiritual practices to become a better human being to serve others. That's true worship. That's what
I'll
true
tell you
worship.
why.
So,
When
so
you
like my
said,
brother, like my brother was saying earlier, see, y'all worship deities. Y'all worship gods. A god ain't nothing but a title given to an angel in the unseen heavens, right above your head. So if you worshiping God, God was once immortal. All angels were once mortals like us. You ain't supposed to be worshiping no deity at all. The creator is not a god. You see what I'm saying? Owaski teaches all,
I see
shows you all
nothing
of
of
that.
what you're saying. So when you say New
You worship
World
Jesus,
talks
right? You
about,
worship Yeshua,
when you
right?
talk about, no, I do not worship Jesus. No, I don't. When
Or
you talk
Yeshua, I
about
mean, you
New
worship
World,
Yeshua. You a black
when you
Hebrew, right?
talk about, hold on, when you said you made a statement, you said New World talks about himself. He breaks himself down in the book. That's wholly untrue. The Waspy that you guys are reading was changed after his death
No, it
because of
wasn't,
some
bro.
of
We
the
got the
fantastic.
original plates. You see,
It
unlike
would.
you, y'all don't
Can
have
I
the
finish my
original Ten
statement?
Commandments. I'm just saying, you
Can
talking, you talking
can
crazy.
I finish my statement?
Go ahead, I'm
I've
muting my
done
mic.
the work already, so I'm not just talking. I've done the work
You are
already. I've done
just
the
talking
research.
because we actually do the word. You
Prince
No,
not
I've done the
crazy.
work
Cosman,
already.
Prince Cosman. You gotta let him finish, and then you respond, and he let you
I've done the work.
finish.
Yeah, this is not
I
any.
know
I
it's
mean,
it's
this is
triggering sometimes when people are
yeah,
coming for what you study and believe in. Uh, but you got it, man.
yeah,
Take a deep breath. You got it. Hit that L and let y'all land this plane. Go ahead, y'all right.
yeah. You gotta. I mean, anybody can study it. After John Newsbro died, the people that picked up the movement after him, they rewrote the first part, the introduction of the Owaspy that Newsbro. He felt was too fanatical and too fantastical. So when they began this journey to the faith, they're now called the faith
Hey, is that
movement.
my phone doing that? Y'all right, you cutting up.
Yeah, that's right.
It might be me. Can y'all hear me better?
We can hear you
Yeah,
better.
you were just going in and out a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. So when the faith in the faithless movement, after Newborough died, they had to rewrite it, right?
You still doing it?
Is it still me?
Mm.
Yeah, they had to rewrite it because it was too unbelievable that they were losing people. I'm in contact constantly, at least twice a month, with someone who was a part of the Owaspy and Faithist movement. So he sends me his work all the time. Yeah, that's a nice book. He sends me his work all the time. It's what he does. Um, he breaks this down. So uh, he's been on my channel several times before. I've interviewed him. He's actually a part of the Owaspy. So what is clear to him and even other faiths is that what you guys are doing are synthesizing it so that it appeals to blacks, and it was never written for black people. Newsboro says that. He says that black people or drugs where black people could not even have the capacity to understand it. So that's why he says that.
Are you done? Thank you for that. Thank you for speaking those words. I appreciate it. I appreciate you bringing light to this so we can clarify some things. I'm gonna go. I just showed you. I got the book of the Owaspy right in front of me. I'm gonna go ahead and turn to the glossary dealing with this drug concept and just read in the glossary Owaspy. Since y'all don't read it, I'm gonna read it for you. All right. The term drug in Owaspy. Hold on, let me get to it. It is a low-level mortal, one who desires no spiritual light, one who cannot understand spirituality, an evil man, comma, a warrior. Has nothing to do with skin color. It has everything to do with your lifestyle. Are you able to receive spiritual light or not? Yes or no? If not, you're a drug. Wait, hold on. Are you an evil man, a warrior like Donald Trump or like Benjamin Netanyahu?
Is your matter of fact, do you serve a God who claims to be a man of war? If so, when you analyze yourself, you can determine if you're a drunk or not. If I tell you the Creator says, thou shalt not kill, but in your mind, you feel like you got a right to kill, then you're a drunk. If the Creator say, love your neighbor as yourself, but you determine within your own heart that you can hate your brother, then you're a drunk, no matter what color your skin is. You dig that? Do you comprehend that spiritual light? Yes or no? If not, you're a drunk.
Okay, I think he's not. That is a modern interpretation. That is not the original interpretation that John Newsburn intended. It's not what he wrote. Because if you go into the actual Owaspy and read it, it'll tell you that the drugs were dark complected people. Now, for those of you who continue to say, oh, a drug can be anybody, no, that's
You're
not
still
what he
choppy,
said.
Yara. You real choppy.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
He
It does.
choppy because I'm cutting him up like a tree.
I want to ask the brother something. What's the difference between this Owaspy and narcissism? Or have you heard of narcissism?
Yeah.
I asked him about that earlier in regards to people receiving
Y'all been
revelation.
asking me a lot of questions, and I think I've been answering them pretty clearly and directly. I was going to
It's
ask
just
a question.
a different doctrine. You're not saying anything different than anybody else, brother.
Let me ask you a question. Most of y'all in here,
Yeah,
well, I don't know how
enlightenment,
all y'all think.
that come out of the Gnostics.
Can y'all hear me? I was going to ask a question. I don't know. I'm just going to ask a blanket question. If you worship God, somebody need to mute their mic. I can hear somebody echoing Sonnet or something. But I was saying, most of y'all tote the Bible, the Torah, and the God of the Torah he states that he's a man of war. And in 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3, he commands King Saul to go into Amalek and kill everything living, including the suckling babies, the titty babies, the ones still on the mama nipple. Right? He says slaughter them. And then in a prophetic verse in the book of Psalms, chapter 39, I believe, it states that Israel is one day gonna make their enemies their slaves, and they're gonna take their babies and dash their heads against the stone. That's commanded by the God of the Bible. So my question to y'all who tote the Torah is, on that day when that quote unquote prophecy is fulfilled, are you prepared and willing, and will you dash your enemies' babies' heads against the stone? Yes or no? Be careful, because if you answer wrong, it's going to prove if you were drunk or not, whether you white, black, brown, purple, blue, or pink. Are you going to kill the babies when that day comes? Yes or no?
Yo, Capone, you came back. You ready for that conversation?
I told you, bro. Pick a hole. Yeah, I'm back. I'm ready. What's up?
Wait, is that in the Owaspy, Prince Cosmo?
No, that's in the King James Version Torah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say what? Because I'm playing chess, but I'm paying attention. But
You will never hear Jehovah, the Great Spirit, the one ever present, inspiring you to kill anybody in a while. You only see evil shit like that in the King James Version Torah.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas want to talk mess about Owaspy, but your Torah is commanding the murder of innocent babies.
Man, cut it out, man.
And historically, your people did it over and over and over, even to the point of eating their own children in the land of Babylonian captivity. They ate their own babies, and God told them that they was gonna do that.
Woohoo, man!
You see what I'm saying? So y'all got issues in your book before you start trying to come over here to the Owaspy talking mess that you ain't even read Owaspy. I've been reading Bible since I was born.
Mm-hmm.
My granddaddy was a pastor. My daddy was a pastor. My brother's a pastor. My brother-in-law is a pastor. All I do is read Bible and spiritual text my whole life. When I came into this Owaspy, nigga, I was like, yo, Owaspy means earth, sky, spirit.
What's the 10 Commandments?
Look, the 10 Commandments is have no other creator above the great spirit, number one. And to love your neighbor as yourself, to not kill, to keep the Shabbat. You dig what I'm saying? To honor your mother and your father, you know, to not covet, to not commit adultery against your wife. That's the 10 Commandments. I know in my heart. I grew up memorizing that shit every morning.
That wasn't 10. That wasn't 10.
Which one I missed? Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder.
You said about 5, 6.
No, nigga, we gonna start from the top. Have no other gods before the great. The one I said is don't have no images of anything in the heavens above on the earth.
Idols.
Okay. Earth, and bow down yourself and worship them for that's idolatry, right? We got a problem with most of y'all niggas who worship a man sitting on a throne up in heaven that you call the Son of God. Y'all worship a man. That's an idol. That it has form and figure. See, Owaspy teaches you that the Great Spirit is everywhere in all places right now today, giving life to all. And you can't see the Creator with your eyes like you see a man sitting on a throne.
The scriptures don't say that you can see him. So
no. The Bible teaches you that your God is Jesus or Yeshua. You worship him, and he's gonna judge the world one day. He's gonna come back with 10,000s of thousands.
Okay, but according to that, where does it say that we saw him?
Wait, Abraham said he saw him. Jacob said he saw him. Matter of fact, Jacob wrestled him.
What does it say? What does it say? It says 3 men appeared unto Abraham.
That y'all consider to be Yahweh or the Trinity or the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
I mean, there was 3 angels.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. A God ain't nothing more than an angel who was once a mortal man. That's what's in the Bible. God.
All right, bro. King J, you ready, bro? You ready to finish this, or you still, or you getting whooped over there?
I'm right here. I'm ready to. It's really been over. You ran off when we started talking about Eartha.
I ain't run. I had to go do something, bro. That's all. I'm back now. I've been back. I heard y'all cutting y'all up over here.
Y'all dollars a butter knife. He ain't cutting nothing.
So basically,
like James Brown said, like
we left off with the Greeks, right? We left off with the Greeks
talking loud, but ain't saying nothing.
Me messing up the definition of a Chaldean.
So the argument is really just in between Chaldean and Kasdim, but you I don't see how you getting messed up because
Chaldean is Kasdim.
That's the error you're making. They're two different people.
No, they not.
No, brother, listen. My argument will be that the Chaldean are strictly a southern Iraqi Chaldeans that don't come until the
wait. King J, for the sake of argument, can you not use modern geographical terms?
I'm not. I think
ancient geographical locations.
So, brother, that's why it's anachronistic because they don't exist. You're the one who's doing that.
You're the one. You being anachronistic. You talking about southern Iraq? We not, we not talking about before they even had Iraq. We talking about Mesopotamia.
Brother, it wasn't. So you saying that the name was Mesopotamia in 2000 BC?
No, I'm saying to refer to this place in ancient time is either Sumer or Mesopotamia. That's the correct scholastic way to refer to this location that we're talking about.
No, it's
Just read.
actually an It's actually in a CAD. So there's
Yeah.
actually those locations, so you can actually say It's in southern. Yeah, I mean, so that's fine. I don't Sumer, right? A CAD, those locations. So I mean, you can say that. That's not. Those are the right terms. I would say this: Iraq. You got Iraq, Nippur, Tusa. Those are the southern locations. So when they're talking about Kasdim, we are particularly talking about a time period 2000 BC. Kasdim exists 2000 BC. Kaldu do not. That's
Right.
the distinction.
So now
Kasdim,
I see your problem that you have.
Kasdim exists. And why do Kasdim exist? Kasdim exists in 2000 BC because Kasdim are the freaking nephews of Abraham.
So historically,
900 BC they don't exist.
So historically, do Kasdim exist?
So this is what happened. 900 BC, the word Kaldu and the word Kasdim both mean Chaldean. When the Greeks translated the word Chaldoi, it's CHLDOI, Chaldoi, right? Chaldean.
Yeah. That's how you say it in Greek.
Right. They're
yeah.
Exactly. So there's the confusion lies between Kasdim and Kaldu. We know Kaldu don't come until 900 BC. So when they're saying of Kasdim, we have to understand they're talking about the nephews of Nahor, or I mean the nephews of Abraham, which are the sons of his brother Nahor.
Hey, I got a question because I'm listening to y'all conversation. You said that they were around 900 BC, right? I mean 9,000. What'd you say it was?
My argument is that Urfa exists. Is contemporary with Gobo Tepe about 9,000 BC.
9,000, 12,000 BC. Go back like Tepe. Go back like Tepe.
Go back to 9,000 BC though.
No, 12. Go back like Tepe. Go back 12,000 BC.
I'll be fair with that. So we can range from 12,000 to 9,000.
Yeah. Well, it ain't 12,000. It's
yeah. If you look it up right now, it's gonna say 12,000.
Right. So this strengthens my argument as a northern location, because the brother has no argument. The only thing your argument.
So you said okay, but the go back like
you slowly, kind of gradually, like the brother might be right.
No, because I can show you where. Bro, you wrong, bro.
Let me ask you
when you get Babylon, so how did Babylon get established? If it's
hold on, before we go that far,
the problem lies. Let me ask you a
question.
You know you got the Tower of Babel before.
Well, let me help you out. Let me help you out because the problem lies with the timeline, my bro.
Exactly.
You hear what I'm saying? The biblical timeline is off.
For the Tower of Babel.
But just stay right here real quick, upon. So I want to ask you a logical question, because I'm being logical. If Urfa is, how far is Urfa from Gobel Tepe?
I don't know. You said it's like 40 miles away or something like that.
Miles.
I'm not familiar with Urfa, but go ahead.
It's 8 miles. Trust me, it's 8 miles from Gobel Tepe.
Okay. I will be by the time this debate, though.
And then we see Haran, 16 miles from there. We see Nahor, we see Sareg, we see Taraki. We see all these within a 30-mile radius of each other. This is in northern Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
These. So when they're saying Kasdim, these are the people who you're talking about. When you keep saying when you talk about these magi, these magicians, these are who they're talking about.
Right.
So I get what you're saying about the civilization. That's part of it, right? But the thing is, what you missing is how they established the Tower of Babel in Babylon.
But that's what
They
2600.
found a plane. They found a plane in that land, right? They
So you
journeyed
talking
from
about the
somewhere.
ziggurat? You talking about the ziggurat?
Well, not it's two. It's not just the ziggurat of Ur. It's another tale that they think is Babylon, because Nineveh is right outside of it. They found all these places, bro.
So we talking about 2500 BC, 2600 BC for.
Well, the Tower of Babel was 1,000 years before Abraham even existed.
Are you talking about 3000 BC?
Wait, hold on. Let me see.
No, that's not
Hold on, my
correct.
bad. No. I got that. That's wrong. That's
Yeah, about
that's
2500
contemporary with Abraham, so that's 2,000.
Right. But the
Well,
problem,
it's second
probably-
millennium BC. Yeah.
the problem that y'all have that my bro's having is the timeline of the biblical timeline is not accurate.
No, you're not accurate. You not accurate, bro.
Well, what I'm saying is,
the biblical timeline lines up with the history.
Okay, consider this though.
Not with you, come on, no.
Wait. What I'm saying, consider this.
Wait, hold on. Explain yourself, King J.
Because if you're saying 900 BC, you're referring to the cow. You're trying to say
I'm
that.
not saying 900 BC. That even the whole 900 BC thing is that's an overread of the Assyrian royal titles. How do I know this? Because they found the books of the Chaldeans. The book of the Chaldeans, these tablets go talk about things way before 1 millennium BC.
Hold on, I got a primary. Hold on, real quick, because I got a primary source for you. I didn't want to just disclose it too early.
No. Save it for the debate, bro.
Oh, y'all got a debate coming up? I didn't know that. I didn't know y'all had a debate.
All right, we can go to something else. Because I want you to be at your best. Don't give me all your stuff right here.
Nah, because I mean,
me arguing to you, having this conversation, I'm way different in a debate, especially with the sources on the screen and everything.
Nah, you're just trying to see where I'm at with it, but that's fair because I'm not.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to say that, when we got artifacts on the earth like civilizations like Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe is dated, like we just stated, 12,000 BC. The biblical timeline, according to all of creation, is only 3,000 years ago.
It's 6,000.
Okay, let's just even if we say 6,000 years ago, we still got a problem because Göbekli Tepe is dated 12,000. So if your biblical timeline starts creation at 6,000, bro, that's off. What are we talking about?
You're wrong. Just admit that you're wrong and you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I know exactly how to count. 12,000.
You're wrong. The Bible never says. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'll let you go.
6,000 years old.
I'll let you go, bro. Brother, I'll let you go.
12,000.
The Bible never says that the earth. It never says that it's 6,000. So why?
It does state the whole time of history in the Bible is only equated to 6,000 years max.
That's because you overreading, bro. You don't understand what. Yes. You keep saying that it's only 6,000. The scriptures doesn't say that.
Moses
so where's you getting that number from?
The Torah equates Noah. When you add up all the way back to Adam, the lifespans of the people, we get 6,000.
When is Abraham's time? Let's see if we can go back 6,000 years. What you get, Abraham?
2000 BC, brother.
Exactly.
2000 BC, right?
According to the biblical timeline.
So Noah is 1,000 years from Abraham. 10
you said
generations. What? Noah is 1,000 years from Abraham.
Do you even know? Did you? Yeah. you think Noah is a physical human being?
Oh my God.
But before Noah's time, before the flood, you got so let's say that's 3,000. Those are millenniums going back.
Bro, you're going to have to source all of that. What you talking?
So
But
how we see it, you can see
what
it.
I'm trying to tell
Well,
you is
whatever.
that
I ain't finna.
it don't make. First of all, Noah is not a
You don't know
man.
what it is.
Noah
You
is an
don't know
arc
what it
cycle.
is.
Noah is not a man. Noah
But
is a time.
listen.
You
This
see
is
that?
what I'm saying. This is what
Just
I'm
like the
saying, bro.
time
Bro,
period we
listen.
in
I
right
don't
now.
care about the doctrine stuff, bro. We dealing with textual evidence.
Your textual
I
evidence
don't care
proves
if
that
Noah was
the
the
whole creation is
archetype.
only
If
6,000
Noah
years
was
old,
this,
which don't make
listen,
no
brother. You
sense
gotta let me talk.
logically.
You gotta
When
let
we
me
got
finish my.
artifacts on the earth and trees on the earth older than 6,000 years old, my brother.
Bro, nobody. That's a Christian doctrine. Nobody. The Bible don't say 6,000. So why is you keep saying
Are you
6,000?
a Hebrew Israelite type dude?
I don't think Capone
Bro, it
subscribes
don't
to
matter
that
what I am, brother. This
I'm
is
just
what I'm
asking
telling.
because the Hebrew Torah, the biblical timeline, if you look it up right now, the Torah states that the earth was made roughly 6,000 years. The whole cosmos was created 6,000 years ago.
Oh my God, bro.
But that's not accurate according to science and objective reality. We can see civilizations.
Okay, now I'm finna smoke. I don't even deal with 6,000. I'm finna smoke you on it.
You
If
don't have
any
to
of
deal
these
with it. That's
artifacts
what
that
the
you're talking
text.
about,
You don't
name
have
one.
to deal with it.
Name one.
That's what the
Name.
text
Give me
states.
what artifacts are you talking about? Name one.
We just talked about Göbekli Tepe's time period
Göbekli
is 12,000
Tepe,
years
right?
BC.
They found human remains at Göbekli Tepe, didn't they?
Of course.
Okay,
Which is
those
older,
human remains. Hold on,
which
brother.
is older
Chill.
than your whole
Those
creation
human
story.
remains had carbon-14 in it, correct?
This is older than your creation story.
Did those human remains have carbon-14 in it? Yes or no?
It don't matter because it's older than your creation
Do you know
story.
what a half a lifespan of carbon-14 has a half lifespan of 5,000?
That's irrelevant, and it's a red herring. It's a straw man argument.
So hold on.
It ain't
That's
got
a
nothing to do with what
half
we're talking
life.
about.
So a full life is what?
Göbekli Tepe is 12,000
What's the
years
full
old.
life of carbon-14, bro? That's a half life. So what's the full life?
Okay,
Full
so
life is
Göbekli Tepe.
10,500.
Woo-wee. My bro, man. Hey, I ain't
So
trying
they
to
carbon
disrespect you.
dating what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. Understand what carbon-14 dating and all that is. And understand if something has carbon-14 in it, it cannot be past that half lifespan because I'll say this. If something is older than let's say the half-life of carbon-14, we shouldn't find any in it. You shouldn't find carbon-14 in these things. Carbon-14 is found in fossils, in bones, in diamonds, all type of stuff, bro.
All I'm saying is that the timeline in the Bible, it don't make sense logically.
Bro,
and that's the problem. That's why you
brother.
can't get it. That's why you having an issue with
I
your
don't
brother.
have an issue.
He probably gonna beat you in a debate because you don't understand the time. Your timeline is off. What you trying to base your history on? It's not the proper ruler.
Oh my God, bro.
You know what I'm saying? And the crazy part about it is simple. It's not complicated. If there's, you should be able to understand.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You should be able to understand that if there's artifacts older than 6,000 years. Listen, I had to come to the same realization.
You're saying that something is inaccurate and is not acquainted with the history, but you don't study history, nor do you study the Bible. Nor do you study
I just told y'all I've been reading Bible my whole life.
Sciences.
I learned how to read by reading the Bible.
You don't. You wouldn't say the things that you're saying out of your mouth. I got astrophysicists that agree with me, bro.
I had to be real with myself.
What are you talking about?
I had to be real with myself and come to the conclusion within myself because I was an avid Bible thumper myself.
Because you only read the Bible from an English standpoint. You only read you only have a English understanding of the Bible, correct?
No, I read Hebrew. I write Hebrew. I can speak Hebrew. You dig what I'm saying? So my point is,
you a lie.
My point is, I had to come to the same realization.
What Hebrew? What Hebrew?
Hold on, real quick.
You said
Hebrew, modern Hebrew, all of this shit. I can read it all, write it all. But my point
what does Kasdim mean?
Wait, hold on, big bro. Let me say this.
What does Kasdim mean?
Wait, let me get this off real quick.
You should be able to just say it.
Wait, all I'm trying to say is that when I had to come to the same.
What Abraham name mean?
My nigga, hold on.
What Noah name mean?
You gonna let me get this off real quick, please? Respectfully.
What Isaac name? No, I ain't gonna give you an easy one.
Respectfully.
What
Just let me give
Joel?
what I'm
What
saying
Joel
off
name mean? Just tell me Joel name and I'm done.
Joel is the name of my daughter, actually.
Yeah, what do you mean?
It's actually a misnomer. The meaning in Hebrew is actually equated with El, right? Meaning Jah is El. Jah is the creator.
It don't mean Jael.
But Jah, that's what Jael mean. But
that is not.
Anyway, I'm not trying to hear argue with that. But that's what I've studied in my Hebrew understanding of Jael means that
Jael means Jah is El. That's not what it means.
But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to get my point off. You're trying to get me off my point, but I'm trying to just say this one little thing is
Go ahead,
I had to come to the realization in my own self because I was an avid Bible thumper, Thor thumper myself, and I still read Bible every day. But I had to come to the realization that the timeline ain't making sense because I can see artifacts on Earth that's older than 6,000 years. So how could this timeline actually be accurate if the Earth itself is showing me?
Have you studied carbon dating? Have you
Yeah,
studied
I
carbon?
studied
Don't you know?
exactly.
Look, let me
I
just give
studied
you something.
carbon
Let me give you some advice.
Oh my God,
Don't you
bro. I
know
studied
that
carbon
Mount
dating.
St. Helens? Listen. Mount St. Helens erupted.
That's what we're talking about.
somewhere.
We're talking about carbon dating right now.
Hold on.
Göbekli Tepe is carbon dated at 12,000 years BC.
Okay, that's fine, brother. Listen.
But the timeline
Mount
in the
St.
Bible
Helens
only creates the entire existence of humanity in the entire cosmos 6,000 years ago.
Okay, Mount
So that
St.
don't make
Helens just
sense.
recently erupted.
Do you get
probably
what I'm
like
saying?
20.
That's what I'm trying to say. Do I
Hold
sound
on, brother.
crazy?
Bro, you gotta let me speak, bro. I'll let you go.
But I'm just saying, do I sound crazy for saying what I'm saying? Because all I'm saying is Göbekli Tepe dates back with carbon dating scientifically
uninformed.
12,000 years BC. We all agreed on that.
But the scriptures don't say 6,000 years, and you equating it to
God, bro.
6,000
That's
years.
what everybody
You uninformed.
The Bible don't give you a proper timeline. That's all I'm saying.
Now the Bible don't give you a proper. Which one is it?
The Bible, it's always been the same. The Bible don't give you a proper
So
time.
if it
That's what I'm
don't give
telling
you a proper timeline, how can you say the things that you're saying about the chronology?
Because the
if it don't
chronology
give
is
you a proper
the
chronology.
chronology is science based. It's not based on something that some God said. We
Bro,
can
listen,
measure
I'm
the
not
time,
talking-
like you
I'm
said,
not-
based on carbon dating and other measurements of measuring
Brother,
how old something
I'm not
is.
talking
So
about that.
the belief, what you believe.
Listen, I'm not saying.
Wait, hold on. What you believe is that what most Hebrews believe is that the Earth is 6,000 years old. That's facts. I'm not making that up. But the
So
Earth
why in the
itself
Apocrypha it
proves
says
it's
that the
older
Earth
than
got 12 parts? And each part is 1,000 years. Why does it say that?
The Earth got 12 parts, and each part is 1,000 years.
Yes.
Where's that at?
That's in the Apocrypha.
It don't. That don't even make sense just off top of me hearing it for the first time. That shit sound weird.
Because you don't understand it. You don't
Explain
understand
it.
it.
Explain it.
It means
the 6,000 years
part,
thing.
the Earth is in 12 parts, and during the time that the Apocrypha, the scripture is in, it was in 500 BC, in the 6th century, and it said that there remains what, a half a part and 2 more parts, so that's 2,500 years. That's all. That's it. So so you equate each part is 1,000 years, bro. It's easy because half of a part is 500. Half of 1,000 is 500. That half of a part, that's when Christ was born. Then 2,000 years after that.
I don't know what you're going to talk about, but
Do you know how to read a watch?
He's saying,
man, all right, bro, man, I'm done, bro. Listen,
Do you know how to tell time?
Listen, bro. I just told you what it says in the Apocrypha, bro.
Yeah, I get what that said, but I'm asking you: do you know how to read a watch? Can you judge the time?
Oh my God!
Because if you know how to keep time, then you can figure out, you know what I'm saying, the accurate balance. Because the Creator, prophecy is not guesswork. All things work on absolutes. We got a sun. We got a moon. We got stars. And those we have winter, summer, spring, and fall.
These things show us a measurement of time, right? That's how you properly calculate time.
It shows a cycle of events.
So you got times and seasons, right? So your Bible says that God created the sun, the moon, and the stars for season, for times and seasons, signs, right?
Yeah,
but that God,
that's how you tell. Hold on. Let me address that. That's how you tell time.
By the sun, stars, and moon.
The sun and the moon. Yeah,
exactly.
So the
problem is we haven't been taught how to.
Celestial bodies move around the earth, and they appear at certain points in certain seasons or times in the night sky.
And that's set by the Creator.
That's how you tell time. Yes,
and that's set by the Creator.
But that's not how we doing it.
The Creator ain't never wrong. You see what I'm saying? The Creator ain't never wrong in the way He established the sun.
So if you understand that, right? See, this is the same thing that King J did. You can't take one part of the Bible and say, okay, this is true.
I'm not taking
if that part is true, you gotta accept the rest.
I'm not talking about Bible. I'm talking about.
So did He create Adam at the beginning of time? I mean, at the beginning of creation.
Do you
on
think?
The 6th day?
No, nigga, no. Adam is not Adam. You think the Creator just made? Wait, hold on. You think the Creator just made one man and one woman on the planet?
What does Adam mean?
To you? I don't know what it means.
You read Hebrew. What does Adam mean?
It means mankind.
First of all, Adam was a later term that came from the term asu. Which
means mankind.
No. In Hebrew. Listen, brother. In Hebrew,
what does listen to me, my nigga? Look,
Adam mean?
Adam is the first pairs, millions of pairs of humans.
The first millions of pairs.
Yes, man and woman.
Millions of skeletons of the first human beings of the first home. Do we have millions of those?
All over the planet.
Do we have millions?
Do you know what a
remains of human beings?
What a homonym is? You know what a Neanderthal?
Yeah. Do we have millions? Do we have millions of those?
Yes, bro. Homonym.
We got millions of hominids remains.
Wait, hold on. Let me calm down because I'm really getting too high up in my tone. What I'm trying to say is that the original man on Earth, the Neanderthals, if you will, they were created in millions of pairs all over the planet. In whatever
this man just said the Neanderthal is the original man. When no African got Neanderthal DNA.
Who disagrees?
Don't know.
Who disagrees with
that? Damn, man.
It's all good because nobody disagrees with that. The earliest fossils and forms of humans on this planet were called hominid Neanderthal men.
Brother, we disagree with that. I disagree with that, brother. That's not true.
That's scientifically proven. You can disagree with it all you want to. You can pull it up right now. I'm not making that up.
Question, brother. Simple question. Who walked out of Africa first?
Who walked out of Africa? I don't know, bro.
Homo erectus.
Homo erectus. That's what I'm talking about. All of them hominid.
Homo erectus isn't Homo Neanderthalis.
I know that. They came after the angels inspired them to uprightness. After the angels inspired them to uprightness, man advanced in spirit and in flesh. Before that, I'm sorry, am I talking over somebody?
Oh, you good? I'm just saying y'all about to talk past each other. So
yeah, because when you said the angels, that was crazy.
Yeah, so the yeah, it's a whole spiritual world in motion around us right now.
You went from having a real actual, historical, conversation, then you just jump to angels. That's why I'm saying
angels are part of creation. If you understand how creation works, the system and order of the spirit and the flesh of man. What I'm talking about is, everybody want to talk about Bible and faith, and they believe in. And when you go to a funeral, that your grandmama go to a better place. What I'm trying to say is that place is real. It's right around us in the atmosphere that we call heaven.
When we talk about biology, right? Does the result have to always be God? And we actually talk about the process of the chemical reaction.
Well, the thing is, the chemical reactions in the biology of a human
eventually, once mortality is shed, you become what is called God. So biologically speaking, you're in the progress right now, currently, of becoming a God. Not to be worshipped or praised, but to that's just the progression of humanity. Everybody eventually will rise to that level. That's not nothing. It's just like, you become the president of your company or the president of the United States. It's a title, it's a job. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't understand that spiritual, that you are a spirit in flesh, and you will progress into the heavens above, if you don't understand that, then you won't get it.
Hey, Cosmon, can you separate a spiritual conversation from like a historical and like a scientific conversation, or do you just blend those together?
You can separate it. It can be separated.
Yeah,
but to me, it's all one. To me, everything. To me, science. To me, science is the study of how can I put this? The mechanisms of the unseen. Because we have these questions in our minds as humans, as we exist. Every single person that I know on the planet has a question as to, or I should say, every good person that I know wonders what happens when you die.
But see, your definition of science I would totally disagree with, because I would say science is the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical things that we can see.
Right. I agree with that.
Can't agree with that. You can't agree with that and then say that this is somehow science also deals with the metaphysical.
So this is what I'm saying. Quantum physics deals with the metaphysical. When you're dealing with gamma rays and radio waves, you're dealing with things outside of the visible spectrum of sight. Things you can't see. That's science. You can't see it with your natural eye. You got to zoom in on it with a telescope or a microscope to study the mechanics of how it functions.
Son of a bitch.
Now, language.
Oh, I'm not.
Language.
I thought I was muted.
I'm messing with you, big dog.
He took my night.
Salute to A1, bro. Hey, the real ones keep it real. Hey, check it out, bro. All I'm saying is,
my apologies.
You good, bro. All I'm saying is that when you study the creation of a planet, right? When you look at the creation of a new star, a sun, it begins to create it. Seems to come from nothing in a sense. You know what I'm saying? The ether is unseen. So the idea of the spiritual world being separate from science, there is a separation, I would say, between religion type shit and science. But when it comes to the idea of studying things that are unseen and the mechanisms of how things come to be from seemingly nothing, I would say that has to be connected to an all source. Even all wisdom, to me, comes from the source unseen. Anything that makes sense to anybody. If you're like, oh shit, that makes sense to me, the light bulb just came on. To me, the creator is the one that turned the light on, the one who knows all things, who feels all things. You know what I'm saying? Who inspires all life in motion forever, onwards and upwards, never stopping. The creator don't ever rest. Like in the Bible, it said he rested from his creation. The creator don't stop creating. It's still new galaxies being formed as we speak right now. And that's objective reality. We can observe it. And so the science of it all is just, to me, is like, okay, how the Bible says that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, so the study of creation is science, right? So we're trying to study how it was created, because in the Bible, God didn't tell you how he did it to where you can actually look at it and say, oh, okay, I can see how you did that.
A1, real quick. I just sent you a request on a little chess shit. That's me right there.
I niggas some chess players. I ain't played chess since I was in Pinta.
It's a 10-minute game, yeah.
When I was in the pen, my nigga was teaching me that shit. But yeah, What I was saying was that in Owaspy, it's dope because there's a whole book dedicated just to explaining how the creator created the sun, moon, stars, and earth, and how he creates everything from himself.
Does the book say that?
The creator actually shows you in nature, so you can look at it. You can actually.
No, I'm asking, I never read the book of Owaspy, so I was just wondering.
Most niggas ain't read it, and they just talk shit about it. But the word Owaspy means earth, sky, spirit, and it's dealing with everything concerning earth from the past 24,000 years. From the heavenly perspective, from what's going on in the unseen heavens above our heads, and what's going on in the earth. And it puts it on a timeline. That's the dope part about Owaspy, is that it has a timeline that you can actually, like we was talking about, Göbekli Tepe is actually referenced in Owaspy. Now check this out. This is the crazy part.
Can I ask you a serious question, Cosmo?
Wait, yeah. But let me say this real quick. Owaspy was written in 1881. They didn't even find Göbekli Tepe until the 1900s. They didn't even know it was there until the 1900s. So how the hell, my nigga, I'm being real honest with y'all, bro. Like, how could somebody, whether you claim to believe a book or not, how could it be written in this book and nobody knew about it in 1881? And then later on, they find it and Owaspy proves, yeah, it was right there, like it was written to be there. So that's the type of stuff that's in Owaspy that you can be like, okay, it states that 12,000 years ago there was a city called or observe, because Göbekli Tepe is actually an observatory. It's a temple where they used to observe the stars. Now check this out. In Owaspy, it tells you the angel, you dig what I'm saying, that actually came down to teach mortals how to read the stars, the constellations, all the planets. There was an angel that came to inspire men 12,000 years ago, and they built Göbekli Tepe in honor of that angel. When you look at the inscriptions on the walls, it talks about these beings that came from the heavens that taught men how to read the fucking stars. And it's in Owaspy, it tells you that. And then when you research Göbekli Tepe, it's right there. And it's all facts.
You made that part up though when you said it's an observatory. We don't
nigga, look it up. Wikipedia right now.
We hardly know anything about
Wikipedia right now. Wikipedia right now. Okay. If you think I'm lying, if you calling me a liar, telling me I'm lying right now in front of all these people, just pull up on the screen. It's an observatory of the stars.
Because there's no written sources.
And it's a temple.
Yeah, but where are you getting that from? You making it up?
No, bro. I just told you Wikipedia right now. Pull it up.
Go ahead, pull it up right now.
Go, please. Somebody pull it up. Because niggas just be talking shit like I'm lying, bro. I'm not lying. I would never just come up here disingenuous. I'm not.
We don't know much about Göbekli Tepe.
Everything that we do know about, and it's
temple. Where you getting it from? Because
and you can look in Owaspy if you ever want to pull up Owaspy out of the curiosity of your heart and just see, okay, what does Owaspy say about Göbekli Tepe?
That was my question. Like, this sounds like Scientology, Book of Mormon type thing.
Nah, it's not, bro. Bro, I read. I got Owaspy right in front of me.
It's like the golden tablets type shit. Yeah.
Nah, bro. It's none of that shit. You gotta just read it for yourself. I'm not gonna try to convince you no more about Owaspy, bro. So just read it for yourself, and you really got to get with the gang. You got to really get with the creator gang for real, because we the only niggas that's really reading Owaspy and keeping it real with the people about what's really in here. We not out here like Yara just saying, oh, it's a white man's book and they hate black people. Nah, bro, this is a 1,500-page book. Y'all bringing out one verse, misquoting it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bro, you got to get with the creator gang, with Cosmon, Cal, Selah Shalom, Malachi Maccabee. We really getting into this shit and bringing it out to where it makes sense. You can digest it, you can understand it, and it ain't no spookism, it ain't no flim flam. Nah, bro, I'm telling you, we real cats in here.
Cosmo, I gave you like 5 years before you realized it's some bull.
Damn.
Nah, bro, look, when I realized the Bible, I'll tell you when I realized, it took me like 25 years to realize the Bible was bull, because I was worshiping a man of war, a God that would allow a king like his Saul or King David to go slaughter babies. I
But you know,
never
you just
questioned.
jump
Wait,
from
hold
one
on.
Bible to another.
I never questioned that this God is asking for blood sacrifices of animals. I'm talking about but then when you read the true prophets like Amos and Isaiah, if you really read what they're saying, they're telling you that the Great Spirit, that he never required sacrifices of lambs and goats and blood, none of that ever. He just
Right.
required you to be obedient and love your neighbor as yourself.
It's,
Right.
it's
If
a
they
And love
was,
him.
that means if they was obedient, they wouldn't have to do
No,
the
no, 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 no. See,
sacrifice.
that's the thing. The Creator would never inspire
So
you to
they
kill
wasn't. They
anything.
wasn't.
The
So they
Creator,
wasn't
listen.
obedient
Wait, hold
though.
on, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I love you with all my heart. The Creator would never. He said, "Thou shalt not kill." He would never inspire you to kill a child or go to war with your brother
What
ever.
child was
Wait, what
killed?
I'm trying to tell you is that only false gods, low-grade angels, druzas, demons, pretending to be the Creator, calling themselves God, which God ain't. God is a title given to an angel.
Yara just put that the Druzes
Now
was the
you
brown black
Wait, hold
people.
on. God, if your
it's
God
not
say he a
agnostic.
man of war, if your God tell you to commands you to kill somebody today, your child or any child, would you do it?
You
Bro,
playing, man. That's
what are you
you had
talking
made it
about,
two
bro?
moves.
I'm just asking you. If the God of Abraham,
No,
Isaac, and Jacob appeared to you,
no, that's not the point. The
that is
point
very much
is
so the
to
point,
be
sir.
obedient.
Sir,
What
that
don't
is
you
very much
understand?
so the point. Because you have to be able to discern if any voice or energy or spirit comes or angel comes to you commanding you to go to war or to kill somebody, you have to be able to know within your own cojones that the Creator said, "Thou shalt not, I will not kill nothing." If you can't grab your balls and say, "I follow the Creator's energy only," and he say, "Don't kill," then that means you just another dupe of a false god.
All
Whether you
right,
call him
bro.
Allah, whether you call him Yahweh, whether you call him the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, it don't matter. If your God is inspiring you to sacrifices of blood or to kill somebody in any book, Bible, Quran, I don't care what book it is. If the God is doing that or commanding that, he's a
All right.
false god.
Well, that's your
That's
romantic.
the
That's
facts. That
your
ain't nothing about belief.
romanticize.
That's
That's
facts.
you romanticizing
I'm
the
not
idea of
romanticizing
what God
shit.
is, bro. You don't know
You
what
would kill a baby.
you don't know what to create. We don't know what this entity would
Yes,
do.
I do. The
Hold
Creator's
on. So then, why
Wait, let me
people
tell you
die
something.
then? So why
Let
do
me tell you
people
something.
die?
I'm
Why
gonna tell
do
you right
people?
now,
Hold
bro.
on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
make it
Shut up,
plain
bro.
for you.
Shut up.
The
Listen.
Creator's
Why
inspiration
do
is
people
life.
die then? Why do people die then?
I'll explain it to you easily. In Owaski, it say clearly, the Creator made death not as a punishment for sin. He made death so that your spirit can rise up out of your flesh, so you can inherit the higher heavens, the Etherian heavens of
Okay.
emancipation.
So if you so when you
So it
understand
ain't
that,
got
why
nothing to
you
do
have
with
a
being
problem
afraid
with
of. You
people
don't gotta
going
be
to war?
afraid to
Hold
die.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So if you understand that, why you have people going to war in whatever it says in the Bible? You
Because they're
contradicting
Let me
yourself,
tell you
brother.
why.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Let me tell
How
you
you
why.
know? How you know they want directed to go to war to liberate people's souls?
Because the
Just like
Creator
you
is not
said.
a warrior, and he never has been.
Bro, you taking things out of context.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you is.
Your God
You
got you
taking that out of
Your book
context.
got you
You taking
confused.
all that stuff out of context.
Let me read something to you out this Owaski real quick, just for curiosity.
No, bro, you been talking all day. Don't nobody want to hear that.
All right, look, I'm gonna tell you this then. Let me tell you this then. And this is, you can think about this later on. The character of the Creator, the character of the Creator, the direct inspiration of the Creator is life to all, liberty, harmony, unity, and happiness to everybody that he gave the breath of life to. He will never inspire you to hate your brother, to kill your brother, you know what I'm saying, to enslave your brother, ever. If you ever feel inspired to do any of those things, you know in your heart that that's coming from a demon or a devil or a low-grade spirit, or it could be coming from your own selfish evil ass. That's not coming from the Creator for you to go down the block and slaughter somebody because you feel like they deserve it. based on your own feelings.
Bro, stop it with the jailhouse doctrine, bro.
It ain't
You
jailhouse
don't
doctrine, my
read
nigga.
the scripture,
It's real
bro.
life.
What are you talking about going to shoot somebody up and
Thou
stuff?
shalt not wait.
That's
Thou shalt
jailhouse
not kill.
doctrine, bro.
Thou
That's
shalt not kill. Thou
the
shalt not
scripture
kill.
don't say what you
That's
just
the Ten
said.
Commandments, ain't it?
That's jailhouse doctrine, bro.
No. The doctrine is thou shalt not kill. Whether it's jailhouse doctrine or not, thou shalt not kill is the doctrine I'm teaching right now.
Is thou shalt not murder.
No, killing is
You
murder.
understand the Hebrew is thou shalt not
We're not
murder.
playing. See, that's your false God with the cognitive dissonance trying to make
Oh,
it
man. See, man,
okay to murder somebody. It's not okay to kill nothing ever. That's what I'm saying to you.
So when it says it
The
tells
Creator
you
will
that,
never
bro,
tell you to kill
it's
nobody.
a time. So when you go to war, it's a time
Hasatan
you're
will.
gonna have to kill someone.
The Creator doesn't
You
inspire
gonna have
war.
to be a
Only your
man.
false God, your false biblical God is
Oh my
going to tell you to
God,
kill
bro.
somebody. Only your false biblical God, your deity,
All
is going
right,
to tell you
well,
he's a
you
man of
subdue
war.
them then. Just subdue them. See, this is what I'm saying. See, you don't understand the Bible, bro.
Exodus chapter 15, verse 3
You
states
don't
that
understand the
Lord
Bible, bro. Stick with
is
the
a man of
Owaski
war.
stuff. The Bible not for you.
No, it's not for nobody. Because if you follow a man of war, you already in declension. You're going
Exodus
down.
15:3, bro. Listen, you don't understand what that means. What
I do
does
understand
God?
what it
What does
means.
that mean? When he
It
said when
means
that
that
scripture,
Donald Trump.
read
Donald
Exodus.
Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are
No.
righteous.
Donald
according
Trump
to their
wasn't even around when this was written, bro.
No.
Don't
But what
put
I'm
no
saying
damn
is
Donald Trump in
Donald
this,
Trump is a man of war.
brother.
So
Listen, bro.
he's in alignment with your God. Donald Trump
Bro,
and Benjamin Netanyahu are men of war. So they're in alignment with the spirit of
dude, that's
God.
2026. What is you talking about?
It don't matter. It don't matter. Thou shalt not kill was eternal.
Oh my God, bro.
But they still killing, just like your God
So
was
hold
killing people.
on, bro. Hold
Killing
on.
babies, actually.
So what about all the ones that died in Egypt?
What do you mean?
You said thou shalt not kill. What about all the people that died in Egypt?
You think Pharaoh got away with that? You think Pharaoh got away with throwing the babies into the Nile and
Not Pharaoh. Not this ain't nothing Pharaoh did. When the angel went over Egypt and it killed all the babies, what about then?
Yeah, that was a low grade demonic angel. That wasn't the creator.
Man, I'm done with you, bro.
I know you done because you ain't never gonna justify.
So hold on. So that's a low grade angel. That's a low grade angel. Listen, brother. I'm not trying to holler. I'm trying to listen.
Go ahead, bro.
So that's a low grade angel. So who gave them the Torah? Who told them thou shalt not kill?
The creator said thou shalt not kill. You can't.
So
the
the
creator,
creator
that's the
said
highest
thou
right of
shalt
all
not
humanity.
kill, right? Do you know what he meant by that? He was talking about they shouldn't kill each other.
No, you can't kill nobody. Yet they killed each other. Didn't Judah go kill Benjamin?
Yeah, they sinned doing that.
Exactly. That's my point. So, but God told him to do it though. So God is putting sin upon himself because it's a false God. Only false gods inspire murder and war.
No, that's not true, bro.
And sacrifices of animals.
Brother, you need to go sit down with a teacher, bro.
I am a teacher.
You gotta get rid of. Listen,
I've been reading.
This is what we gonna do. This is what we gonna do, bro.
Bible teacher.
We gonna do it. Listen, after I destroy King
Bro,
J,
you ain't got nothing coming over this way, homie. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I'm gonna throw you against the ropes.
Listen, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, because you already shooting yourself in the foot like 17 times.
No, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Because every time you say thou shalt not kill,
biblical discussion,
and then try to justify killing it,
brother, listen, bro.
You already lost.
We gonna have a biblical discussion, right? And we gonna see, because you mixing and matching, and
I ain't mixing and matching shit.
And you got a jailhouse doctrine going on.
Bro, you can talk all that shit you want to. The reality is your God inspires the murder of babies, suckling children.
Man, bro.
Your God told Abraham to kill his son. What's that about?
Did he kill his son?
Abraham had sense enough to know it was an evil spirit talking to him.
Did he kill his son?
Abraham has sense enough to know that the creator said don't kill nothing.
Did Abraham kill his son?
I said no, weirdo.
So Abraham didn't kill his son.
Based on the fact that he knows.
Why Abraham didn't kill his son?
Hold on, let me show you why he did. I'm gonna read it for you. Just so we don't have to talk crazy, we could just read it.
This is crazy work, bro. You made Ben Eaton leave, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna make all y'all niggas leave in a second.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna find out your God is false
all over the place, bro. We trying to get to some real shit, and you over here talking about some
we on some real shit right now.
that came from the Mormons.
We over here on some real heavy shit right now. Is your God a demon? Is your God a demon? So you want to take that
up in here? My bad, A1.
You want to take that debate? I'll debate you on is your biblical God a demon?
You good? I'm trying to get my get back.
All right, we gonna. All right, we gonna set that up. We gonna set that up. We gonna set that up.
You
the God of the Holy Bible, a demon.
Oh, that's easy peasy to prove.
Yeah, we gonna set that up.
Any God that asks for blood sacrifice.
So who spoke to Abraham? Who spoke to Abraham?
Oh, I'm about to go there right now. Hold on real quick. Let me get there. That's what I was trying to look for. Hold on real quick.
This man out here reading Satan's Bible. Hold
on, give me 2 seconds. I'll mute my mic real quick. Give me 2 seconds. You can talk all the shit you want.
Wait, hold on. Who is the Most High, the possessor of the heavens and earth? That's a demon. The demon is a possessor of the heavens and earth. Boy, why is our people like this, bro?
All right, here we go. It says, now after Abraham and his people returned from Jireh, his camp, and it was night, God said to Abraham, be thou steadfast and show thy people that they may understand my words. And whilst and whilst they were yet praying before the altar, the true God withdrew from Abraham and suffered an evil angel who had followed them from Sodom and Gomorrah to draw near about the altar. And one of the angels clothed himself in a great light, and with the crown and with sparkling gems he appeared, so all the multitude of the people could look upon him. Abraham said, who art thou? And the Spirit said, I am thy God, ruler of heaven and earth, possessor of heaven and earth, like he just said.
Hey, let me ask you something.
Wait, hold on.
Those golden tablets.
Hold on.
Do you know who macaroni is?
Hold on, let me finish.
Marconi, what's his name?
Let me finish, my nigga, please.
Who is Marconi?
And Abraham said, who art thou? And the Spirit said, I am thy God, ruler of heaven and earth. And Abraham said, I am thy servant. What wouldest thou? And the Spirit said, thou shalt take thy only son, Isaac, and thy hosts, who were with you at Sodom and Gomorrah, and come with me, whither I will lead you. For I have a great work for you. And Abraham said, whatever thou puttest me to do, that will I do. So in the morning, Abraham and his son Isaac and the host who had been with Abraham to Sodom and Gomorrah assembled together. And Abraham spake, saying, whither to, O God? And the Spirit answered, saying, take sticks and a firebrand, and come down to the summit of yonder hill, for thou shalt restore the rights of burnt offerings. So Abraham told what God had said. And they started, and Isaac carried the bundle of willows, such as basket makers use, saying, this will light the large pieces. But what wilt thou burn for an offering, O Father? And Abraham said, God will provide. And when they ascended to the place, Abraham gathered the logs and heaped them up, and Isaac placed the willows. Then the Spirit spake, saying, what shall a man love above all things in the world? And Abraham said, God. And the Spirit said, for which reason thou shalt offer thine only son, Isaac, as a burnt offering, and it shall be a testimony before thy people, and thou that thou wilt obey God, even to the sacrifice of thy.
Wrote this shit.
And Ken, read that part again. Read that last part again, since he interrupted me real quick. And the Spirit spoke, saying, what shall a man love above all things in the world? And Abraham said, God. And the Spirit said, for which reason you shall offer thine only son, Isaac, as a burnt offering, and it shall be a testimony before thy people, that you will obey God, even to the sacrifice of your own flesh and kin. And Abraham said, hold on, Plato, show me that you are God, that I may not err, for I have been commanded not to kill.
especially not my own son. The hell? And the spirit departed away from Abraham.
Bro, what this have to do with
hold on.
what
Hold on. This is a very important
Adam,
part.
the name Adam
This is a
means?
very important part. Hold on. Then when Abraham said, I have been commanded not to kill, the spirit departed away from Abraham, perceiving that he knew the higher law. And Isaac was grieved at his heart. He desired to see what a sacrifice was. He didn't even know. And the people seeing a ram, when they saw a ram near at hand, they went and caught it, and they slaughtered it and sprinkled blood on the sacrifice, and they lighted the fire and roasted the flesh, and they took it and gave it to the poor. And
Okay, hey, look, hey, this is our debate. No, hold on. This is our debate. Oahspe is a false doctrine.
Hold on, real quick.
That's gonna be our debate.
So anyway, so what I'm trying to show you is
you should see what I did to the. You should go on YouTube to see what I did to the gospel of Barnabas.
Let me say this now. I read all of that. Now I'm not taking nothing out the Bible. We're gonna leave everything in the King James Torah. That's right there. We know the story that we have in the King James Bible that according to the King James version. Wait, hold on. According to the King James version, that was the creator. Y'all say that was the creator that told Abraham to kill Isaac. That was Yahweh.
Yeah, we're gonna have our debate sometime.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this question real quick.
Sometimes should
you
be this
gonna run from it, or you gonna answer it? You gonna run, or you gonna answer it? In your Bible, when it talks about Abraham sacrificing Isaac,
I'm good for the next 2 months.
You said the creator. Y'all say that was the creator that told him to do that, right? In Oahspe, it shows you that the true guardian angel, the true God that was inspiring Abraham, the true God. Wait, hold on. The true God allowed for an evil spirit to come around Abraham for a second, so we could show him a lesson. Hold on. The lesson is this: that even evil angels can show themselves and pretend to be God, and to even ask you to sacrifice your own child. Now, Abraham won the test because he knew the higher law of the creator, which is I'm not supposed to kill nothing. So
bro, when I'm done with this Oahspe stuff, bro, you're not gonna want to be in the creator.
In the Oahspe, wait, hold on. In the earth sky spirit, it tells you that Abraham checked the God because he knew the higher law of the creator not to kill nothing. So who was this angel or spirit telling me he's God, but trying to tell me to kill my son? That didn't make sense to Abraham. In Oahspe, it shows you Abraham was truly righteous and he truly knew the creator's law, which is not to kill. Therefore, he did not kill his son.
Man, bro. Y'all, Oahspe ain't nothing but a shoot off of Mormonism and Gnosticism.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
If it ain't Mormonism, if it ain't the Mormons, well, I already read that it has something to do with the Mormons. But
you a lie,
if it ain't the Mormons, it's definitely Gnosticism. Because you talking about the one that spoke to Abraham is a demon that comes from the Gnostics.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does.
Even if it do, it's true. See, that's
true.
The only a false God. Listen, only
hold on, bro. You just went, bro. Come on, man. Don't do that, brother.
Only a false God would tell you.
Don't do that, man.
I don't care if it came out of Gnostic book, if it came out of Hindu book, whatever book it came out of. Any God that tells you to kill your kid is a false God before the ever-present one great spirit. Whose inspiration is life to all, liberty, love, harmony, unity. You see what I'm saying? To everybody without the harm or sacrifice.
But hold on. This coming from the same person that said when you die, it's death in the world because that's your soul being liberated. So
correct.
So according to you,
that's a good
killing your son would be liberating his soul.
Nigga, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life, bro. That's the craziest demonic. That's how I know you being inspired by a demon.
So that's what I'm saying. This is why
that don't even make sense. That don't make no sense.
It doesn't make sense. You don't live in a utopia. Listen, brother. We don't live in a utopia.
That shit was crazy.
We live in reality. We live in reality, and there's rules, there's laws.
Yeah, like you can't kill nobody.
There's cosmic rules and cosmic laws and ordinances and statutes.
Like thou shalt not kill.
So if you do something, it's something else is going to happen because you did it.
Facts.
Okay, you don't live in no damn utopia. Adam lived in a utopia.
No, the creator
Adam
is
did
present.
something, and
The
it
creator's
causes
presence.
everything
Listen,
else. So
listen, bro. The
I
kingdom of
want to
heaven
get
is
back
at
to my
hand.
first question that I
The
asked
kingdom
you
of
before
heaven is
my
at hand
phone
right now,
died.
bro. You can walk in the
What do
kingdom now.
With
Adam
2
mean?
seconds on the clock, I won.
Nice, good
Way
job.
to checkmate.
I'm across my queen. Oh my.
Checkmate, boy. Just like I just checkmated homie over here, trying to go crazy talk.
Run the tiebreaker back.
So what
Yep.
does Adam mean? Can you give me a definition? Can you give me your understanding of what Adam means? Because you said it was a million people.
It was countless numbers. But hold on real quick.
See, you got to go look it up. Adam means the first blood, bro. Meaning the very first blood. That's what Adam means.
I'm gonna give you another definition.
They say you playing somebody else already.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna turn this. Hold on real quick.
But man, I ain't finna keep arguing with you, dude. Look, get your stuff ready. I told you by the end of April, bro.
I'm ready. I'm gonna debate you straight up, nigga. The biblical God is a demon, straight up. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, you get, and that's from Gnosticism.
You prove me wrong, nigga. I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it based on the
I did a whole debate on Gnosticism, bro.
I'm gonna give it to you right now, homie. Listen.
I know when someone is using a Gnostic God,
I don't give a damn about. I'll use Gnosticism too. It don't matter. I'll use it all to prove. It's all gonna prove
you
the fact that your
what
God is a
happened
demon.
then? They was the Gnostics were heretics.
I don't give a damn about none of that. Call me a heretic. You can call me a heretic if you want to.
It wasn't true.
I classify myself a heretic according to your book. You see what I'm saying? Your God is a false demon trying to pump fake to be the creator. He telling you to kill babies, go to war. He a man of war. He boasting. He angry.
Did he tell?
You know what I'm saying? Is your God jealous?
Go to it.
I'm gonna prove he's a demon based on the character.
Nigga, wouldn't you be jealous if the things that you created want to go worship some other shit?
No.
My bad. See, bro, you getting me heated.
Yeah, no. The creator ain't jealous.
Why you acting like jealous?
How would he be jealous?
See, this is the thing. See, modern day, this European stuff, they made you think jealous. America make you think jealous is something inferior. Nigga, you don't know nothing of yours. Nigga, if your kids start going to another man saying that's they dead, nigga, you gonna be jealous. What are you talking about?
But first of all, I'm not the creator. But in reality,
you came from. Did you come from the creator? Did you hold on? Did you come? Did you come from the creator? Did you come from the creator? Did you come from the creator?
We all did, bro.
Okay, if you came from the creator, then you have an aspect of the creator, correct?
The creator
where you think all this stuff comes from?
Listen, hold on real quick. Let me explain it.
Where you think all this stuff comes from?
It's a low vibration. Jealousy is a low level vibration.
So whether it's a low or high vibration, jealousy is part of the creator.
Jealousy, the creator is above jealousy.
Well, jealousy wouldn't exist if it wasn't. Listen, brother. Jealousy wouldn't exist.
Contention.
Jealousy would not exist.
Slavery, hatred, murder.
I'm done, bro.
The creator don't hate you. He don't hate you.
Done. I can't even.
You think the creator hates you?
And yelling and shit.
I'm just saying. Do you think that the creator hates you?
All over the damn place. Now you talking about jealousy.
I'm saying, do you think the creator hates you? I'm talking about character traits here. I'm talking about attributes. The attributes of your God is that he's an angry, jealous, vengeful God. What I'm saying is that the creator has no.
What your doctrine tells you, bro. That I don't care.
The Bible wrote that. It's in the Bible.
I don't care, bro. I don't care what you,
God, bro.
I don't care. You can say
that's what I'm saying. You can debate me on it, and I'll prove it to you. Scripture and verse.
And when we have our debate,
scripture and verse,
you going down. You gonna be down there where King J at?
Yeah, I want to see you justify the murder of innocent children by your God.
Trying to bring some morality.
Your God should be in the Epstein file.
Morality.
Your God should be in the Epstein file.
Who gave your moral compass?
The biblical deity should be in the Epstein file.
Who gave your moral compass?
The Creator, the Great Spirit, the All in All, the one that always was, is, and ever shall be, who has no reason to war.
Do you know what that? Do you know what that means? See, this is what I'm saying, bro. Y'all be saying things and
It's fire.
Y'all
I
don't
know.
even
It's
know
heat.
what it means.
It's
You
light.
don't even know
It's
what
fire.
you don't even know what you're saying.
I'm speaking love. I'm speaking don't kill nobody. Don't kill the babies. Don't go to war. Don't worship a god.
Okay, if
God
the
is nothing
baby
but an
gonna
angel.
grow up, so don't kill the baby. If the baby gonna grow up and kill the whole, if the
Yeah, see,
baby
you a
gonna grow up
weirdo
and
for
be
that. You a
Donald
weirdo
Trump,
for that.
you
You a weirdo
want
for
his
that.
ass to
You a
live. No,
weirdo for that.
hold
You a
on.
weirdo for that because
If
now
the
you trying to
baby
say that
gonna
the
grow
creator
up
can't
and be
create
George
you
Bush,
can't create
you
a
want him to
righteous
live.
man.
If the
You
baby
just
gonna
assume he
grow
gonna
up,
grow up and be
listen.
evil.
If the
How
baby
do you
gonna
know that?
grow up
You a
and be
weirdo
your
for that.
fucking
You a
slave
weirdo for that.
masters, you want that baby to live. That
You
baby
a
gonna be
weirdo, bro.
responsible for cutting off 1 million man's penises, from raping 1 million women.
Thou shalt not
You
kill.
want that seed to live.
Thou shalt not kill.
What are you talking about, bro? See, you don't even
Thou
understand
shalt not
that
kill.
this is how I know the Most
You
High
a
was
weirdo.
on a higher level than
You on
anybody.
a low
You don't
level.
understand. You
You on a
looking at it
murderous level.
surface level.
You're on a
Oh,
murderous level.
the baby, but this baby gonna grow up and destroy the whole fucking
Donald
earth.
Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. You agree with the war in Iran. You agree with the dropping bombs on
I
innocent
don't agree
children.
with none of
You
that
agree
come
with
out
that
of your
shit.
mouth, bro.
No.
You all
Your
over the
God.
damn
Well, I wouldn't
place.
say you, but your God establishes war.
I don't care.
Biblically speaking, he himself is a man, M-A-N, man of
That was
war.
Christ. That's because that was Christ, bro. That's Christ speaking. Christ is a
I
man.
don't care who it is. If it's your false antichrist, he's a man of war. So he's down with the war in Iran right now. He's inspiring it as we speak. He's the one telling Donald Trump and Netanyahu in their hearts and in their minds that it's cool to go ahead and drop these bombs. Because who knows? They might grow up one day and start chopping off people's penises.
Well, what's gonna happen when they come over here and start enslaving your dumb ass?
They're not gonna do that.
How you know?
First and foremost, I don't agree.
For one, they already over here.
Yeah, but
Listen,
my point is I don't have no. What I'm saying is I don't have no fear in me. Even if they come over here and threaten my life, I'm not worried about death because I understand the transition of spirit.
You think they not gonna just stab you or just shoot you? They gonna torture you. You don't know what these wild people is capable of because you live here in America.
Nigga, I know what Wild is. It's right down the street from my house. Wild is right down the street from my block, nigga. I've been to prison. Nigga, I'm right down the street from war every day. Right here in America. Matter of fact, the leader of the
you live here in America. Someone you don't understand war. That's why you talk like
I don't understand. Check this out.
Nigga, it's war. What did you mean?
All right, let me show you something real quick. In the book of Owaspy, the book of Judgment, chapter 33, verse 2, God said,
don't you know?
This is the judgment against war. This is the judgment against war.
I know you probably gonna cut this episode, bro. I know I got out my yelling and everything, man.
Watch this real quick. Let me read this real quick. And this is this is the bondage. This is the creator speaking. And this is the bondage.
I don't delete nothing, man. I keep everything. The only thing is, unless he was talking about a debate.
All right, let me talk about war real quick.
I'm not talking to him no more. Go get OTK and somebody else, bro.
All right, bro, I'll keep busting you in the lip. Don't worry about it. But check this out. I'm gonna read
you
this.
sound like Sonetta or somebody. Oh, what about the babies, the women, the baby, the children?
Oh, yeah. You don't have no compassion for that. You a drug.
Hold on.
You don't have no compassion for babies. That don't even hurt. That don't even hurt your heart to realize that your God inspired the sacrifice of innocent.
You gotta let me make my point, man.
You in darkness.
Listen,
that's
bridle your tongue. Bridle your tongue.
A real black man
bridle your tongue.
Should be worried if your God is okay.
Mute your mic, bro.
If you ain't worried about that, you trying to mock me. You trying to mock me?
Mute your mic.
You trying to mock me because I'm defending children?
Mute your
mic. I'm trying to tell you don't kill. And I'm trying to show you that Abraham wasn't inspired by that he knew not to kill his son. He was able to recognize that was a false God talking to him.
Oh my God, bro.
You mad at that?
So listen, bro. You trying to go into this old feminine nature and all this?
Nah, bro. Let me show you something about feminine.
About none of that. Listen, bro. I don't care about none of that. You don't know what these people were. Listen, you don't know what these people was. You don't know what they was even people.
You don't even know. These was all right, cool. And this is the bondage I put upon all such as obey not my judgments and conform thereto. They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remaineth upon the earth. Even though their bondage may be 100 years or 1,000 years, yet this my judgment against them shall not be put aside. Neither shall any king, nor queen, nor any other ruler in all the world impress as a soldier any man who is unwilling to engage in war. And whoever obeyeth not this my judgment shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remains on the earth. Neither will I more consider the prayers of any king or queen or any other ruler or nation or people in all the world who engage in war, offensively or defensively, or who aid and abet war in any way whatsoever. But I will abandon all such people, and my lords shall abandon them, and my holy angels shall abandon them, and they shall be abandoned unto their own harvest of evil spirits into all manner of drusas, which are dark demonic entities. And they shall be afflicted with assassinations, like Charlie Kirk. Wait, hold on, like Charlie Kirk. Wait, hold on real quick. Hold on, let me finish, dude. Hold on, bro. Back up.
We don't want to listen to you. We don't want to listen to you read, man.
Back up, bro. We all got space to speak. Don't interrupt me.
You've been speaking all this damn time. You've been speaking all this time.
Shut your ignorant self up and back up real quick.
I'm done, man. I'm done. You read to A1 then, man. I'm out of here.
Man, all I'm saying is there's judgment rendered against war. The Creator ain't never been with war ever. There's a judgment against war. This is what I'm reading. It states that the Creator said, look, if your nation or your kings, whoever it is that's engaging in war, he's not sanctioning that. And they're not going to rise up in spirit. They're going to be bound to the lowest heavens of the earth for hundreds, thousands of years, however long it takes until war is no longer on the earth. That's the judgment upon Benjamin Netanyahu today, right now. Donald Trump today, right now. These are the lowest grade spiritual people on the planet, because they're engaging in war. Now check this out. We all agree with that. None of us is cool with this war. Ain't nobody like, yeah, let's drop the bombs on Iran. We didn't choose that. These warmonger, evil, drug-ass niggas chose that on their own and got a whole nation of people in an uproar. You see what I'm saying? And the Creator ain't inspiring that. That's being inspired by the gods, spiritually speaking, of war, like your biblical demon, your warmonger God telling people to kill their kids. You see what I'm saying? But judgment is rendered against your God. The Creator ain't letting that slide. You see that? It ain't just hunky-dory. No, I'm here standing for peace. I'm not no sucker-ass nigga. I stand 10 toes on thou shalt not kill. And I know that if I end up having to die, or if I end up taking a life, I understand the spiritual ramifications for that. And I'm prepared to clean up my mess, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But I'm never sanctioning the killing of no babies. I don't care what God, in what book, Torah, Quran, whatever it is. If your spiritual God is telling you to kill, bro, you should be able to check your mind like, hold on. Like Abraham did. What I just read y'all. Abraham checked the angel. The angel said, I'm God. He was like, all right, cool. What you want? He's like, come over here and tell me I'm going to tell y'all to get the sticks. He was like, all right, cool. They did all that shit. And then when it came down to the point, he was like, sacrifice your son. Abraham was like, wait, what? Man, show me you God for real, because I know the Creator told me not to kill nothing, especially not my son. And what happened when Abraham checked the spirit withdrew from him because he perceived that he knew the higher law. That's how you deal with spiritual thoughts that come across your mind. Should I go to war? Should I drop this bomb? You should automatically hear the Creator in your heart say, thou shalt not kill, bro. No. But do Benjamin Netanyahu hear that? Does Donald Trump hear that inspiration that we all hear in our hearts? No, because they're drugs being inspired by false gods. This nigga Donald Trump had a whole bunch of pastors and shit praying for this nigga. Why are you praying for this nigga? The Creator ain't hearing none of that. He's not hearing any of that. Neither are his high-raised angels. who are our fourth parent. Yeah, we endured some shit over here. Slave master had us in chains, whipped us, beat us up. You know what I'm saying? Got a whole systematic order to keep us oppressed in this country, which is our country. We didn't come over here from Africa. This is our land. You see what I'm saying? But you think that they got away with that? The slave master didn't get away with killing our ancestors. Owaski explains all of that shit. It explains what happened to the slave master. It explains what happened to Pharaoh when they died. And anybody who engages in war and murder and shit like that. But most of y'all ain't gonna read it because you so caught up on this demon god of war. Y'all so scared that he gonna send you to the lake of fire. You so scared that, oh, if I read another book, I'm gonna be a blasphemer and a heretic and ostracized from the Hebrew Israelites. Nigga, fuck all of that. I want to know what's going on. I don't care. I'll read everything. And if it makes sense to my heart, and I know my creator who speaks to my heart, to my soul, if he say, oh yeah, that's me, then I'm giving you that factually. You can prove that. That's truth. That's me. Anything that's truth is the creator. Anything that's solid is the creator's his inspiration. You know not to kill nobody. You just know that. If you don't, that means you're in darkness. That means you're a drug. It don't mean, oh, you have black skin. No, it means that spiritually you're dark. Does that, you know what I'm saying? So Owaski is the book that kind of showed me how to make sense of all of this spiritual shit. And I'm tired of niggas like Yara, people who ain't really genuinely trying to read. Like, I'm telling you, the Creator Gang, if y'all ever come to our YouTube channel, Cosmon Cal TV, Selah Shalom TV, Honor and Humility STL with Malachi Maccabee, bro, we get into Owaski and we read it. You don't have to believe it. We're not preaching to y'all. We just trying to say, oh, this is a book that's out here. Here's the information. Y'all take it how you want it. But at least we giving it to you genuine. And we're not just saying, oh, this shit is stupid. Nah, bro. This shit is high. This is some high level information. You know what I'm saying? Science is in here. History, spiritual shit. It's just too much, bro. Prophecy. How the earth was created. The Vortexian. Like, it's so much shit. But like I said, I don't want to keep y'all, man. I don't want to sound like I'm being preachy and shit. But I swear to God, some niggas bring it out of me, man. Some niggas bring it out of me, bro. But salute to the chat, man.
Capone, man. You might as well keep going now. Go ahead, you got the flow, man. I'm folding clothes.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, I'll keep running my mouth a little bit longer. Shit, I ain't doing shit else. Let me go over here. All right, for sure, man. I'm just gonna go over here real quick to the Book of Divinity in the Owaski Bible. I don't like calling it a Bible because it ain't nothing like the King James Version Bible. Nothing at all. Totally opposite, actually. But this book talks about what a God is, between the difference between God or gods, lords, goddesses, right, and the Creator. So I'm gonna read it real quick, and then we talk about it real quick. But this is the Book of Divinity, Owaski, Sky, Earth, Spirit, or Earth, Sky, Spirit, Chapter 1. God, Son of Jehovah, or Jehovah, the Creator. Right, off top, you say God, the Son of the Creator, said. So we already know off top in the very first verse, God is the Son of the Great Spirit, the source. God ain't the Creator. Off top, you could just see that in the text, but we're gonna read it all the way down. Let me just keep going. All right, God said, God, Son of Jehovah, said, by virtue of my own authority, and in the name of Jehovah, the Creator of all, peace and comprehensive judgment be unto all angels and mortals, that ye may be taught from the little that has been demonstrated in the world of governments and principalities being manifested on the earth, that similar organic bodies exist in the heavens that belong to the earth, which heavenly places and governments were the cause and the forerunners of good governments being manifested amongst mortals. Right? I'll go back and explain what it's saying a little bit later if y'all ain't catching it. But Jehovah said, the Creator said, he that is chief of a government on earth shall be called the king. But he who was chief of my heavenly government shall be called God. And it was so. I, who am God in my own behalf, for the enlightenment of the world, declare I the glory and the wisdom of the Creator above all things on earth or in the heavens above, wherein Jehovah provided that no man could be a king forever, but he must give way to a successor. Even so in the heavens provided he also unto his gods and his lords for successors at certain periods of time, that the way might be open for everlasting resurrection unto all men, whereby all who choose may in time become also lords and gods for the countless worlds that are now and that shall yet be created. Jehovah said, I blow my breath outward. Oh wait, hold on. Let me go to the next part. Let me get to this next part real quick. So God, we already stated God is the son of Jehovah, right? So, and it stated that as a kingdom on earth has a king, so in like manner, the heavens above our heads, the kingdom, the leader of those kingdoms is called God, right? So now let me get to the book of discipline real quick. Bear with me just a second and I'm gonna be out your way, I promise. That was the book of divinity, chapter 1. Now I'm gonna go to the book of discipline, chapter 1. And we're gonna continue this topic of who is God and who is Jehovah. All right, book of discipline now, chapter 1. God reveals who he is. God reveals directly, straight up off the title, God reveals who he is. And it states, verse 1, this is the word from the organic heavens, meaning right outside above your head. Hear the words of thy God, O man. I am your brother. You heard what God said. Hear the words of your God, O man. I am your brother, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven. Profit thou in my wisdom, and be admonished by my love. For as I am your elder brother, so shall it be with you. Also to rise up in time, and look back to mortals, and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. To Jehovah the Creator, all adoration and glory forever. Amen. By and through the Creator is all life and motion and power, things seen and unseen, little brother. Little brother, listen. Nor is there any angel in heaven so high or sufficiently wise to comprehend the Creator in his entirety, nor to see him as you see your fellow man. For he is within all and beyond and over all, being ever present in all places, doing by virtue of his presence, quickening all the living into life, the most adorable of all things. Even as the sun is to the light of the day, so is Jehovah to the understanding of all the living. Whereupon to contemplate is the road to everlasting life, rising in wisdom, love, and power forever. Hear thy God, O man. This is a highlightable verse. Verse 14. The book of discipline, chapter 1, verse 14 states, hear thy God, O man, and distinguish then that the two, God and Jehovah, or the Creator, are not the same one, nor more is thy God than what you shall be in a time to come. First mortality, meaning you're going to be immortal, then death, meaning you're going to die, which is the first resurrection, where all the spirits of the dead are, the angels dwelling with mortals amongst the earth, right? So let me pause for a second because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. In this part of the OWASP, Earth, Sky, Spirit, the book of discipline, chapter 1, it literally states, you can pull it up right now if you want to on PDF version online. It shows you that God reveals that he is our brother, meaning an ancestor, one of our foreparents, right? That he lived like us as a mortal. He died. He rose up into the organic heavens above our heads that we call heaven, to a holy place. And he was given that title of God. In verse 17, it says, as a kingdom on earth has a king, and the king is nevertheless immortal, So in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels. And the chief over them is God, who is an angel also. So God is a title given to a high raised angel, who is just a ruler over the angels and the mortals of that earth or that kingdom in the heaven. So in the Bible, it says that it has us thinking that God or Lord God or the Lord is the creator. That's a problem because the creator is not a God at all. The God and goddesses are the sons and daughters of the creator, who he gave the title of to rule over. He gave them the title God to rule over a locality of people in the heavens or on the earth. That's it. The creator is everywhere. The difference is God ain't everywhere. God sits on a throne in a kingdom. He's in a localized community. The creator is everywhere at all times throughout the entire cosmos, and his magnitude is so immense. You can't even fathom him in his entirety. You see that? So we've been taught that to worship God, but no, you don't worship God. You're going to become God one day. Just like God, our big brother said, you're going to get on this level one day. Y'all niggas is in kindergarten right now. Y'all in preschool. Y'all just mortals. You just mortals learning on the earth right now. When y'all come out your bodies and rise up in spirit to the organic heavens, one day you can be given the title of God. That's what our brothers are saying in the spiritual, you know what I'm saying? That's the inspiration. So the difference is the creator is everywhere, all places, knows all. His inspiration is not to kill nobody. But the problem is, see, you got true gods who rock with the great spirit, and they inspire us and other angels to good works unto others, to service unto others, right? Righteous acts of service, good works. That's how you raise up a spirit. But the false gods, on the other hand, who exist in the lower heavens of the earth, touching the ground, which is commonly called Hada or Hades or hell, right? Hell is just the lowest part of the breathable atmosphere that we breathing in right now. Just take a deep breath. We already in hell now. This is the lowest part of the heavens. The heavens start from the ground and they go all the way up to forever and ever and ever. You see what I'm saying? So, when you understand that the lower heavens are populated with the false deities, like the biblical God, he's not the most high. You see what I'm saying? Matter of fact, the word Lord in the ranks of angels is the lowest title in the ranks of angels. So he's not the most high, he's the most low. When you look at that term, in the Bible where it says capital Lord, and you look behind it and it says Yahweh or whatever, Yod Hey Vav Hey, that Lord, it just shows you that whoever that Yod Hey Vav Hey, that Yahweh is, he's a Lord. That's his rank in the angel, in the ranks of angels. So Yahweh is only a Lord. He's not even a Lord God or a God. He's the most low. He's not the most high. Y'all still hear me? I don't know if y'all can still hear me. Hold on. My bad. I don't know. I was just going in too hard, buddy. Can you hear me? Am I echoing?
Was it?
I said, am I echoing?
Yeah, you cutting up.
Hold on. What about now?
Oh, it look like it's two of you back here. You had the other one.
Oh, drop one.
I'm gonna drop the other one in.
Oh, I didn't even know I was the only one in here. All them niggas ran up out of here. Ah, that's funny, man.
Yeah, I just came back from the basement. Took another load out the dryer.
Man, that's so funny, man. I just been up here rapping. Is anybody even in the chat?
Yeah, it's like 7 people watching right now.
Oh, okay. Them niggas probably. I'm just going in on what the difference between God and the Creator, the Great Spirit. God is a title given to a high-raised angel who was once immortal, just like us. You know what I'm saying? So the Creator of all is the Creator is ever present, and He's all in all. In Owaspy, in the beginning of Owaspy, in the first book called the Book of Jehovah or Jehovah, it states in chapter 1 that all was, all meaning everything was, all is, and all ever shall be. Then it states that the all spake, and motion was, and is, and ever shall be. And being positive, meaning in energetically being positive, was called he and him, but not in reference to like testicles or anything like that. The Creator don't have testicles. He's all of it, right? And being positive, we say he and him. He said, I am, and he comprehended all things. There's nothing the Creator doesn't know and can't comprehend. Owaspy makes it clear. He comprehended all things, the seen and the unseen. Nor is there aught in all the universe but what is a part of him. He said, I am the soul of all, and the all that is seen is part of my person and my body. By virtue of my presence, all things are. By virtue of my presence is life. By virtue of my presence are the living brought forth into life. I am the quickener, the mover, the creator, the destroyer. I am first and last. Of two apparent entities am I. Nevertheless, I am but one. These entities are the unseen, which is potent, and the seen, which is of itself impotent and called corpor or physicality, right? With these two entities in likeness thereby of myself, I made all the living. As the life is of the potent part, so is the corporeal part of the impotent part. And chief over all that live on the earth, I made man, male and female, I made them, that man might distinguish me. I commanded him to give me a name by virtue of my presence. That's the part that I love about this first chapter. The Creator's presence is the reason for everything. The fact that the Creator is present in all places is the reason why everything is moving, why everything has life, why we're talking to each other right now. So we've been thinking that God is somehow far away from us, or he's coming back to us, like he left and he's coming back, or like we have this picture of God somehow cracking the sky and coming back on a white horse. You know what I'm saying? And yet in Owaspy, it makes it clear, first of all, the Creator always was, he always is, and he ever shall be forever. He's ever present in all places. You know, he ain't no more closer to Yeshua or Moses or Abraham than he is to us right now. He ain't no more closer to the highest raised angel in the highest heavens than he is to A1, to Prince Judah Von Cosmon, to anybody listening. The Creator was right there with all of us. There's nothing separating our souls from him. We're connected. You see what I'm saying? So, and then to know that he has a progression for us beyond mortality to godhood or goddesshood is fucking dope to me. It's just dope. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I don't know. It just gives me inspiration to keep doing good for other people, man. Even though it's darkness all around, you know, it's confusion all around. It's a whole bunch of false gods lying and politicians lying and confusion and people emotional about how they feel and what they believe and all this stuff. But the truth of the matter is, like the Creator gang always say, the Creator is undefeated, bro. The Creator is undefeated, and he's the most simply understood of all things. Why? Because he speaks directly to your soul from all sides. I don't care if you see a coloring book, if you see your daughter smile, if you see a bird flying, if you just see the sunrise. The creator is, all of it is his voice. You know what I'm saying? He's speaking it all and moving it all, and he's feeling everything, and he knows and comprehends everything. So if you read in your spiritual text, like in the Bible, right, it says that this is how another reason why I knew that Yeshua wasn't the creator of all, because he literally said himself in the Bible that he don't even know the day or the time or the hour in which the culmination of all things will be. So, well, if you've been from the beginning and you was there in the when the creation started, and you know you the creator, you should know everything. The fact that you don't know lets me know that you're not the creator. You my brother though, because you told me straight up. I respect you, Yeshua, because you told me directly, nigga, I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So now I know you and you told me to pray to the Father. So I know you're not the creator. I know that the Romans in the Nicene Council of Constantine and them early church fathers created a narrative inspired by a false god, by the way. You know what I'm saying? In order to dupe the people into man worship and idol worship and God worship and fear-based doctrine of going to hell if you don't worship said God. You know what I'm saying? It was very easy at a certain point for me to discern that that book was not written from my, you know what I'm saying, my spiritual progression. Because of the attributes of the God, he had me in fear. He had me thinking it was cool for me to hate white people and to hope for the day where I get to dash their babies' heads against a stone, according to the prophecy in the book of Psalms, chapter 139. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have the intestinal fortitude to check yourself when you're reading that, like, hold on, did God just say he wants me to kill somebody's baby by slamming their skulls against rocks? If that don't make you scratch your head and feel some kind of way, bro, listen, I don't know what to say, bro. But I'll tell you one thing, in the OWASP, you ain't never gonna see nothing like that. Nothing. If you really read OWASP, bro, you will never ever see any God, any true gods or the creator telling somebody to kill somebody. Matter of fact, I should just read some more of this shit since I'm on here jabbering. I just love sharing. I love sharing this shit, bro. Cause niggas be talking. People be out here talking that talk. Oh, the word be the devil book tell you black people is cursed. Say we the what? Ooh. All right, let me see. Let's see. What can I pull out? Let's see. Let's go to
They be at y'all neck, man. Waspy people.
Yeah, bro. Look, I'm gonna go to see what Yeshua say in Owaspy.
Let's go.
Let's see what Yeshua teaches. Uh-oh. Book of Ezra, chapter 44. Where is it? Hey, this is a fun night. I ain't got nobody talking shit right now. I could just actually chill out and read some. All right, let's see.
Catch up on your studies and read all out to everybody else. Fuck it.
Man, might as well, because I'll be doing this anyway. All right, here we go. Book of Ezra, Earth, Sky, Spirit, OISP, chapter XLIV. The doctrines of Yeshua, aka Yeshua, and his death. This is what he taught and how he died, according to the OISP, according to the history. All right, so check it out. I say, God said, these are my doctrines as I taught through Yeshua. This is what Yeshua taught. Thou shalt keep the commandments of Moshe. Thou shalt not engage in war, nor abet war. Thou shalt eat no flesh of any animal, or fish, or bird, or fowl, or creeping thing which Jehovah created alive. Thou shalt dwell in families. Thou shalt dwell in families after the manner of the ancient Israelites who held all things in common. It's all we all sharing. We a family. This is what Yeshua taught. Yeshua taught, thou shalt have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any, save thy creator. Yeshua taught, thou shalt not call on the name of angels to worship them, nor counsel with them on the affairs of earth. Yeshua taught, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, and do unto thy fellow man as thou wouldest have him do unto thee. Yeshua taught, thou shalt return good for evil, and pity to them that sin. It hath been said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say, return good for evil. And if a man smite thee on one cheek, turn the other unto him also. Yeshua taught, the man shall have but one wife, and the woman but one husband. As the children honor the father, Yeshua say, so will the families be blessed with peace and plenty. That's beautiful right there. Let me read that again. It said, Yeshua taught that as the children honor the father, so will the family be blessed with peace and plenty. Yeshua taught, remember that all things are of the Creator, and you are his servants to help each other. As much as you do these services unto one another, so do you serve the Creator. Behold only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor. His faults you shall not discover. What? Yeshua said, look, behold only the virtues and the wisdom in your neighbors. Their faults you shall not discover, for their matters are with their Creator. That's cold right there. Boy, everybody want to talk about everybody's shortcomings and downfalls and how they ain't this and they ain't that and whoop-de-whoop. Man, Yeshua taught, only look at the wisdom in your neighbor. Only the things that he's good at. Only what you can praise him for. Don't be discovering his shortcomings and his faults and what he's, lacking in. That's crazy. I love that part. Yeshua taught, call not on the name of any gods or lords in worship, but worship Jehovah the Creator only. That's Creator gang all day. That's what we stand 10 toes on. What Yeshua taught, call not on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Creator only. Gang, you dig what I'm talking about? Yeshua taught, and when you pray, let your prayers be after this manner. Great Spirit Jehovah, O Creator, who rulest in heaven and earth, hallowed be thy name and reverenced amongst men. Sufficient unto me is my bread, and as much as I forgive those that trespass against me, so make thou me steadfast to shun temptation. For all honor and glory are thine, worlds without end. Amen. Yeshua taught to visit the sick and the distressed, the helpless and the blind, to relieve them, to provide for the widows and the orphans, to keep thyself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. He didn't say nothing about blood, nothing about sacrificing lambs and goats, nothing about his own blood will cover your sins and you'll be redeemed. No. Yeshua taught that to visit the sick and the distressed, the helpless and the blind, to relieve them, to provide for the widows and the orphans, and to keep yourself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. Nothing about blood. Only false gods require blood sacrifices for redemption. Yeshua taught, thou shalt take no part in the governments of men, but observe the will of the Creator, being obedient to governments for his sake. So he don't want you up there, politician and politics, all that. No. Just be obedient and do good. You know what I'm saying? Verse 23, Yeshua taught that all men are the children of one Father, who is Jehovah. And whoever chooses him and keepeth his commandments is his chosen. It don't matter what race you is, if you an Edomite, if you a Moabite, if you a Chaldean, none of that matters. All, Yeshua taught all men are the children of one Father, who is the Creator. And whoever chooses the Creator and keeps his commandments is his chosen. Not just Israel. To preserve the seed of his chosen, thou shalt not wed, but with the chosen. Excuse me, Yeshua taught, contend not with any man for your opinion's sake, nor for any earthly thing, but let your speech be for another's joy, and open not your mouth if your words will give pain. Yeshua taught, therefore be considerate of your speech, and you teach others by gentleness, teach others by love, and be respectful toward all men. Yeshua taught that we should preserve the sacred days of the rabbis and the ceremonies of the Amethakava, which is the word for the brotherhood of light, right? All right, so now let's check out what happened furthermore. In verse 29, it says that for 3 years, Yahshua traveled amongst the Israelites, preaching and restoring the ancient doctrines, what we just read. And there were gathered in groups of 10s and 20s and 50s, more than 2,000 Israelites of the ancient order of Moshe, who became steadfast followers of Joshua. But because of persecution by the apostate Jews, the fake Jews, they kept themselves aloof from the world, having signs and passwords whereby they knew each other. They was throwing up signs like, oh, that's the homie over there, that's Cuz. He just threw up the woo up, the whoop-de-whoop, you know what I'm saying? All right, but then this the persecution from the apostate Jews, first through the god, the false god Baal, and then after him, Thoth, who was Allah, basically. They inspired the kings and the rulers against the faithists, and they proved them by commanding them to eat flesh, even swine's flesh, which, if they refused, it was testimony sufficient before the laws to convict them of being enemies against the gods. So Yeshua taught, we don't eat no flesh, no animals, no fish, no bird, and we don't eat no flesh that the Creator gave a breath of life to, right? And so the apostate Jews during the time of Yeshua were being inspired by the false gods Baal and Thoth, who inspired the kings and the rulers against the followers of Yeshua, who were the faithists. And they proved them, if y'all faithists, if you're not a faithist, eat this meat, eat this swine's flesh. And if they refused, it was sufficient enough to convict them against being enemies against the gods. Your diet is connected to your God too. Diet is spiritual. You know what I'm saying? All right, verse 34. Yeshua, this is what they did. They scourged them, they put them to death whenever they found the followers of Yeshua, the faithists. Now it came to pass, this is what Owaspi say. Now it came to pass that Yeshua went to Jerusalem to preach. And in not many days thereafter, he was accused of preaching Jehovah, the great spirit, the creator. And he was arrested. And while he was being carried to prison, Yeshua said, y'all hypocrites, y'all blasphemers, you practice none of the commandments, but all the evils of Satan. Behold, the temple shall be rent in twain, and ye shall become vagabonds in the earth. And at that time, the multitude cast stones upon him, and they killed him. And Jehovah, the Creator, sent a chariot of fire and bore his soul to paradise. Book of Esra, chapter XLIV, Earth, Sky, Spirit, OISP. That's the doctrines of Yeshua and his death, according to the record in OISP. So it just lays out what Yeshua was talking about doing his ministry and how he died. Most people believe he was crucified on a cross. In OISP, shows he was stoned to death because he was preaching the Creator. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's just one interesting little story. If y'all didn't know, in OISP, it talk about Yeshua's whole life, how he was born, the star of Bethlehem. That's dope. That's a dope part of OISP. It shows you that how the angels Yeah, the Bethlehem star in Owaspy is actually a star ship. It was an Etherian ship or a heavenly ship that came to bear witness of Yeshua's birth. So it was actually spirits in that ship. It was angels. You know what I'm saying? And what they thought it was a star. It was actually a ship. That's pretty dope. But yeah, so in Owaspy, man, just to give y'all some background information, those of you who've been hearing people talking mess, whatever y'all been hearing, I'm just gonna let you know. First of all, don't believe nothing. Just get the book yourself. If you're really a studier, if you're really curious, if you really want to learn about what it is, just get you one. You can order it on Amazon, $30. And I ain't trying to push the book as if it's, you know what I'm saying, but I'm just saying it's dope. It's dope information. It ain't like a religion, you know what I mean, or a cult or nothing like that. But it talk about the Israelites, the whole history of Israel, talks about Sumer, like we were talking about earlier, talk about Obekle Tepe. It's so much historical facts in Owaspy that weren't even found until the 1900s, y'all. Owaspy was created in 1881. And it talks about Gobekli Tepe, where it was at, what the function of it is, who made it, you know what I'm saying, and the exact time period that we calculate today as 12,000 years ago. Owaspy talks about it before it was even unearthed. So you can't tell me. So if it's true, right, that our spirits progress after life and we ascend into the heavens and become angels, and there's billions and countless of angels in the atmosphere around us today, right now. Some of them angels been dead 1,000 years, 15,000 years, 20, 40, 30, 100,000 years of experience, life in the unseen world, right? Some of those same angels, or that used to be more, some of those same mortals that were there alive during Gobekli Tepe's development, the ones who actually built it, they've long been dead. But guess what? Their spirits are still in the atmosphere. So let's just say some of those spirits came to inspire John Balo Nubro when he was producing this text that we hold in our hands today. They would be the only ones with the information about where it was at, how it was built, what it do, because they're the ones that created it. So what I'm stating is that it's not impossible, and we all believe who are spiritual, who hold Bibles and Qurans and African spirituality texts. We all believe that angels or spirits of the dead can communicate with us today. That's not a far-fetched concept to most of us. We believe, yeah, man, our grandparents are watching over us. They're inspiring us from a holy place in the heavens. We all believe that right now. That one day when we die, we'll ascend and see them again and be reunited with our loved ones in the heavenly kingdoms of the earth. We all believe that shit, or trust that that's the case. So all I'm saying is that if an angel does come to you and give you a revelation, and it can you show it to be true? What Owaspy is showing to be true is that whatever angels came to John Balo Nubro in 1881 wasn't lying to him about certain shit, especially like Gobekli Tepe. It's in Owaspy. They didn't find out it was actually a real thing until they unearthed it in the 1900s. To me, I'm like, okay, obviously one of them angels that was one of them people that was there came back and let him know what was up. And that's not far-fetched to me, because we always say we get inspired by angels, and we believe the prophets of old were inspired by angels, and not just angels, but the creator directly. So niggas always want to be spooky about this shit, but it's nothing spooky about it, bro. We live forever. Your spirit was created by the great spirit who is eternal. So you're eternal. My daughters are eternal. We gon', you know what I'm saying? It ain't no stop to this shit. One day, A1 gonna be 3,000 years old. One day he'll be 300,000 years old. Still learning, still growing, still attaining to higher wisdom and knowledge and power and love with the great spirit, onwards and upwards forever. It don't stop, ever. And And what we need to realize is that the only reason it don't stop is because the Creator's presence is here now with us today. And every time you feel inspired to do good for somebody else, that's not just coming from you just naturally. Your spirit is being inspired by something higher than you, whether it's a true God, a guardian angel, or the Great Spirit directly. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go read this shit real quick. There's a whole book of inspiration. Again, OWASP is so fucking fire. Excuse my language. But there's a book called The Book of Inspiration that explains how the Creator inspires all of creation. It's called The Book of Inspiration. All right, so check this out. I'm gonna go to chapter 8 because in chapter 8 it explains to you the Creator's direct inspirations upon your heart and soul. So you know exactly when the Creator's talking to you. It's not a question. When you feel these inspirations, just know it's coming from the Father. All right, check this out. Book of Inspiration, OWASP, Earth, Sky, Spirit. Creator say, although all inspiration goeth from me to all the living directly, yet I also created man susceptible to indirect inspirations from all my creations. Whatsoever receiveth from me direct is in harmony with me, saith the Creator. For instance, the lilies and the roses I created perfect in their order. The female bird I inspired to build her nest in season, perfectly in her order. Even so is it with all my created beings, except for man. All the rest err not in the order I made them, and they all fulfill the glory for which I made them. But because I made man capacitated to receive inspiration from all things, man manifests both evil and good, according to his birth and surroundings. So is man good or bad? Nevertheless, I created man with the capacity to comprehend this also, because I designed him from the first to work his way up to the Godhead, understanding all below him. I sent my angels to man, teaching him how to distinguish the difference in the inspirations upon him, that he might govern himself accordingly. My angels said to man, become one with your Creator. These are his direct inspirations. Okay, what's his direct inspiration, God? What's his direct inspiration, big brother, big sister? The angel said to love the Creator above all else and your neighbor as yourself. That inspiration right there. When you love the Creator above everything and you love your neighbor as yourself, that inspiration is coming directly from the Creator. No middleman, no Jesus, no Lord God, none of that. When you love the Creator above all and you love your neighbor as yourself, that's direct from the Great Spirit. Check this one out. To be delightful only and to not give pain. When you are inspired to be delightful and to not give pain, that's coming from the Creator. Watch this. What is it? What is the direct inspiration of the Creator? To not kill. To kill not. This is what the angels are telling us, telling man. How do you know the direct inspiration? When my inspiration coming directly from the Great Spirit, whenever you're inspired not to kill, that inspiration is coming from the Father. Verse 12. To do not violence against his creatures. Okay, so whenever I see a dog in the road and I decide not to hit the gas and get 10 points, or if I see a squirrel run across the road and I decide not to kill it, that inspiration is coming directly from the Creator. The inspiration not to kill something. Woo, that's fire right there, bro. That's fire. All right, the next inspiration that comes directly from the Great Spirit is to be considerate of the liberty of all living, of all the living. Be considerate of a man's liberty, to be free with the Creator to do whatever he want to do in the sense that he chooses, right? We don't believe it. The Creator ain't inspiring no slavery. The Creator's inspiration is to consider liberty, not to consider slavery. All right. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm almost done to keep reading now. I don't want to get too convoluted. The Creator's direct inspiration is to not interdict the happiness and the hope of others, only where you can return the transcendent glory in hope in place thereof. So to not take away somebody's happiness, only unless you can give them something greater. So what I always tell people when I start talking about false gods and the biblical God and shit, listen, first of all, I want y'all to know, I'm not here just to tear your God down, right, and take your religion from you. What I'm really trying to help my brothers in this Hebrew community, in this conscious community, what the Creator Gang is here to help niggas understand is we trying to help you know that the Creator is present with you right now. It's a higher light. It's a transcendent glory. Yeah, we've been worshiping false gods. Yeah, we was all duped. Yeah, I worshiped the man of war too. Yeah, I was down with all the killing and all that in the beginning when I was in the Bible too. But when the Creator showed me a higher light, I leveled up, and I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm not down with that. That don't even sound righteous. Sacrificing goats and lambs, spilling blood, going to war, killing. No, none of that stuff sounds righteous to me now. So I'm not trying to just come and take away your happiness for being Hebrews and being, the chosen ones, the ones that's supposed to help inspire the people to back to righteousness, back to the Torah, back to the laws or whatever. I'm with all of that. But all I'm saying is there's a higher light when it comes to understanding how to discern between the false God and the Creator, right? So the inspiration from the Great Spirit is to not interdict the happiness of others unless you can return a transcendent glory, something higher in place of it. Yeah, we taking away the false gods and giving y'all the Creator back, something higher, right? All right, the last verse 15, well, the last part of that section, it states that these are the direct inspirations of the Creator. So one more time from the top, the direct inspirations from the Creator is to love the Creator above all else, your neighbor as yourself, to give delights only and not pain, to kill not, to do not violence against his creatures, to be considerate of the liberty and freedom of all the living, and to interdict not the happiness and hope of others, only where you can return a transcendent glory and hope in place thereof, right? These are the direct inspirations from your Creator. But these are the evil inspirations, oh man. This is what the angel said. These come from your birth and your surroundings, which is formerly called Satan. The inspiration to kill comes from Satan. The inspiration to slander comes from Satan. The inspiration to punish comes from Satan. The inspiration to destroy the Creator's created beings comes from Satan. The inspiration to strive for yourself above somebody else comes from Satan. To gratify your flesh at the expense of purity or wisdom comes from Satan. To be false before the Creator comes from Satan. To be false to yourself. You can't keep it real with yourself. That's coming from Satan. To even speak falsely at all. Niggas up here just lying and just saying whatever about a book they ain't read. That inspiration, speaking falsely, comes from Satan. To covet somebody else's stuff. Oh, I want his car. I want his wife. I want his house. I want his job. That's coming from Satan, that covetous energy. And then it even goes into sexual behavior, talking about to cohabit in the gestative period, which means to lay with your woman while she's bleeding or while she's pregnant. That energy is not coming from the Creator. And then the last one, it states, so you know without guessing that to engage in strife or to aid and abet conflicts are all the fruit of carnivorous eating, which is transmitted in birth. So the book of inspiration lays out over numerous chapters. I just went to chapter 8 because it talks about how you can discern the direct inspirations of the creator to your soul and your mind. The creator ain't never gonna tell you to kill nothing. He's never gonna tell you to go to war ever. You know what I'm saying? That inspiration comes from a false god. And I'm gonna read it right here. In the book of Esdras, I'm gonna spill the beans right now on who the Antichrist really is. The nigga that y'all worship as Christ in your biblical text is actually the Antichrist for real. Watch this. I'm just cooking now. OISP, Earth, Sky, Spirit, God's Book of Esdras, chapter XLVII. The title of the chapter is Luamon falsely announces himself as the Christe or the Christ. I hope y'all paying attention to this. This is interesting right here. The Lord said, behold, it came to pass as had been foretold by God, the true God, Jehovah's Son, that the triunes or the Trinity gods will all become false gods because they have denied the Almighty. True God said, there is but one who is all knowledge. Whatsoever angel or God announces himself to be the all knowledge is false in the presence of the Creator, Jehovah. Nevertheless, Luamon had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christe, which is the Ahamic expression for all knowledge. So the term Christ or Christe is a Ahamic expression, which means all knowledge or all knowing. Christ means all knowing. Allah means all knowing. Buddha means all knowing. Brahma means all knowing. It all has to do with the highest knowledge, right? So what happens here is that this angel, whose name is Luamon, although he knew that he ain't the Christ, he had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the all-knowing, all-highest creator. Verse 4 states that the Lord said, now therefore, Luamon was from this time forth a false god in heaven and earth. Why? Because he just an angel. He's a God that proclaimed himself to be the all-knowing. The true God said there is only one who knows all things, and that's the Creator. If any angel in heaven or any God proclaims himself to be the all-knowing, is false. And Luamon, this angel, didn't care. He said, nigga, it's me. I'm the Most High. Now check it out. Verse 5 says, and Luamon commanded Thoth, his angel warrior, in command of his earthly dominions, to rise up tribes of warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of said Thoth, these warriors were induced to call themselves Christians or Christians. Woo-wee! So wait, hold on. This false angel named Luamon then proclaimed himself to be Christ, the all-knowing. And he commanded his hitman, his warrior angel, whose name is Thoth, to raise up warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of Thoth, these warriors on earth were induced to call themselves Christians. God said that the true God said that man may know that this is true. Behold, the followers of Jehovah the Creator are not warriors, nor have they ever been. Jehovah said, this mark I put upon man from the time of Cain to the present day right now, that whoever rises his hand against his brother rises his hand against me also. And this mark shall distinguish my servants to the end of the world Behold, I alone am all knowledge. Now it came to pass that from this time forth, that great success attended the wars of Luamung for the glory of his for his heavenly kingdoms. Wait, let me stop. Let me pause real quick. So what I just read in the book of Esra in Oahspe, Earth, Sky, Spirit, chapter XLVII, it states that there was an angel named Luamung who falsely announced himself as the Christ. The true gods is actually explaining this in the spiritual plane. They're explaining the history of who the Antichrist is. Okay? The Lord said, behold, it came to pass, as it had been foretold by true God, Jehovah's Son, that the triunes, aka the Trinity, will all become false gods. Why? Because they have denied the Almighty. The true God said, there is but one who is the all knowledge, and whatsoever angel or God announces himself to be the all knowledge is false in the presence of Jehovah. Nevertheless, Luamung had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christ, the Christe, which is the Ahamic word or expression for all knowledge. The true Lord said, now, therefore, Luamung was from this time forth a false god in heaven and earth. Check. So Luamung is a false god, claiming to be Christ. And Luamung commanded his angel, he commanded Thoth, his angel warrior, to command his earthly dominions to raise up tribes of warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of Thoth, these warriors were induced to call themselves Christians. Now check this out. Count in your mind, man. You can't even count in your mind how many millions of people have been murdered on earth via the wars and crusades under the Christian religion. Since the crusades, the inquisitions, all of these were Christian wars where innocent people were killed because they didn't believe in their God, who is what we're realizing, what we're finding out and being revealed right now is Luamung. The Christ that they fought for is this angel who falsely proclaimed himself as the creator, being the all-knowing. The people who he inspired on earth were called Christians, and they were warriors. Jehovah's and God said that man may know this is true, so that you know I'm not capping. The true followers of Jehovah are not warriors, nor have they ever been. So if your God is a man of war, you should know the Creator don't got nobody to war with. Jehovah said, this mark I put upon man from the time of Cain to the present day, that whoever rises his hand against his brother rises his hand against me also. And this mark shall distinguish my servants to the end of the world. Behold, I alone am all knowledge. So the mark of the servants of Jehovah is we don't kill people in wars. We're not warriors. Yeah, y'all, can you hear me? I'm back. My bad. I was just saying, y'all still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So I was just proving that the inspiration that was given from this false god Luamung, who is the Antichrist, was war amongst his Christian worshipers. So the Creator said in Oahspe that I put a mark upon Cain from the time of Cain to this day, that whoever wars against his brother is warring against me also. If you raise your hand against your brother, you raise your hand against me. So the mark of the beast is bloodshed. The mark of the beast is war. But the biblical God states plainly that he's a man of war. Watch this. What happened after Luamung proclaimed himself as the the all knowledge of the Christ. Check this out. Now it came to pass that from this time forth great success attended the wars of Luamon for the glory of his heavenly kingdoms. And for the space of 300 years, Luamon gradually gained on Baal and his alliances, both on earth and in heaven. So it's war going on right now in the lower heavens of the earth and on the earth, because as above, so below. Y'all know Donald Trump and them just dropped bombs, right? They're being inspired by a war that's going on in the heavens, in the lower heavens, I'm saying. So anyway, let me get to what I'm saying. So let me get to, let's see, let me go ahead a little bit. I want to get to the part where he starts talking about let me see. There's a part in here that is exactly word for word in the King James Version Bible. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Watch this. I don't want to read all of it because it's got 30 verses, but I'm gonna jump over. So we talking about the false Christ, the Antichrist. If y'all never, y'all think, I don't know who y'all think the Antichrist is, but in Owaspy it tells you plainly, and it gives you the time on a timeline when he began his false heavenly kingdoms in the heavens and the inspirations upon the mortals on the earth. This is the same dude. If you a Hebrew Israelite or whatever, you know the history of the Nicene councils, the Council of Nicaea, and Constantine. Constantine claimed himself that he saw an angel. He saw an apparition in heaven, and he told him such and such and such. The angel that he saw was this nigga Luamon, this false Christ. And I'm gonna prove it as I keep reading. But it's on the time, Owaspy, all of this stuff is not just, it's on an actual historical timeline. So you can see when in the heavens, when these wars began, is at the same time that they began on the earth. So you can track it. And you can also check the gods that are being worshipped at that time by those same warriors. Those, you can see when they're being inspired. Anyways, let me get to this point, this dagger verse right here. This is the same false god, Luamon, who's the Antichrist of the Bible. He states this. This is what he states. Verse 30 says, henceforth, I go not down to send peace on earth. I go not to send peace, but a sword. I go to set man at variance against his brother and father, and mother against her sister and mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. I will make the foes of a man, they of his own household. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that will not take up his sword and proclaim me is not worthy of me. My sign shall be a sword, a skull and crossbones, and a bull. My edict shall be bulls, and by these shall my enemies be destroyed. Before me shall every knee bow down, and every tongue confess me Lord of all. Behold, I will give them a book and a guide, whereby they shall know me. In blood I will seal them to the end of the world. The Lord said, while Luamon the false god was yet bewailing, behold, Thoth his chief warrior god came upon him, saying, alas, O my master, thy followers have no king or queen on the earth to protect them. Thy mortal Christian warriors who drew the sword to establish thee have been slaughtered in Cardalia, Cyprus, Athena, Thessalonica, Dalmatia, Laoconia, Nepal, Seleucia, Macedonia, Galatia, Scythia. He just telling them, look, your fortress is being destroyed right now. You getting your ass whooped. So what I'm explaining to y'all is that the verse I just read was word for word what it said of Jesus, the Christ, in your King James New Testament scripture. Y'all all know that verse. I think it's Matthew 25, where Jesus is stating, I don't come to send peace on earth, but a sword. I come to separate man against his blah, blah, blah. Nigga, that's right here in OSP, and it's being stated not by Jesus Christ, but the Antichrist, who is a false god named Luamon. That's, you can only find that in OSP, homie. The Antichrist is revealed in OSP. And by the way, he already went to hell. But any God that's talking war, dude, the Creator is not a warrior. He never has been, nor are his people. We ain't the ones talking about, yeah, let's go over here and drop the bomb. We're not the ones talking about, yeah, let's dash the baby's heads on the stone. We're not the ones talking about, yeah, let's have, we're not doing it. The Creator's inspiration directly to my soul right now today